The Taros Campaign. It takes place about 200 years after the Damocles Gulf Crusade ended in a truce of sorts, where the Imperium withdrew from Tau space. Now, the Taros Campaign that you're going to hear now is an amazing exploration of how the Tau and the Imperium function differently at fundamental levels. Now, whenever I've done Tau videos in the past, I get a lot of comments saying, Tau plot armour, the Tau just get away with murder, basically. It's all that sort. It's complaining that Space Marines die when you fail to understand that it is the Space Marines' role to die. They are weapons, forged for war, forged to fight and die in the eternal conflict. But that's not really my point. My point is that you have to understand, and I just want to add some more context, and I'll mention this whenever I do a Tau video again, just to get in there before people moan. And I know where you're coming from. It does seem like that, but you've got to understand it within the context of the wider lore, right? This isn't like a fictionalised battle report. This is the lore, and it exists within the wider context of what's going on within 40k, and the lore is real and true. So, the thing you have to appreciate is, so this Taros campaign takes place like 200 years after the Damocles Gulf Crusade. And for those of you who don't know, and again, this is just a brief intro to it, right? The Damocles Gulf Crusade was the Imperium's first concerted response to the growing threat of the Tau Empire. Calgar was there. They dispatched a mini crusade, basically, a fairly sizable crusade, but they underestimated the Tau. They sent Titans, they sent Guard regiments, they sent Space Marine contingents. It's all summed up in the book Blades of Damocles, or there, whichever side. Definitely recommend picking that up. Use my link below to go and pick it up. I'll recommend it. But, oh God, look at my eyebrows. So, the issue is that the Imperium has not learned how to fight the Tau, because the Imperium does not learn how to fight its opponents, right? They do not learn from engagements, not in any real sense. This is why they had such problems with the Tyranids. And they've had to adapt, which the Imperium cannot do due to the very nature of its existence. They are an inflexible empire. And that inflexibility has allowed them to survive at scale, right? The wheels of the Imperial bureaucracy move slowly, and their response is always a blunt response. So they counter Tau threats with whatever forces are available at the time. A message goes out. It goes from one relay station to another, a scream out in the void. It reaches subsector command. Then it goes to sector command. Then it goes to the High Lords. Then the message has to come back. Then, depending on the nature of the threat, the response is what it's determined to be according to the Codex Astartes, in the case of Space Marines, and whatever the Imperium ones, the Ministerium uses. It's a set response due to the threat level, right? It's like a risk chart. Green, amber, red. What do we do? What have we got available? Throw it in there. Because the Imperium is always on the edge. War zones are everywhere. Mass battles everywhere. So in order to counter the Tau, they have to pull on, okay, well, this contingent of troops is heading there. Pull those regiments from that contingent, move there. Take that battle fleet squadron and take it and move it back there. Put the call out to nearby Space Marine chapters. See who can respond. Whatever Space Marine chapters are around, they'll respond. But the Space Marine chapters themselves, even if you've got a Space Marine chapter homeworld nearby, that doesn't necessarily mean they can call upon the whole chapter. The whole chapter isn't just sat there. They're off doing campaigns. They've dispatched demi-companies and individual squads and individual marines sometimes to different parts of the galaxy to perform missions and fulfill their oaths and whatever other objectives they may have. And missions they've signed up for and campaigns they've signed up for. Most chapter planets only have one, maybe two companies, and they'll be back on rotation. You get me? Refitting, re-recruiting, filling the ranks with, all the stuff that the Space Marine chapters do. So the Space Marine chapters are the only ones who can really gain this kind of experience. But even then, they're not necessarily there. You have a company of Space Marines who respond to a Tau threat, right? They go and respond. They learn how the Tau fight, they learn the things and so on. But then they leave, and then they've got other obligations. That knowledge is lost. They might pass on battlefield reports to their comrades and so on, and their brothers and whatever. But, like, those other guys aren't there. And you're talking centuries, right? And never mind the Imperial commanders. All of the guys who were involved in the Damocles Gulf Crusade originally, they're all dead. They're gone, right? They're gone. Probably most of the Titan princeps, or princeps, depending on your Latin. They're probably gone as well. They're probably dead. Oh, God, that was vile. The Space Marine chapters, bit different, but even then, 200 years is a long time, man. Most Space Marines don't reach that age. They can, but it's rare. They're constantly in battle. They're constantly at war. That knowledge goes. And due to the sort of like the institutional inertia, right? The inflexibility of the Imperium and its institutions and how it functions as a wider civilization, as a society, they stick to what works. And what works is massed infantry attacks, armoured columns, planetary bombardment, precision strikes by Space Marine strike groups, drawn from whatever is available at the time to meet the threat at hand. The Tau don't work like that. The Tau are very cunning, right? Perfidious, you might say. The Tau see what they're going to do and they plan accordingly. They tailor their forces, they tailor their tactics on a squad level and their overall strategy to what they're trying to achieve in that moment. This is the benefit of being a smaller foe, attacking this behemoth of an Imperium that reacts slowly and cumbersomely. These are what these words mean. So when you read these stories, when you hear these stories, when you watch this video, bear that in mind. The reason why the Imperium seems like they're stupid is because they are working to a set template of reaction to a threat. These guys have not been trained. You know, these Imperial Guard regiments have not been trained in counter-Tau tactics as such. No doubt there's mission information, there's intelligence and stuff like this. Then they get a rough idea of what to do. But these guys are on transit. They were probably on their way to an orc front to fight a bunch of orcs. And because they've been trained in standard Imperial tactics and how to fight the enemy and kill them. And that is, charge them, shoot them. That's basically it, right? The more experienced regiments, they will get experience. But it will be based on their own culture and the experience they have gained. You know, the Imperial training that they receive, obviously, as they're inducted into the Imperial Guard. Their regiments have a standard level, you know. Whatever culture they're from, if it's a warrior culture, if it's this, whatever. But the other experience they get is from their own personal experience on the battlefield that they gain through fighting different threats. If they've never confronted the Tau before, they don't know, right? They don't know how to react. They don't know how to fight this off. And so that's why they might seem a little bit stupid, because you know what the Tau are doing. You know what the Tau will do. You know what the Tau are capable of. And the Tau know what the Imperium will do. The Tau have studied and gone over, and they had this big confrontation with the Imperium, and they go out and they're sneaky, and they find out things, and they get information, and they corrupt Imperial governments with crazy ideas like democracy and equality. Ridiculous. These guys, though, know how the Imperium functions. They know how the Space Marines, the Gerun Shah, they know how they function. They know what they're going to likely do. Even if the flavour's slightly different depending on the culture. I mean, it's an empire, right? So as in all empires, the contingents from the different provinces will have a little bit of a different flavour, a different armament, a different ethos, a different attitude, a different look. The Space Marine chapters most especially represent that. But the Imperial Guard as well. Every regiment is different from different planets. The Tau take that into consideration, but they know that the Imperium will function in this particular way. They know the Space Marines will act like this. They know they're a threat. They tailor themselves. They arm themselves with weapons to counter that threat particularly. They know how the Imperial Guard functions. They know how to counter that threat. And so it makes it look like the Imperium are kind of stupid, but it isn't that. It's that they are part of a wider Imperium with set responses to threats. There is nothing special to the Tau from the Imperium's point of view. They are an alien threat. So, in order to counter this alien threat, dispatch so many forces to crush these filthy Xenos. And they need to be crushed. They need to be annihilated. Every single one of them. And every other foul, deviant and traitor that has joined them. Annihilated! So don't worry. I'm with you. I understand. But that's the context of the universe. And this happens again in the second Damocles Golf Crusade at Agrelin. It's the same thing. Shadowsun's there. She knows how the Imperium works. These other guys don't really know. Khan does, Kuroso Khan, and some of the Space Marines have a better idea how to counter these issues. But the rest of them aren't alive. They don't know these guys. They don't know how to fight them. They don't know what to expect. They don't know how to confront them. They're an unknown foe. And they have such a vast amount of power in their technology as well. Their technology, Tau technology, supersedes Imperial technology in many ways. It isn't as robust. It isn't as, the Tau would not be able to arm as many Tau as the Imperium can with the standard equipment. But that's why the Imperium works like that, because they're stamping out millions and millions and millions of lasguns every day to give to millions and millions and millions of soldiers who are just going to be sent forward in mass attacks. Not expected to survive. The calculation has been made. How many men to break this formation? And then, if it hasn't worked, more. Feed more in till it works. The Tau don't work like that. The Tau have limited numbers but high technology. They are mobile, they are flexible, they are intelligent. They are a foe that can counter the Imperium's raw power and numbers. And that's what they did before at the Damocles Gulf. Calgar was there, man. You think Calgar didn't know this? Do you think Calgar is happy about the shame of having to make a truce with a Xenos species? I mean, yeah, he had to get back to fight the Tyranids, but that's not the point. If he could have annihilated the Tau, he would have done it. And he would have come back. Of course, the Tyranids they are a big issue. But you know what I'm saying? There's been no concerted effort by the Imperium to do this because the resources required would be enormous. They thought they could do it with the first Damocles Gulf Crusade, but it didn't work. They were too powerful. So now the Imperium has fallen to containment until the situation is ripe to annihilate this upstart empire. So hopefully this explains my point of view on this. That's why I don't myself feel like that when I'm reading these things, because I view it within the wider context of the universe. The Imperium is responding to the threat of Taros. So they go, oh, okay, what troops have we got in the vicinity that can get there to do this? These guys. Pull them in. Do they know how to fight the Tau? Not really. Give them a bit of intelligence. This is what you can kind of expect. But good luck. Good luck. And the Space Marines that join them, they are not incompetent. They are not insane. But they underestimate the Tau. Arrogance, for the most part. Because these things probably work on other people. On orcs and so on. The standard responses work on things. Until you know your foe, which is an important mantra of the Imperium. Until you know your foe, you cannot fully understand their weaknesses. The problem is the Imperium doesn't learn from its mistakes, doesn't learn from its interactions, doesn't learn anything. And it's not as if the troops on standby have been in contact with the Tau. They have been drawn in from other fronts to counter this emergent threat. So yes, that's my little explanation. I hope that adds some context to this big lore video, and I hope you really do enjoy it. It's one of my favourites, and I hope you really do enjoy it. Yeah, other people seem to have really enjoyed it. I'll put it back out there now. Please do give the video a like. Please do give me a comment in the comment section. I really appreciate that. Those things help massively with YouTube. The algo isn't my friend right now. The machine spirit has turned against me, but it will come back again. It'll come back again. But I appreciate it if you could do that. And remember to subscribe and hit the bell. Share with anyone you know. And if you're on mobile and you can give it a hype. I don't really know how hypes work, but apparently it does something. Please do that. And if you'd like to support the channel, there's links in the description below. I hope you've enjoyed this. It's now 6 hours long. Previously, when I had this uploaded, I had it as 2 parts, but now I've combined it all together. And I've worked on the audio to make it sound better, and it does sound better, so you'll have a better experience than previously. I made this video a few years ago now originally, and this new version, should we say, is even better. So I hope you appreciate that. And yeah, thank you all for watching. Thank you for sticking with the channel, and let me know about the ranty things at the start. I have to do these things because there's things coming down the pipeline that, like, you've got to show that you're a real person. You know what I mean? So I have to come in and step in and do this now. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed my rant. I'll be back again soon. May the Emperor protect.
The Taros Campaign. The road to war. The Imperium of Man is vast, consisting of over 1 million worlds scattered the length and breadth of the galaxy. It is the greatest empire in human history, and as a great empire, the casual observer might think that the Imperium is strong enough to resist and defeat any threat. But it is not so. In truth, the Imperium is failing. The galaxy is a dark and terrible place, filled with bloodthirsty aliens, malign powers and horrors too terrible to name. Beset by external wars and internal divisions, the Imperium of Man must constantly fight for survival. The continued maintenance and protection of the Imperium is governed by the Adeptus Administratum, a vast and labyrinthine bureaucracy centered on terror, from which every segmentum, sector, subsector, and solar system is run. The task is vast and complex, so complex that the Administratum cannot control every aspect of it. Within the Administratum, sub-organizations have their own areas of responsibility. One of the largest of these organizations is the Departamento Munitorum, which oversees the supply of men and material to the Imperium's largest armed force, the Imperial Guard. In itself, this is a task of epic proportions. The Imperial Guard is a fighting force consisting of billions of men and millions of fighting vehicles. It is deployed to war zones and garrisons across the galaxy. At any one time, the Imperial Guard might be engaged in thousands, maybe tens of thousands of conflicts, all of which need supplying. As the Departamento Munitorum labors to meet these demands, the threat to the Imperium's continued existence is growing. As the end of the 41st millennium grew closer, the omens of a new and terrible threat to the Imperium began to grow also. Within the Eye of Terror, where warp space and real space overlap and the worshippers of the Chaos Gods rule, the War Master of Chaos, Abaddon, the arch-traitor, destroyer of worlds, was making his plans and gathering his strength for a new assault upon the Imperium and its false emperor. Driven by the bloody desires of his insane gods, and a thirst for vengeance which had not been quenched by 10,000 years of war, Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade was mustering its forces, secure within the Eye of Terror. When Abaddon's storm broke, it would be the largest Black Crusade yet. Abaddon would unleash his diabolical forces from within the Eye with the objective of capturing the Cadian Gate. The Cadian Gate is the only stable passage from the Eye of Terror, and the most direct route between the Eye and the center of the Imperium, Holy Terror. Abaddon's ultimate objective, like that of Horus, his master before him, is the overthrowing of the Emperor's rule and the destruction of the Imperium. To do this, he must eventually assault Terra. The capture of the Cadian Gate would be a large step towards that ultimate goal. But the Cadian Gate is a linchpin in the strategic defense of Holy Terror. Cadia is a bastion world, the most militaristic in the Imperium, a hugely strong fortress world protected by fleets of the Imperial Navy, orbited by powerful battle stations and defended by the strongest bastions, garrisoned by regiments of hardy Cadian Shock Troops. The surrounding worlds are also well protected and garrisoned. The capture of the Cadian Gate would require a huge assault, and plunge the Imperium into its largest single war since the arrival of High Fleet Kraken on the distant eastern fringe. When Abaddon's crusade struck, it would be a war that required the full weight of the Imperium's resources to win. It would be a battle of titanic proportions. War on such a scale does not come secretly or by surprise. The Imperium is not completely blind to events within the Eye of Terror. Sages and seers were forecasting dire warnings long before Abaddon launched his crusade. Omens, taken from the Emperor's Tarot, predicted the threat. Raids were increasing around the Eye of Terror. The Adeptus Mechanicus Exploratus launched null ships deep into the Eye of Terror to send back information about events inside. What they found sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the Imperium. The 12 High Lords of Terror, the council that rules the Imperium in the Emperor's name, long debated what course of action to take. It was clear that the defences must be strengthened. Reserves must be found. Weapons, ammunition and supplies stockpiled on armory worlds across Segmentum Obscurus. Space Marine chapters must be readied and positioned to respond to attack. Wherever the hammer blow fell, the Imperial Guard must first hold and then drive back the followers of chaos. Every fighting force at the Imperium's disposal must be ready to fight to the last shell and last man to protect the Cadian Gate. If the High Lords of Terror decree it, then so it shall be, for they speak with the authority of the Emperor. Their word is law. The Administratum set about the task of preparing the Imperium for another great war. Styges 8, Forge World. Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade would indirectly affect every part of the Imperium, whether it was demands for new Imperial Guard regiments, increased tithes, or higher production from the Forge Worlds to meet supply demands. Abaddon's ambition could be likened to throwing a stone into a pond, where the ripples stretched out to the far corners of the galaxy. In Ultima Segmentum, the largest of the 5 great segmentums that divide the Imperium, the effects would also be felt, even as far away as the eastern fringe. Styges 8 is one of Ultima Segmentum's greatest forge worlds, and one of the Adeptus Mechanicus' largest research and production facilities. In productivity, Styges 8 stands in the second tier of forge worlds, with Mars alone on the top tier. Situated in the Vulcanus system and covering the entire surface of the 8th moon of the ringed gas giant Styges, the Forge World is one of the most productive in Ultima Segmentum, and of great importance to the Imperium's war efforts. As a Forge World, it does not pay tithes to the Administratum. Instead, it is bound to supply arms, munitions, and equipment to the Departamento Munitorum for use by the Imperial Guard. This is a very important task. Productivity is carefully monitored to meet demand forecasts, itself something of arcane art, practiced by the Adeptus Mechanicus' Logis. Should the Forge World fall behind, it might have serious consequences in the future when, in some far-off war zone, the ammunition or replacement weapons begin to run out. The Departamento Munitorum spends a lot of its time and resources making sure this does not happen. Carrying the authority of the Master of the Administratum, Departamento Munitorum officials arrived on Styges 8 with a new set of production figures and targets. The forecasts of a coming Black Crusade meant many new Imperial Guard regiments were being raised, and these fighting men needed equipping. The rulers of the Forge World and a high prefect of the Departamento Munitorum held long councils to discuss the new requirements. At this council, Styges 8 argued that if production was to be increased, then more refined and raw materials would need to be found. The lifeblood of any Forge World is the material it consumes. For production on the scale of Styges 8, vast amounts of minerals and chemicals are required. Mining planets across the Imperium supply these demands. The task of finding new materials was a big one, and the Departamento officials returned to Terra to begin it. Administratum auditors set about finding where reserves had been located and catalogued, and where planetary audits suggested that extra productivity might be squeezed from refineries. It was during this process of evaluation and cross-referencing that the planet of Taros first came to Administratum bureaucrats' attention. Taros was a small mining planet deep in Ultima Segmentum. It was unremarkable except for 2 things: the estimated size of the planet's untapped mineral wealth, and secondly, It's rather too close for comfort proximity to the expanding borders of the alien Tau Empire. The Departamento Munitorum briefed a delegation to visit this backwater planet, armed with an ancient audit report compiled in the 38th millennium by officials collecting data for just such circumstances. Auditor Prime Nimus Dree and his team of scribes and archivists were dispatched to inform the planetary governor of Taros of his new, increased production targets, and to help organize how the targets could best be met. Dree was authorized to use the Departamento's ultimate sanction. Under the conditions of the Pax Imperialis, if the planetary governor could not or would not meet the increased targets, then he would be replaced by a new governor, one who could. The Departamento Munitorum delegation. The man chosen to lead the delegation to Taros was Auditor Prime Nimus Dree, a functionary from the upper ranks of the Departamento Munitorum. He was accompanied by a team of record scribes and messenger ciphers. On leaving Terra, his first port of call was Styges 8, to collect representatives from that forge world, including a high magus metallurgicus, an expert in the study of metals. Dree also needed to confirm his own figures and calculations with the needs of the forge world before moving on to Taros. Given the location of Taros, an Imperial naval escort was requested and granted for the delegation's transport ship. The first Taros's rulers knew about the delegation from Terra and the Forge World was when a transport and 2 Imperial naval frigates unexpectedly arrived in system. This was a deliberate policy by Dree, not to forewarn the planetary governor and thus give the delegation the best chance of seeing how efficiently the mining operation was currently being run. After a long and arduous warp journey, the 3 ships safely entered orbit around Taros. Dree's delegation boarded a flight of Aquila shuttles and transferred down to the spaceport at Taros City, known locally as Tarokeen. The planetary governor, with his advisors and officials, awaited the delegation's arrival and greeted them with due ceremony. The entire entourage transferred to the governor's palace, where an official meeting was scheduled, for Dree to inform the planetary governor of the administratum's revised plans. After the meeting, Dree began a tour of the mining works to see for himself how the operations were conducted and interview the mine owners in person. Meanwhile, the Adeptus Mechanicus representatives would begin to assess the quality and purity of the ore currently being supplied from Taros. Taros Planetary Survey. Imperial records do not detail the early colonization of Taros. Most likely, the planet was discovered in the early years of the Dark Age of technology. No records specifically refer to the system, but it is known that many systems on the eastern fringe of the galaxy were first being explored at this time. On first discovery, Taros must have been a dead world, bereft of any life, just a hot desert world of sand and rock. If life ever tried to evolve there, it never progressed beyond the level of microorganisms. The planet had no groundwater and very little atmospheric moisture. The atmosphere was not breathable to humans. Conditions were just too harsh to foster life. But early explorers must have noted that although lifeless now, the planet's ecosystem was not far from being life-sustaining. Temperatures were high, in the Great Desert very high, but not to the point of making the world uninhabitable. There was some atmospheric moistures, and better still, the planet was rich in mineral wealth. Huge quantities of useful ores were present, much of it close to the surface and easily accessible. There was a stable atmosphere, which could be manipulated. Taros was not beyond hope for colonization. The draw of the ore deposits made the planet a viable prospect for terraforming. Back in the Dark Age of technology, mankind had the technology and knowledge to alter planetary atmospheres and ecosystems to create a place capable of habitation by humans. The transformation would not have to be miraculous. They did not need to create a garden world of flowing streams and lush vegetation, but a climate where colonists could survive and mine. Aided by long-forgotten advanced science and technology, they set about terraforming the lifeless desert world into something humankind could survive on. It did not happen overnight. In fact, it may well have taken over 5,000 years of work. But water was introduced to the planet's surface in the form of seas. Specially genetically engineered plants and algae also contributed to the ecosystem, creating oxygen. Careful management and nurturing slowly changed the atmosphere. How this was done is a mystery, but some life now exists on Taros. The first mention of Taros in Imperial archives is in M30, after the Age of Strife. The planet was rediscovered by the armies of the new Imperium as they spread out from Earth, reconquering the galaxy and reuniting the scattered human colonies that had been sundered by warp storms and wars. Mankind had barely survived on Taros, degenerating into a savage Stone Age tribal living. The population, probably never large, had dwindled to less than 1 million. In another 1,000 years, human life on the planet would have been extinct. Rediscovery of the planet's mineral wealth resulted in the Imperium recolonizing Taros. The regressed colonists were exterminated, and new colonists moved in, establishing mining stations and a star port. Over the past 10,000 years of the Imperium's rule, Taros' population has steadily grown to its current level of approximately 12 million souls. One major city has developed around the starport. Metal ore mining is still the planet's main function. Departamento Munitorum records show that in the last 10,000 years of history, and it should be borne in mind that records are incomplete, Taros has raised only 8 Imperial Guard regiments. The Taronian 1st was annihilated during the Third Black Crusade. The Taronian 2nd and 3rd served as part of Saint Seon's crusade, and were eventually disbanded, with survivors being folded into another Imperial Guard regiment. The fate of the Taronian 4th and 5th are unknown. Records do not tell what happened. The Taronian 6th Regiment was heavily engaged against Orcs during War Badun, and later was disbanded, with the surviving manpower being turned over to the 15th Cadian Regiment as replacements. The 7th Regiment was lost as part of rogue trader Falway Tor's 3rd expedition into the eastern fringes, and the 8th Regiment is currently active as part of the garrison force of Helion 6. Climate. Taros is divided into 4 principal climatic regions: mountains, arid deserts, semi-arid deserts, and seas. Shifting sands and bare rock cover 95% of the planet's surface. The largest region is the mountains. Low mountainous highlands cover 40% of the planet's surface. Heavily eroded, they are not tall, but are extremely rugged. There are no major routes through the mountain regions and no settlements. They remain an unexplored wilderness. The second largest regions are the arid deserts. The great sand seas are uninhabitable, and whilst there may be vast mineral resources buried beneath, the logistics of working in such a hostile environment with high temperatures and no water supply, high winds and the threat of large sandstorms make it impractical. Most of the deserts remain unexplored wilderness. Semi-arid regions concentrated around the coasts are mostly barren, rocky badlands. At ground level, strong, sand-filled winds are common. The seas help to mediate Taros' extreme temperatures. Surrounding the small seas are the inhabited areas of semi-arid desert. These regions are home to the planet's hydro farmers. There are 2 main seas on Taros, called Axae and Emissae. These small, land-bound seas are Taros' only source of surface water, and were probably artificially created as part of the planet's terraforming during the Dark Age of technology. Today, the seas are highly alkaline, but provide 2/3 of the population's water supply from hydro-processing. Hot air, rising from the deep deserts, collides with the cooler air from over the polar highland mountainous regions. The pressure difference causes a high-speed river of air in the upper atmosphere. This airstream can reach incredible speeds, up to 400 miles per hour. This dominates the climate of Taros. As the small amounts of water in the air condenses to form the wispy clouds common to the skies of Taros, in the hottest areas, these begin to form localized storm clouds, heavily laden with water vapor. The storm clouds rise on hot thermals. If they meet one of the air streams, the top of the cloud begins to rotate in the fast-moving winds. This spinning force radiates down through the cloud, spinning faster and faster to form a hurricane. These hurricanes can be huge and blow for days on the surface of Taros, sucking up huge amounts of sand. These become sand devils, as the locals call them. Most blow themselves out in the deep deserts, but occasionally sand devils destroy water farms or mining facilities. Taros has no native flora or fauna. Genetically engineered flora has been imported and survives in the semi-arid zones as scrub and cactus-like plants. The sea contains toxic algae, which generates most of the planet's oxygen. There is no other record of native fauna. The economy. Almost 12 million souls inhabit Taros, mostly in or around Taros City, known locally as Tarokin, and the semi-arid regions surrounding the small seas. Taros City is situated in the Astartes region, where several small land-bound seas are Taros' only surface water. The water is highly alkaline, but hydro-processing plants situated on the shores turn it into drinkable water. This process is aided by the scattered water farms, which gather moisture from the air. Water farmers sell their produce to the planetary governor via exclusive contracts. The governor and his officials control all water on Taros and therefore all life. Tarokin is the single largest urban area, with the planet's only spaceport facility. Most workers are miners, working long hours at the strip mines and quarries out in the desert. Other major industries are water processing and hydro farming. Hydroponics workers grow food in atmospheric-controlled hydroponic plants. Ore transportation is another large industry, moving ore from the desert mines to collection points in the city before transportation off-world. Short-distance transportation uses manpower, literally labourers carrying a sack each, or tractors towing trains of ore carts. Long-distance transportation uses large cargo aircraft. In M38, as part of the then planetary governor's drive to improve productivity, he imported off-world labour in the form of Ogrins from the colonies of Jopal. Several thousand of the big ab-humans were shipped en masse to Taros to work in the mines in the most inhospitable desert areas. Very strong and hardy, the Ogrins are well adapted to the physical work of loading, unloading, and hauling ore carts. On Taros, the Ogrins are still used by many mines as part of the workforce. The last census carried out by the Administratum some 400 years ago estimated a population of 10,000 Ogrin scattered across the planet. The population mostly consists of poor mine workers and labourers operating in work gangs. There is a high level of technology maintained, with many tasks automated. Ministorum Galaxia missionaries report little in the way of genetic mutation. Due to the extreme aridity of the planet, water is a major resource on Taros. Hydrofarming is an important industry, as is hydro-processing from the alkaline seas. Seawater is processed to make it fit for human consumption. All water trade is centrally controlled by the planetary governor through his official water agents. Processing plants are situated on the coast and purify the water via a three-stage process. Hydro farms are widely scattered across the Astartes region. Mineral ores for ferroalloys, lead, vanadium, rhenium, and manganese are the main principal exports of Taros from its mining facilities. Some of these ores are more rare than others, but for the Imperium's war effort, all will be essential. Taros' food supply is mostly grown undercover in large, atmospheric-controlled hydroponic plants. Many buildings have their own hydroponic plants attached, but the largest are situated around Tarokeen and in the coastal regions. This provides the population with 80% of their food supply, the other 20% being imported from surrounding worlds. Principal crops are variants of the millet and sorghum plants, members of the grass family, providing highly nutritious grain. Ground nuts, related to the soybean, are a growing source of protein and provide many varied foodstuffs. Some exotic off-world fruits are grown also. All crops have evolved to survive on a minimal water supply, which is heavily recycled by the hydroponic plants to prevent wastage. Other sources of vitamins and protein come from algae and marine microorganisms harvested from the seas and chemically processed to make an edible gruel, called kreml by the natives. This is the staple diet of the miners and workers. Other foodstuffs, meats and dairy products, as well as luxury items, must be imported and are the preserve of the top of the social order. Officials, mine owners, etc., etc. Only one major city exists, Taros City, or in the local dialect, Tarokeen. It has a population of approximately 4 million. It acts as an ore collection point, the centre of the planet's administration, distribution centre of water and food supplies, and other smaller industries. The surrounding hinterland has the highest density of hydro farms and water processing plants and mines. But there are a few other large settlements. Those that do exist are towns built around the largest strip mining and quarrying operations. The hinterland of Tarokeen and the populated area around the sea is called the Astartes, and is home to approximately 6 million of Taros' population, living on scattered hydro farms and temporary mining settlements around the mining facilities, such as Tunguska Station, Fornax, Tyndaris, Gaidamak, Sirak Station, Daukalion, and Erebus. This area has the most temperate climate on the planet, due to the proximity of the seas and the prevailing wind conditions. Hence, most people reside here. First, investigations. Planetary Governor Lord Aulis accepted that, with the Minotaurum's aid, that current productivity levels could be increased and that the new targets required to keep the Forge world operating at its increased capacity were achievable. He promised to do all in his power to meet the targets, and in all respects was the loyal and convivial host to the Imperium's officials. To begin with, he aroused no suspicion within the delegation. It was not until Auditor Prime Dree started to visit the outlying mining sites that he started to wonder about certain aspects of the mining operation on Taros. Firstly, there were many abandoned mining sites scarring the deserts, evidence of much activity. Each time he was told that the lode or ore seam had been mined out and the operation had moved on. To the mine owners, this was evidence of industrious hard work, but to an auditor it was the physical evidence that the planet's estimated reserves were being eaten into, or not as large as had been originally claimed in the M38 audit. Dree's tour continued, and each mining operation seemed to be working hard, finding new lodes and blasting them out in huge strip mining operations. The ore was being separated and shipped in large quantities to the spaceport at Tarokeen. The stockpiles at Tarokeen were now large, awaiting the arrival of empty transports to carry it away to refineries. On the surface, all was well, but Auditor Dree started to look deeper. Each mine was requested to hand over productivity statements going back for 10 or 20 years. Several mine owners could not. Their records were incomplete, but most responded, and from them, Dree began to get an overall picture of how much ore had recently been exported off Taros. Next, he looked into survey and geological reports about new lodes and the size of these finds. From this information, he gained a good idea of how much mineral wealth remained. These figures did not tally with how much the ancient audit report claimed. At the current rates of extraction, using figures collected from refineries and stages, there should have been more left than current estimates stated. There was a disparity between the different sources' figures, which concerned Dree. Had Taros been overmining? In which case, where were the stockpiles? Those in storage in Tarokeen did not cover the disparity. Or had Styges 8 got it wrong? In which case the forecast figures might also be mistaken, and the far-reaching effects of this could result in future lack of supplies. For now, the auditor kept his suspicions to himself. It took Dree several weeks to gather all the information he needed from Taros. By the end of his investigations, he had a good idea of what had been happening here. The mines had been overproducing. For years they had been stripping out ore at a greater rate than was required or needed. All this ore had been shipped to Tarokeen, and although quotas for refineries and Styges 8 itself had been met, the rest of the valuable ore had vanished. Because there was no let-up in the supply, the mistake had never been noticed. The bookkeeping trail ended here. Where had the missing ore gone? Before leaving Taros, Dree decided to confront the planetary governor about the disparity and seek an explanation, although it was likely that the governor himself had no idea about the problem. Governor Owlis did indeed claim ignorance. As far as he was concerned, quotas had been met and shipments had been made on time. He didn't concern himself with the day-to-day running of mines. That was the job of the owners. Governor Owlis's advice was to ask them. So Dree did just that, requesting that the largest mine owners each attend a hearing to explain the figures. They had no explanation. They just dug and blasted and dug some more. They found loads and stripped them out as fast as they could with the workforce available to them. Ignorance was their defense. Getting nowhere and suspecting a conspiracy of silence, Dree decided more drastic action was needed. Conspiracy on Taros. Unknown to Auditor Prime Dree, he was starting to scratch the surface of events which had been developing over the past 2 decades on Taros. The arrival of his delegation had, to the casual observer, been gracefully received. In fact, his presence had caused widespread concern throughout the ruling elite of Taros. The Tau had a long-time interest in the planet of Taros. As their empire had expanded, systems had been systematically scouted for possible colonization. Many had been identified. One such planet was Taros. It had a breathable atmosphere. And although it was a harsh desert planet, the Tau themselves are better adapted to hot climates than cold. It had some water and was capable of sustaining life. Best of all, it had abundant mineral wealth. It was noted as a good prospect for future expansion and swift colonization. But there was one major drawback. Taros was the Imperium's world, and that meant capturing it would be difficult. Since first contact with the Imperium at Devlan, when a scout ship had been destroyed, the Tau had learned that the Imperium would not easily give up worlds claimed in their Emperor's name. Any military attack would bring a swift response. Capturing Taros would involve a major war, and the Ethereals on Tau did not believe the gains outweighed the risks. For now, there were other, easier targets. Any initial plans for a quick invasion were shelved, but Taros was not forgotten. Instead of calling upon the Firecast to capture Taros, the Council first turned to the Watercast. Diplomatic moves might bring results if the Watercast played a quiet, patient game. The Imperium's worlds usually refused all contact with aliens, and the Watercast had learned that many planetary governors could not be seen to be in negotiations with aliens for fear of their own rulers finding out. However, deals and small trading could be negotiated if everything was kept secret. Merchant guildmasters and the leaders of trading cartels were rich, greedy men, and a chance to trade with the dynamic Tau Empire offered them riches they could not find anywhere else on the eastern fringe. A delegation of the most experienced and cunning Watercast diplomats was sent to Taros to seek a meeting with its rulers. This team included human representatives from other worlds already working with the Tau, armed with assurances that the Tau Empire had no ambitions to expand in this area, and that Taros was completely safe from attack. The diplomats were only to seek small trading contracts. In return for very small amounts of manganese ore, the Tau could offer water purification and recycling technology, as well as hydroponic equipment for growing food and luxury goods. These items could make a harsh life on Taros that much easier for its social elite. At first, the planetary governor balked at the water caste's approaches. He knew full well that trading with aliens was strictly forbidden, but Taros was just one planet in a million, and small amounts of ore would not be missed. Governor Aulis talked to the mine owners and merchants, and in turn they saw a chance to make extra money and wealth. The Imperium's quotas had not been changed in generations. The mining operations were working efficiently. The Administratum was content. Who would know, or care, if some extra manganese or vanadium ore was blasted out and sold to these Tau? Other human worlds had grown rich doing it. The alien delegates had brought the proof with them, and, in the long run, good relations might keep Tau expansionism at bay. Negotiations were completed some 20 years ago, and the Tau got their first foot in the door on Taros. The agreement started very small, no more than one shipment of manganese and vanadium a year. But gradually, as the planetary governor and his mine owners got away with it, the amounts being shipped increased. The tariffs set by the Administratum were still being met, but the mines were expanded to exploit new finds. Over the next 10 years, the Tau gained more and more say in the mining operations. Several Earth-caste delegations visited to offer aid and advice. The Tau paid for the ore in technology and luxury goods, such as precious stones from Tashvar and exotic fruits from Autal. The high society of Taros began to grow wealthy on the illicit trade. For almost 2 decades, the Administratum's bureaucrats remained ignorant, whilst the Tau's influence grew. The unexpected arrival of the Adeptus Militarum delegation caused much concern in the inner circle of Taros's ruling elite. Those mine owners who were profiting by dealing became very nervous. Governor Aulis urged calm. He argued that they could bluff it out, claim ignorance, lie, cover up, anything. He believed the delegation would do its duty. The increased tariffs could still be met, and nothing need ever be found out. Act too hastily and the conspiracy would be uncovered, and they would all be arrested. However, the planetary governor did not reckon on the thoroughness of Order to Prime Dree. Soon, cracks in the cover-up and the lies were being found, and suspicions aroused. As Dree dug deeper, concern grew. For the conspirators, the situation was becoming desperate. Some mine owners even advocated assassinating the entire delegation and blaming the Tau. The planetary governor forbade it. If the delegation were harmed, it would only be worse for them all in the long term. Maybe he could find some way of discrediting Auditor Dree's report. Lord Aulis continued to try and bluff it out until the delegation left. Unknown to him, events far away and beyond his control in the Danab system would reveal all. The Tau Empire. The Imperium has known about the alien race called the Tau since the 35th millennium. 5,000 years ago, an explorator vessel discovered and categorized their homeworld, Tau, located far from Terra on the eastern fringe of the galaxy. Tau was originally recorded as a dry world, but with areas of lush vegetation and a high population of terrestrial xenomorphs. The most advanced of these xenomorphs had only just developed primitive weapons and mastered fire. They were regarded as no threat to the Imperium. The world was scheduled for routine cleansing and then recolonization. Tau's fledgling inhabitants were saved when the Imperium's fleet dispatched to clear and colonize Tau was destroyed in a freak and violent warp storm, which cut off the world from further human contact. Unable to proceed, the Imperium moved on, forgetting about the new but minor alien race it had discovered for many, many years. Saved from eradication by luck or fate, the Tau developed rapidly. Over the course of just a few thousand years, the Tau evolved and developed a sophisticated culture and caste system based off dynamic expansion and a holistic philosophy of all working together towards one end. Driven by their ideal of the greater good, the Tau made huge and rapid strides in science and technology. By the 41st millennium, they had become a spacefaring race with a small but burgeoning empire. Given the Tau's ambitious desires to expand further into the cosmos, it was inevitable that they would eventually come into contact with the Imperium of Man. In their quiet backwater on the eastern fringe of the galaxy, the Tau finally encountered the Imperium again, when one of their spacecraft, probably innocently, entered the Devlan system. Disregarding or misunderstanding all warnings, the Tau vessel was attacked by Devlan's system defense ships and was unable to make an escape before being destroyed by the Imperial Navy. News of the incident caused alarm within the Imperial Navy hierarchy. Who was this alien race which had suddenly appeared in Devlan, as if out of nowhere, with advanced spacecraft? Adeptus Mechanicus Genitors, investigating DNA material taken from the destroyed ship, discovered that the genetic material was the same as that originally found on Tau 6 millennia ago. It appeared the primitive alien race that had so narrowly escaped extinction had rapidly grown up. Rogue traders and merchant captains were dispatched to the eastern fringe to investigate further, only to discover that the Tau had already expanded from their homeworld and started to colonize other worlds throughout the small but densely packed cluster of star systems around their homeworld. Several other minor races had been inducted into this small but growing empire. Worse still, several of the Imperium's worlds had also started trading with the aliens, whose negotiators had learned human languages and customs and busied themselves, making diplomatic contact with the surrounding worlds. It was a threat that could not be ignored, and the Imperium, fearful of alien contamination and the threat the new race posed to the Emperor's safe rule, prepared an attack to destroy the Tau. In 742 M41, the Damocles Gulf Crusade was launched. It failed. Several Tau colony worlds were successfully captured, but a combination of the Tau's advanced military technology, their ferocious alien allies, and an unshakable belief in the cause of the greater good, as well as the threat of Tyrannid invasion from the eastern fringe, eventually halted the Imperium's crusade after bloody fighting. The Tau Empire survived its first great threat, and in the subsequent years continued to expand. Tau society is very homogeneous and characterized by an ethos of togetherness. This is one of the race's greatest strengths. They always work together for the good of all Tau. Their society is divided into 5 castes. Each caste has its own broad area of specialization and responsibility. The water caste are generally diplomats, politicians, and administrators. The earth caste are artisans, constructors, and laborers. The air caste are pilots, messengers, and spaceship crew. The fire caste are warriors and protectors. Selective breeding within this caste system has developed members which are slightly larger and stronger than other Tau. The final and smallest caste are the Ethereals. The Ethereals are a group of counselors and advisors who seem to have a strong, almost religious hold over other Tau. They are regarded with awe and veneration by members of other castes. The Ethereals act as guides to all the other castes' leaders. Unlike many of the alien races encountered by mankind, the Tau are not naturally hostile or aggressive. The Tau's dynamic, young, and energetic society means that their rapid expansion has brought them into contact with other alien races. It is known the Tau military forces have fought and defeated several large orc attacks. They have also recently encountered the Tyrannid hive fleets, which are starting to threaten the borders of their empire. Since first contact with the Imperium, the relationship has never been good. The Imperium sees the Tau Empire as a threat, albeit not its greatest threat. And the Imperium's authorities will not stand by and let aliens take over the Emperor's worlds, or see its citizens forced to submit to alien domination. The Imperium has vowed to fight all Tau expansion. No doubt in time, the 12 High Lords of Terror would like to see this minor but irritating alien threat quashed altogether. A xenocidal crusade to exterminate the Tau would be welcomed. Indeed, The ecclesiarchy of the Adeptus Ministorum has already drafted several sermons on this very subject. Currently, such a crusade is just not possible. The Tau Empire, although small by the Imperium standards, still consists of some 100 worlds. The forces needed to conquer them all would be immense. The Tau military have already proven themselves a match for the Imperial Guard, and there are too many other more urgent wars, not least the threat of the Tyrannid High Fleets, which are a huge drain on the Imperium's manpower. Lately, there is also the threat of Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade. In response, the Tau are quite willing to match fire with fire. When diplomatic means fail, they are becoming well-versed and more confident in the use of military power to obtain their own ends. Raiding, bushfire wars, invasions and counter-invasions are becoming increasingly common currency along the borders of Tau space. The Tau are a roughly humanoid bipedal alien race. They are generally smaller in stature than humans, shorter and with less body weight and muscle mass. Their skin has a greyish-green or blue colouring. They have 2 eyes and a mouth, but no obvious olfactory or auditory organs. Each hand has 3 digits and a single opposable thumb. A major difference between humans is the bone structure of their lower legs, ankle and foot. Tau have a far shorter tibia and fibia bones, but their feet have elongated talos and cuneiform bones and 2 large central weight-bearing toes. The Tau have evolved to stand and move without the use of their heels. Tau fire warrior soldiers seem to possess many qualities broadly similar to human norms, such as endurance levels and pain tolerances. The Dinab Incident. Meanwhile, unrelated to any events around the Eye of Terror or Taros, the Imperial Navy's patrol group Ravenor was conducting a routine anti-pirate sweep through the Dinab system, an area of wilderness space on the edge of the Damocles Gulf. The 5-ship patrol were operating under standing orders to attack and seize suspected pirate vessels or conduct harrying raids against Tau targets of opportunity, was under the command of Captain Darelian of the dauntless light cruiser Lord Ravenor. The patrol had been out for several months with little success, and Captain Darelian was preparing to return to base and report that pirate activity in the area was minimal when the Sword-class frigate VCS-6 of Cadian Squadron, positioned well ahead of the main line, reported sensor contact with 3 unidentified transport vessels. Suspecting these may be the pirate ships he was hunting, Captain Darelian began a cautious pursuit. Patrol Group Ravenor carefully stalked the 3 vessels through the Dinab asteroid belt, maintaining a distance that would not reveal their presence, and making maximum use of the asteroid belt's cover. For 3 days, they maintained the standoff pursuit, hoping the 3 vessels would lead them to a pirate base or a rendezvous point, and a far greater prize. It seemed Captain Darelian was correct. The convoy was making for a small deep space facility on the edge of the Daneb belt. As the ships approached, it was revealed to be no pirate base. Instead, scanner readings from his leading ship revealed the presence of a Tau way station. Captain Darelian had experience operating around the Damocles Gulf and had encountered such facilities before, scattered in remote locations. Why would 3 transport freighters be rendezvousing with an alien way station, positioning a single escort vessel to maintain the surveillance? The captain withdrew and reported the curious events to Fleet Command. Whilst the Lord Ravenor was away, the frigate VCS-6 observed the 3 transports dock at the way station, and a single Tau vessel of the Emissary class left shortly afterwards. Hidden within the asteroid belt, VCS-6 watched and waited. Meanwhile, Captain Darelian's astropathic message reached Imperial High Command, who were equally in the dark about these events. Inquiries about these 3 ships revealed nothing. Whoever these ships belonged to, they were obviously consorting with aliens. New orders were issued to Patrol Group Ravenor. Destroy the Tau way station and capture the transports. Prisoners were to be taken for further interrogation. The Lord Ravenor returned to rendezvous with VCS-6 and prepared to attack. The crews were roused to battle stations, and the escort captains briefed. The group would slowly approach the station through the asteroid belt and then attack at all ahead full, giving the rogue transports the minimum of time to effect an escape. The Lord Ravenor would engage the way station, whilst the escorts prevented any escape or pursued any transports that tried to flee. After crippling the way station, the Lord Ravenor would then grapple alongside a transport and board her to take her as a prize and capture the crew. Captain Derillian issued his final order. On my command, go straight at them. All ahead full, no mercy. May the Emperor rot their treacherous hearts. With that order, the great plasma reactors of the 5 Imperial Navy ships roared into life, accelerating them out of the asteroid belt, in line astern, and directly at the way station. With surprise on their side, the patrol group raced past the way station, unleashing a full broadside at short range. Lance batteries and macro cannons roared into the void, impacting upon the way station with shuddering explosions. The station attempted to return fire as best she could, with little effect. One transport was immediately hit and crippled as it lay at berth. The others, as predicted, attempted to disengage and flee. Cadian's squadron was immediately in rapid pursuit. It seemed his surprise attack had worked. Except, Captain Derillian was about to get a surprise himself. His bridge survey controllers urgently reported more Tau vessels approaching. A second convoy of transports and an escort of light warships, identified as of the Castilian class, had appeared on scanner screens. The Tau were closing fast, suddenly, from a one-sided ambush. Patrol Group Ravenor had a real fight on its hands. Reacting to the new situation, the captain recalled his escorts from their pursuit and set a new course to intercept the approaching Tau vessels. Helm, lay us alongside at spitting distance. We'll match shot with these dogs, and I'll wager we outmatch them. The gruff old captain ordered a new attack, calculating that he had enough firepower to see the Tau convoy off or destroy it entirely. With her 4 escorts closing in behind her, the Lord Ravenor ploughed in amongst the alien convoy, broadsides blazing from both starboard and port batteries. In return, the Tau vessels peppered her back, shields flaring and decks quaking under the impacts of railguns and ion cannons. It was bitter and hard fought at close range, with both sides inflicting heavy damage during the engagement. The sword-class frigate VS-6 and 7 were both crippled, and the Lord Ravenor was limping with engine damage and fires on several decks. But the Tau convoy was scattered, leaving one drifting transport as a wreck, and both Castellans, the targets of the Lord Ravenor's heaviest guns, as burning hulks. To the cheers of her gun crews, Patrol Group Ravenor had the best of it, and decisively won the skirmish. In the process, 2 of the rogue transports had escaped. Captain Derillian gathered his battered but victorious officers and issued new orders for post-battle operations. Boarding parties were to be ready to board the way station and crippled transport. All prisoners were to be brought directly to him. A second party was to board the Tau transport and seize her cargo. Meanwhile, VS-8 and 9 were to rescue surviving crew from the patrol group's 2 crippled escorts. After completion of operations, they would make course out of the Danab system and home, battle-scarred but victorious. Aboard the Tau transport, the boarding party found only empty holds. The way station had been badly damaged, and a final bombardment before departing would destroy it beyond salvage. Crewmen from the crippled rogue transport were captured after a brief skirmish with survivors. It seemed they had no knowledge of the ship's cargo, but the ship's log recorded that their last port of call had been Taros. The crewmen claimed not to know why they were here, or why their cargo was being unloaded by the Tau. They were just following orders. But orders from whom? The prisoners would be turned over to inquisitorial interrogators once the Lord Ravenor returned to port, and then lying tongues would loosen. On his return, Captain Derillian was awarded the Order of the Knights of Damocles and promoted to captain the cruiser Hammer of Thrace for his part in winning the engagement. He filed a full report about the Danab incident, but the truth behind the events remained a mystery to the Imperial Navy. The truth remained a mystery only until the Danab incident report was discovered by Auditor Prime Dree during his research into the missing minerals on Taros. For Dree, Patrol Group Ravenor's discovery was evidence of treachery. Dree's suspicions were confirmed. The free transports had been carrying a cargo of manganese, vanadium, and rhenium ore, loaded at Taros and originally destined for refineries, which in turn supplied Stages 8. But the convoy had been diverted and then ordered to unload some of their cargo at the Tau way station, from where it would be transferred to Tau vessels and transported back into the Tau Empire for their own use. This would not have been the first time valuable resources had been given, or more likely sold, to the aliens. The patrol group's luck in stumbling across the convoy and way station had given the Departamento Munitorum official the damning evidence he needed. There was a conspiracy on Taros, a secret deal with the Tau Empire to siphon off mineral resources which belonged to the Imperium. Dree was sure that the planetary governor must be at the heart of the conspiracy. Lord Aulis might be all industrious loyalty on the outside, but within beat the black heart of a traitor to the Imperium. The planetary governor had broken the sacred Pax Imperialis, and swift retribution would be his reward. Swift retribution. Auditor Prime Dree presented his report to the office of the Master of the Adeptus Munitorum on Terra for consideration of action to be taken. Dree had completed the investigation, but it was now out of his hands. He had no power to decide what to do about Taros, only to present his findings. Only an Inquisitor would have the sweeping powers to intervene, and Dree was a mere bureaucrat. The office of the Master of the Adeptus Munitorum on Terra is in itself vast, overseeing much of the work of the Departamento's many sub-departments. It would take several months for the bureaucracy to process Dree's report, and for anybody with real authority to eventually see it. His report was just one amongst thousands. Dree returned to his day-to-day functions. The wheels of the Administratum's bureaucracy do not turn fast. But slowly, events on Taros came to the attention of the Master of the Adeptus Munitorum's office. A report claiming serious breaches of the Pax Imperialis and conspiring with aliens was to be taken seriously. Dree was summoned to a hearing to explain his findings, which he did. Things on Taros were rotten, Dree said, and the planetary governor was at the heart of the conspiracy. Action needed to be taken. Swift action to end the problem. Amongst the upper ranks of the Adeptus Terra, it was decided that the planetary governor should be removed and replaced with a more trustworthy candidate. The Administratum started to consider its options. The first and most obvious option was to contact the Officio Assassinorum and secretly dispatch one of the Imperium's most lethal weapons to Taros. Maybe a servant of the Vindicare Temple, to execute the governor for his crime with a single well-placed sniper shot to the head. Or a servant of the Calidus Temple could infiltrate his organization and get close enough for a silent knife in the dark. But the simple death of the planetary governor would not solve the problem. Taros was close to the Tau Empire, an obvious prospect for Tau expansionist ambitions. The Imperium needed to send the aliens a strong message that Tau interference on Taros would not be tolerated. The problem was not just the planetary governor, it was also the Tau. Simply assassinating Lord Aulis would not deter their ambitions. The Officio Assassinorum was ruled out in favour of a bolder, larger plan, a coup d'etat. A strike force would target the planetary governor and his supporters. Using maximum force, they would demonstrate to Tau observers the Emperor's will to hold on to Taros. Once the operation was complete, the strike force would become a temporary garrison to deter any Tau counterattacks. There was one force capable of such a mission at short notice, the Adeptus Astartes. The Space Marines would be the Emperor's instrument of divine justice on Taros. During the Damocles Gulf campaign, the Tau had learned to fear mankind's finest warriors, and a strike force on the ground would send an unmistakable message. The Imperium will do everything it can to hold Taros. If the Tau wanted the planet, they must first face the Space Marines. A Space Marine chapter was quickly identified for the coup d'etat mission, and a high-level delegation with the relevant intelligence information was immediately dispatched to the chapter monastery of the Avenging Sons, along with a well-worded request signed by the Master of the Administratum's office, asking the chapter master for his assistance. Official records would later name the operation the First Taros Intervention. The first Taros intervention. The Avenging Sons responded swiftly to the Administratum's request for punitive action to be taken against Taros. After receiving the Administratum's delegation, the chapter master summoned his company commanders and explained the mission.
Now hear these words. News has come to us that the governor of the Taros system has forsworn the sacred oaths of the Pax Imperialis. He has colluded with aliens and put the safe and good rule of our emperor in jeopardy. For these crimes, it is judged that his punishment shall be death. The Avenging Sons have been chosen to be the instruments of that sentence. We are honored to accept. It shall fall to 2nd Company and Captain Armoros to do the chapter's duty. Prepare your brethren, brother captain, but know you are not alone in this mission. The Master of Forge shall ready the machine spirits of the armory to assist you. The brothers of the 1st and 10th shall also aid you. The Master of the Fleet shall ready the strike cruiser Proxima Justus, and by sundown on the 2nd day you shall be embarked. May the tides of the warp see you safely to Taros, and may the Emperor watch over your souls in the coming battle. You are to unleash his divine wrath upon this miscreant. Quash all resistance, leave none that stands against us living. Send out a message from Taros for all to hear. The Emperor stands here, and shall not be moved. Let us all say the 2nd prayer of vengeance together, before our brethren depart.
2nd Company readied themselves for battle. Bolt guns and power armor were anointed and blessed by the company chaplain, whilst brothers Hakiel and Kame were awoken from their slumbers. Their dreadnought systems were checked and declared fully functional by Tech Marines. For 24 hours, the chapter monastery was a bustle of activity, as the 2nd Company, assisted by a squad of the veteran 1st Company and scouts of the 10th, mustered its full strength. Captain Armoros and his men embarked onto the chapter strike cruiser Proxima Justus, and, accompanied by a single escort vessel, made best speed out of the system before engaging warp engines. There would be time enough on the month-long journey for briefing and training. The Taros Intervention Force was on its way to battle. Whilst bound for the Taros system, Captain Armoros began planning his attack and briefing his fellow officers and squad sergeants. The mission objective was straightforward: locate and eliminate Planetary Governor Aulis. In the process, the operation should be a strong show of force. The attack should be swift, ruthless, and brutal. All opposition was to be destroyed. It was the kind of mission Space Marine strike forces excel at. Armed with all the intelligence the Administratum and Auditor Prime Dree could provide, the captain planned the assault in detail. First, he would need to locate the planetary governor. The first and most obvious target should be the governor's palace, his residence. Armoros had detailed layouts of the large building to plan the assault. If the governor escaped or was not present, then the attack would move into a second phase, a search and destroy operation. This would involve moving the heavier equipment and vessels onto the ground and beginning a sweep through the city. Other likely hiding places were earmarked for immediate follow-up raids. During the second phase of the operation, Armoros would also need the aid of the Proxima Justus in low orbit, utilizing its powerful surveillance and sensor equipment, and should resistance require it, the strike cruiser's weapons for orbital bombardment. As a show of force, the willingness to flatten Tarrakeen would send a strong message, as well as help subdue the local population. If the population began to feel that they were all suffering for their governor's crimes, then they might turn against him and inform on his hiding place. It was a brutal tactic, but Captain Armoros was a space marine, with a lifetime of indoctrination and hypo-suggestion that meant he cared not one bit. His duty to the Emperor was all that mattered. To his mind, there were no innocents on Taros anymore. Rather than a single building, the governor's palace was a complex of government buildings, but Aulis's private residence would be the first target. For speed and surprise, Armoros planned a drop-pod assault. All of 2nd Company's manpower, aided by the teleporting Terminator veterans of 1st Company, would play their part. First, 4 of the 6 tactical squads were assigned to their roles. Using darkness for cover, they would establish a blocking position. Landing close to their target's location, they would move to form a roadblock, holding the key locations to prevent reinforcements from reaching the governor's palace quickly. This part of the mission would be under the sub-command of veteran Sergeant Ionim of 1st Squad. He would be responsible for holding these locations, moving men between them as he saw fit to reinforce if one position came under heavy enemy attack. Armoros Briefing Sergeant Ianham felt this was unlikely, as the entire mission was planned as a swift strike. The captain did not intend to be waiting around long enough for the enemy to react and gather a large force. Isolated by the 4 blocking squads, the battle company's 2 assault squads, supported by the 2 remaining tactical squads, would land within the palace complex itself. Directly on the heels of the Deathwind drop pod, which would be the first to impact, before unloading its lethal cargo of missiles indiscriminately. The assault units would overcome any resistance at the palatial residence, before sweeping through it to locate Lord Aulis. Captain Armaros himself would lead the assault, along with Chaplain Barakil. First Company Terminators would be the ultimate instrument of justice. Once his force had located the governor within the palace, Captain Armaros would use his teleport Homer to summon the waiting Terminators. Arriving via teleporter, the Terminators would appear at the location and use their massive close-range firepower to eliminate the target. Immediately upon success, the code word Justice would be given, and the operation could move into the evacuation phase. Should the code word not be received after 1 hour, or the override code Malevolent be issued, this would mean that the target was not present or had escaped. Malevolent would mean everybody moving to Phase 2. Search and destroy. During the first phase attack, there would be a small reserve force consisting of both Devastator squads, the 2 Dreadnoughts and the Scout squad. Their primary mission would be to cover the company's withdrawal, and then form the backbone of a secure perimeter about the governor's palace, whilst an evacuation was conducted by Thunderhawk gunship. This force would also be relied upon to counter any stronger-than-expected enemy resistance. At Captain Armaros's call, they would move to intercept and engage. With their heavy weapons fire, they should be able to inflict serious damage rapidly, buying the company enough time for the other squads to complete the mission and either withdraw or move to Phase 2. Captain Armaros's plan had 3 things to its advantage. Even though he would be attacking into the heart of enemy territory with only 120 battle brothers, no heavy support or armoured vehicles, and no preparatory bombardment to soften up the target. Firstly, and most importantly, was surprise. The enemy may have been expecting an attack, but they did not know when, where, or how. Secondly, the defenders were only local planetary defense forces, low-quality troops with little discipline, and, by Space Marine standards, poorly equipped. Their morale would also be poor, and Armaros expected that after a sudden swift blow, organised resistance would crumble. Thirdly, overwhelming concentration of forces. The Avenging Sons strike force would be close together and fighting as one unit. The enemy would need to call in reinforcements from other defensive positions. If these could be delayed, that would give him time to complete the job. Success would require courage, precision, and speed, but the Space Marines had all 3. Battle for the Governor's Palace. The Avenging Sons strike cruiser Proxima Justus disengaged its warp drives and plunged back into real space just beyond the Taros system. It immediately came to battle stations and made best course for Taros 2. Most Imperial planets have some form of systems defense, and Taros was no different. It could call upon its network of surface-to-orbit missiles and a single squadron of 3 system defense monitors. It was a force incapable of matching a heavily armed and armoured Space Marine strike cruiser, and although the monitors were given orders to engage the approaching Space Marines, all 3 ship crews refused the order and mutinied rather than face almost certain destruction. The Space Marines' reputation travelled before them. Proxima Justus's approach to Taros was unimpeded. Once in orbit, the only threat to Proxima Justus would be the missile silos. These would take some time to target, prepare, and launch. Upon arrival in orbit, the Avenging Sons would already be ready to launch drop pods. After launching the planetfall, the strike cruiser and her escort would withdraw to stand off Taros at a safer distance whilst the ground assault was completed. It would only move in again when required. The Proxima Justus swept into position in low orbit, and Captain Armaros gave the order to launch the first drop pod wave before boarding his own drop pod to lead the second wave, which followed close behind the first. Obviously. The launch operation went like clockwork, one after another. The drop pods sped away from the strike cruiser and burned through the atmosphere and plunged down, retro thrusters reorientating each pod towards its pre-programmed landing coordinates. The first pod to land was the Death Wind, aimed directly at the governor's residence and loaded with a lethal cargo of missiles to sweep the area with indiscriminate fire. As it opened fire, the 4 blocking tactical squads would be landing and disembarking to take up their defensive positions. From the inner courtyard in front of Governor Aulus's residence, the sky above was streaked with fiery comet trails as the drop pods burnt through the atmosphere. The distant roar of engines and rushing wind grew louder. Then came the sudden hissing roar as retro jets went into full burn to slow the final descent of the rapidly approaching drop pods. Next came a ground-shaking impact, which shattered nearby windows and created a rising plume of thick dust. Through the dust, the distinctive shape of the drop pod, sitting upright in the courtyard, could just be made out. A brief moment's silence and stillness followed before the electronic servo whine of the locking bolts disengaging and the ramps starting to fall. Stunned onlookers watched as the dust cleared to reveal the Death Wind drop pod's lethal contents. The courtyard became an inferno as rapid-firing missiles sprayed out in all directions. A cacophony of explosions shook the palace, one after another, pulverizing masonry and sending onlookers fleeing for cover. The bombardment was brief but intense, turning the courtyard into a smoking hell of shrapnel and flames. This was only the beginning. Amidst the sudden missile attack, the fiery contrails of the second wave of drop pods had not been noticed by anyone. Having discharged its missiles, the Death Wind pod fell silent, but the roar of retro engines again filled the sky. With a crashing, jarring impact, the drop pods landed one after another, split open like petals of a deadly flower to disgorge squads of power-armored giants, moving with purpose through the dust, smoke, and flames. The battle for the governor's palace had begun in earnest. The initial attack stunned the defenders. The residence building was guarded by a single squad on sentry duty, and they had borne the brunt of the firepower. Several of those caught in the open had been killed, their bodies tossed through the air like ragged dolls to lie broken upon the courtyard's now rubble-strewn floor. The palace garrison was already responding to attack, gathering weapons and running from their barracks building to meet the attackers head-on. Captain Armoros issued commands over his helmet comlink and moved towards the target building. Ahead of him, the assault squads were running, bolt pistols drawn, chainswords and frag grenades held ready to assault the building entrance. The distinctive bark and thunderclap explosion of bolt gun shells could already be heard. The sentry squad survivors attempted to return fire, lasguns flashing with little effect. Those guards that stood their ground to defend the entrance to the palace residence died screaming as the Avenging Sons assault squads mercilessly tore through them, leaving their victims as little more than bloody offal. Melter charges destroyed the armored doors, and through the explosion leapt the assault squads. After viewing the scenes outside, nobody inside had the mettle to stand and fight. All fled rather than face the notorious Angels of Death. Captain Armoros and his squad swept through the governor's residence, room by room, throwing fragmentation grenades and clearing rooms with bursts of bolt pistol fire. The training doctrines were second nature. Any who did not escape fast enough were cut down. Eventually, the lead squad crashed into an inner council chamber where a group of officials and guards had sought sanctuary. The guards opened fire, more in desperation and self-defense than in any hope of victory. This was it. Governor Aulus must be amongst them. The rest of the building had been cleared. From outside the chamber doorway, as lasgun fire flashed by, Armoros activated his teleport homer. The signal was received on board the Proxima Justus. In the onboard teleport chamber, 5 heavily armored Terminators awaited the summons. Each was armed with a Storm Bolter and Power Fist, except for one man carrying the assault cannon and veteran Sergeant Forrest with the squad chain fist, a power weapon capable of cutting through just about any material. The titanic energies of the teleporter made the room throb with power. Lightning flashed and arced across the room as the tech priest made the final adjustments and issued fervent prayers to the spirit of the ancient machine. The prayers did not fail. In a blinding flash of white light, the Terminator squad vanished, briefly being cast across the war before reappearing amidst the crackling lightning in the council chamber far below. The firefight was over in a fraction of a second. The assault cannon whirred into life, racking the room with a storm of shells that tore up the desks and walls. Stormbolter fire joined the slaughter, blazing their own explosive rounds into the officials and guards. As the smoke cleared, none were left standing. The planetary governor was dead. Captain Armorus ordered Apothecary Actium to cross-check DNA samples from the party with the Order Famulus records of the House Aulus genetic codes. It was information the Administratum had provided at the beginning of the mission. The test would confirm the mission was complete. Meanwhile, the assault squads and Terminators deployed into holding positions and began to engage the barracks troops, who were arriving too late to save their commander. Apothecary Actium set about his task, using his Nethicarium and checking the ragged, bloody bodies one by one. All failed the genetic matching test. Actium informed his captain that Planetary Governor Aulus was not amongst the dead. He must have escaped, or by some ill fortune never been here at all. Captain Armorus cursed and issued the code word Malevolent over the comnet. Mission objective failed. Prepare to go to Phase 2. Meanwhile, beyond the palace walls, the 4 blocking positions had been formed. Veteran Sergeant Enim had the squads under his command well organised. Upon landing, resistance had been 0, but it did not remain so for long. After a quiet couple of minutes, the sound of jet engines could be heard approaching. Overhead, the dark, swept-wing outline of a Tau Manta swooping over the city like a great shadow skimming low over the rooftops. The Battle Brothers, at each position, brace their bolt guns tight and tuck aim up the street. They did not have long to wait. Tau Manta Super Heavy Dropship. The Manta is the Tau's super heavy dropship. It is so large that it is actually a small spacecraft. The Manta is the Tau's closest equivalent of the Imperium's Titans or Orc Gargants, and carries comparable firepower. It is well armed and armoured for use in frontline combat, where it is expected to deploy and fight as an attack craft. A Manta carries a fearsome amount of firepower. Its main weapons are twin heavy railguns. These guns fire a fin-stabilised round for extra lift, and therefore extra range, whilst in an atmosphere. Their heavy railgun's submunition shell is equipped with a drone processor, which is programmed to direct the shell to its target. This is mostly used during spaceship combat to find weak points in the armour of enemy ships, submunitions lacking the penetrating power of the standard round, but is also useful in ground combat. As backup to the main weapons, the Manta mounts twin ion cannon batteries in its wings. These provide short-range saturation fire when in the thick of battle. The rest of the Manta's arsenal consists of prow-mounted launch pods for up to 10 Seeker missiles. These can be controlled by the crew or by other Mark-Light operators on the ground. The Manta's last weapons are its 16 drone-controlled burst cannon turrets. These are positioned all around the Manta's hull for close defence, whilst landing and as anti-aircraft weapons when in flight. The turrets are positioned so that all angles of approach are covered by multiple burst cannons. The Manta is the Tau's smallest interstellar-capable spacecraft. It has limited ether drive capacity, but because of its size, a Manta can only make very short hops, restricting its use. For longer trips, it must be transported inside the far larger carriers. As a spacecraft, Mantas are entirely crewed by members of the air caste. As well as its firepower, the Manta has a large transport capacity. The ship's main body is split into 2 transport decks. The upper deck holds troops or battlesuits, whilst the cavernous lower deck can hold up to 4 fully loaded devilfish or hammerheads. The entire lower transport deck has an elevator, which is lowered to allow access. It can also be fitted to carry extra troops, battlesuits or crute, or just about any vehicle or equipment operated by the Firecast. As well as its own cockpit, each Manta also contains a sophisticated command breach, From here, a Tau commander can oversee battlefield operations. This allows a Manta to act as a forward command post, fire control, and communications hub. On Taros, Mantas were widely used to transport the hunter cadres and their heavy equipment into the deserts, positioning the troops for counterattacks and quickly extracting them afterwards. Their fleet of Mantas gave the Tau forces superior strategic mobility of the ground-based Imperial Guard. This allowed the outnumbered Tau hunter cadres to match the Imperial Guard in equal force for local counterattacks and battles. Captain Arminus had expected some attempt to break through to the governor's palace by exterior forces, but not so swiftly, and he had not expected to encounter well-equipped Tau forces. The first the Avenging Sons knew of any Tau forces on Taros was the arrival of the Manta over the night-darkened city. Soon, hammerhead gunships, followed by crisis battlesuits and devilfish-mounted fire warriors, would be closing in on blocking position 3. An entire hunter cadre was bearing down on the Space Marines, moving at speed to reinforce the governor's palace. At blocking position 3, the streets were suddenly crisscrossed by bulk gun and pulse rifle fire. The smoky contrail of the squad's missile launcher screamed up the street, impacting upon the front of the hammerhead in a bright explosion which buckled and scorched the armor, but did not stop the approaching grav tank. It opened fire in return, punching through the buildings with its long railgun, sending masonry crashing to the street. The opening skirmish was a one-sided affair, but the Avenging Sons stood their ground and hammered out round after round, refusing to fall back. Sergeant Enim ordered the squad at position 2, the next closest to position 3, to move and reinforce their battle brothers. The tactical squad moved out, pounding down the streets towards the sound of fighting now echoing off the buildings of Tarokeen. At position 3, the situation was deteriorating rapidly. With heavy support and weight of numbers on their side, the Tau had advanced down the street. Fire warriors dodged from doorway to doorway under the covering fire of battlesuits and hammerheads. It was fierce and intense, but the remaining Avenging Sons knew they must hold. The longer they fought, the more time they brought their captain to complete his mission. Already, several brothers had been killed by heavy weapons fire. Others were badly wounded, but fighting on regardless. Sergeant Andorra of 3rd Tactical Squad was amongst the dead, his broken body lying half-buried under fallen masonry after a railgun round impacted next to him. The arrival of Tactical Squad 2 did little to help the situation. The Tau hunter cadre was too strong. Their firepower swept the roads clear, forcing the Space Marines into the cover of the buildings. The crisis battlesuits led the final assault, leaping down the street on jetpacks to rake the buildings with flamer and fusion cannon fire. Unable to win a one-sided contest, the survivors of Squad 2 and 3 were ordered to disengage and fall back to the governor's palace. The remaining tactical squads, at position 1 and 4, were also recalled to the palace as Captain Amaros regrouped his full strength. 10 out of the 20 battle brothers involved in the fighting at position 3 had been killed in the firefight. 6 more were wounded. These were heavy losses for Enim's force. The Tau had broken through the cordon and, leaving a few units to secure the area, moved on towards their objective, the governor's palace. Defense of the governor's palace. Day 1. Pre-warned of the approaching Tau hunter cadre by reports of the firefight at blocking position 3, Captain Amaros set about reorganizing his forces for a defense. Governor Aulis had not been found, and time was running out. The presence of strong Tau forces on Taros had been unexpected and unplanned for. Their swift counterattack had seized the initiative off the Space Marines and put them on the defensive. The Avenging Sons were now reacting to Tau moves. Captain Amaros' immediate task was clear: repel and counterattack with the forces he had at his disposal. Phase 2 of his mission and his hunt for the planetary governor would now have to wait. The Tau's next attack was again presaged by the roar of jet engines. Barracudas raced low over Tarokeen to launch rockets into the governor's palace. Already battle-scarred from the Space Marine attack, the once elegant buildings were rapidly becoming ragged ruins. Masonry and support beams collapsed under the repeated impacts. Fires were burning out of control and spreading rapidly, smoke billowing high into the sky. Through the wreckage stalked the armored bulk of the Space Marines, finding positions from which to repel the coming attack. The Tau Barracuda. The Barracuda air superiority fighter is the Tau's most common atmospheric aircraft. Faster than the Imperial Navy's Marauder bomber, but lacking the flat-out top speed of the Thunderbolt or Lightning fighter, it makes up for this due to its sophisticated electronic systems and the pilot's natural talents. In a dogfight, Thunderbolts and Barracuda are very closely matched, with the Thunderbolt having the edge in speed and the Barracuda having the maneuverability. The Imperium's pilots often have a hard edge of combat experience that the Tau Firecast find hard to match. All Tau pilots come from the Aircast. Aircast members live almost exclusively off-world in orbital stations and habitats. Over time, their long-term exposure to lower gravity has affected their physiognomy. This means that even when operating in a gravity well, the Aircast have developed superior three-dimensional awareness and marginally better acceleration and gravitational tolerances than their human opponents. Physically, this makes a Tau pilot naturally better suited to the rigors of air-to-air combat than a human one, able to make tighter turns and hold them longer, and push the gravity envelope further. Utilizing these advantages, the Barracuda excels in air-to-air combat, but this is only part of its role. Ground attack is the second part, flying in direct support of hunter cadres. A Barracuda is armed with a nose-mounted pilot-aimed ion cannon. This is the aircraft's primary weapon for use in dogfights, backed up by two drone-controlled burst cannons in the wings. For ground attacks, it is primarily armed with wing-mounted missile pods. When used in a ground attack role, a Barracuda can carry additional armament of up to 4 Seeker missiles. These are not controlled by the pilot, but by a Markalite operator on the ground. All Barracudas are equipped with escape pods. In the event that the aircraft sustains serious damage, the pilot can eject. The entire cockpit capsule disconnects and has limited gravitic mobility to return the pilot safely to Earth. Once on the ground, the pilot must make his own escape. Different aircast SEPs have been identified operating slightly different versions of the Barracuda. Some are equipped with night fighting filters, whilst others utilize disruption pods and decoy launchers for additional protection. On Taros, the Tau coalition included a large aircast contingent, which formed an integral part of their strategy. Winning the air war was vital to the Tau's plans, and Barracudas and Thunderbolts fought daily for control of the skies. Flying from well-concealed desert air bases on the Erekunda Isthmus, the Barracudas eventually won the battle. As well as engaging in dogfights, the Barracudas also targeted the Imperial Guard supply columns, operating in unison with infiltrating Pathfinder teams to destroy Trojans and the supplies vital to keeping the Imperial Guard fighting. They played a major role in this part of the Tau's strategy. Captain Armorus had few illusions. This would be a stern test of his men. He was now heavily outgunned by the Tau. When it hit, the attack would be powerful and concentrated. It would be deadly close-quarter combat, building to building, room to room, but this would be to his battle brother's advantage. Any Space Marine was easily a match for the aliens at close quarters. The ground fighting followed close behind the Tau's airstrike. Tau ground forces were infiltrating through the buildings, and rail rifle-armed marksmen had moved into position at high points overlooking the palace courtyards. Firefights started to break out as perimeter squads were engaged by pulse rifle fire. Along the surrounding streets came devilfish transports, disembarking fire warrior units, who attempted to root out the Space Marines with photon grenades and burst cannon fire. It seemed each squad was fighting its own small but deadly battle. As the Tau attempted to press forwards, the Space Marines stood firm and threw them back, inflicting heavy losses in the close-quarter combat. The Terminators and assault squads were busiest. Stalking from room to room through the now empty and burning barracks building, they repeatedly charged the enemy, chainswords whirring and storm bolters barking. Against such fierce counterattacks, the Tau gained no headway, and eventually retreated, leaving their dead and dying scattered through the buildings. As night fell, Amaros and his men were still holding their positions, but casualties were mounting, and the supply situation was becoming a problem. Amaros took stock. Ammunition, especially frag and crack grenades, was running low, but he had some 81 men still battle-worthy, including all the Terminators and both Dreadnoughts. The Tau must also be feeling the strain of battle. The Hunter cadre had been mauled by the Space Marines' stoic defense. After a day of fighting, there was finally a pause. For the first time since the drop pods had landed, Tarrakeen did not reverberate to the sound of gunfire and explosions. It was as if both sides were taking a deep breath before resuming. The second night did not pass without combat. The Tau sent out small teams to infiltrate into good firing positions, using the darkness as cover, but the Space Marines had their own roving patrols, moving through the rubble in pairs or threes. In the darkness, short firefights would suddenly erupt when two patrols clashed, only for the Tau to quickly withdraw. It was now that the Space Marines began to show their true worth. For a second night, they did not need to sleep like Imperial Guardsmen. Their power armor continued to supply them with nutrition and liquid they needed to keep fighting at peak efficiency. Their endurance and superior powers of recovery meant that after a day and a night they were still as ready for the fight as the moment they landed. Many bore wounds that would have killed mere men, but still fought on regardless. Day 2. The second day dawned with the red haze of fires illuminating the smoke-blackened sky over Tarrakeen. Except for the sporadic patrol clashes, the night had been quiet. Dawn would see that change. Their infantry-led attack had been repulsed yesterday. The Tau now moved their heavy weapons into position to lead the second attack. With jet engines whirring, the Tau hammerheads, devilfish, and battlesuits slowly moved through the streets, drone-controlled burst cannons covering the buildings as they maneuvered into position to bombard the governor's palace. It seemed that if the Tau could not drive the Space Marines out, they would pound them with destructive fire. For the Avenging Sons, the battle for the governor's palace was now a bitter struggle for survival. But their mission was not complete, so Captain Amaros was determined to fight on. To do so, he needed assistance and called on the Proxima Justus. Aboard the strike cruiser, the hangar decks were full with Thunderhawk gunships and transporters loaded with armoured fighting vehicles, all waiting for the order to launch. But with only a small secure perimeter to land in, sending the transporters was judged to be too risky. The Thunderhawks, armed for a ground attack mission, would be of great assistance, but with Tau Barracudas already over the combat zone, they risked a dogfight. For now, the Thunderhawks must be kept safely in reserve, in case an evacuation mission was required. Only if Amaros' situation became critical would the Thunderhawks be called upon. The first day of the battle had been fierce. Day 2 would see the intensity increase again. The Tau had used the nighttime lull to reinforce their mauled Hunter cadre. Now they would throw everything they had at the Space Marines to destroy them. At first light, the Barracudas were ready for new strikes on the governor's palace. Then, the ground assault would resume. Attacks would commence from all directions, but the main weight of today's attack would be aimed at the gate. Crush resistance here, and the Space Marine force could be broken into small pockets to be mopped up later, but the battle would be won. As with Day 1, the Tau attack was presaged by a flight of Barracudas whose missiles and burst cannons strafed the Space Marines' position amongst the rubble. Lacking any form of anti-aircraft defense, the Space Marines could do little against the Barracudas, except stay low in their cover and wait for the attack to end. After several low passes, the Barracudas departed to rearm, and the Tau ground bombardment began. With their distinctive whip-crack sound, railgun rounds slammed into the buildings. Burst cannon pulses ricocheted off walls and rubble. A phalanx of heavy fire hammered the palace, round after round, relentless and merciless. The Tau were blasting the Space Marines out from a distance. Building after building was targeted. Roofs collapsed. Walls cracked. Rounds punched through masonry to explode within. The noise was deafening as the buildings of the governor's palace were systematically destroyed. A cloaking cloud of dust rose to blanket the battleground. Opposite the main gate, 2 hammerheads slowly maneuvered through the streets, constantly firing on the move. The impact of round after round eventually caused the gatehouse to collapse. The Devastator squad within returned fire with their missile launchers and las cannons, but the weight of fire kept them pinned down. It was punishment not even the mighty Space Marines could withstand for long. It seemed the tower were attempting to match their enemy's brutality. The bombardment lasted all morning, and well into the afternoon. Captain Armorus had little to respond with, except his own man-portable heavy weapons. It was an uneven match. With no other option open to him, the captain contacted the Proxima Justus to request air support. The Thunderhawks were still prepared and ready to launch. It was a risk, but the situation on the ground was deteriorating. An airstrike by the Thunderhawks' bombs and missiles was quickly planned. The Barracudas were still in the sky overhead, but the Thunderhawks would have to run the risk to assist their embattled brothers on the ground. All 5 Thunderhawk gunships on board the strike cruiser launched and made for the governor's palace. It was a powerful strike force, enough to keep the tower at bay, but first it must run the gauntlet of the Barracuda fighters. As the squadron vectored in on Tarokeen, descending rapidly, weapons primed, the Barracudas climbed to intercept. The Thunderhawks dove through the fighter screen, heavy bolters blasting as the Barracudas opened fire with burst cannons. Despite the repeated impact of pulse rounds, the formation did not waver, keeping their formation tight and on course, and trusting to their thick ceramite armor plating. The Barracuda fire was ineffective. Calmly, the Space Marine pilots kept their aircraft on course until over the city, whilst the gunners located targets and prepared to open fire with their main weaponry. The flight of Thunderhawks roared down onto the city, strafing it with battle cannons, turbo lasers and heavy bolters, before releasing their bombs. The guided bombs ripped into the palace surroundings. Explosions rippled through the buildings, tearing great holes in roofs and walls, flames and shrapnel engulfing whole blocks. Buildings across the city were rocked by the concussion of the bombing. Now the destruction was radiating outwards from the palace. The airstrike must have caused the Tau commanders serious concern, as in the aftermath their attack died down to sporadic sniping and skirmishing. What damage it actually caused was unknown, but as the roar of the Thunderhawks faded, the Tau withdrew again. It was a brief lull in the battle that did not last long, but it had brought Captain Armorus's men precious time to reorganize their defenses. It was at the gate that the hammer blow eventually fell. Hammerheads and battlesuits led the way. Attacking at full speed, they crashed through the rubble of the gatehouse. The lead hammerhead was immediately hit by las cannon fire and exploded in a blossoming orange fireball. Fire from the second grav tank killed the las cannon gunner in return. A crack missile destroyed a broadside battlesuit, but after the brief firefight, only 3 remaining Devastator squad members withdrew. Devilfish mounted infantry closed in behind the armoured vanguard. Captain Armorus realized that he was losing his hold, and his perimeter was in danger of breaking. Faced with no other choice, he committed the Terminator squad to the fight. Wading through fire and smoke, the veterans met the Crisis battlesuits in a head-on exchange of fire. Both sides suffered heavy losses. The Space Marines fought for every inch, but the Tower's heavy weapons could not be matched. 3 of the veteran Terminators died in the fighting, as did 4 battlesuits. Brothers Hakiel and Kame joined the battle, destroying the second hammerhead with their heavy weapons, before Brother Kame sustained a hit which tore off his left leg, toppling the dreadnought to the ground and leaving it stranded and a sitting duck for following shots. For an hour, the fight at the gate raged. Led by Chaplain Barakil, the defenders fought heroically. Pressure was intense, and with the commitment of the dreadnoughts and Terminators, there were no more reinforcements to give. Bolter rounds and missiles whined through the air, holding the fire warriors at bay. Meanwhile, the Tau continued to launch secondary attacks all around the perimeter, pinning Space Marine squads in position, units that could otherwise be used to bolster the defense of the gatehouse. Captain Armorus knew that his position was hopeless. The Tau had bled his force, and now heavy casualties and a lack of ammunition were forcing him to accept that withdrawal was the only course open to him if he wanted to save his company. It galled him. But resistance here was now greater than his company could match. He had no idea of the enemy's total strength. He knew that his men might hold out for days only to eventually be overwhelmed by their numbers. And for what gain? The governor of Taros was now beyond his reach, and the Avenging Sons were facing annihilation. Armorus needed to evacuate the survivors and rescue what he could from the mission. After a brief command meeting in the ruins of the governor's residence, Amaros informed Proxima Justus of his decision to evacuate. At nightfall, the Thunderhawks were to be launched for an extraction mission. Orders were given to all the squad leaders, or stand-in leaders in those squads that had lost their sergeants. At nightfall, there would be a staggered withdrawal to the inner courtyard. There, one by one, the Thunderhawks would land, load up, and carry them back to their strike cruiser. It was an operation fraught with difficulty. It must be done swiftly so as to give the encircling Tau forces the minimum time to respond. Captain Amaros himself would lead the rear guard and be last to board a Thunderhawk. Adeptus Arbites, operations on Taros. Every world, under the rule of the Imperium, has its own Adeptus Arbites precinct house or fortified courthouse. The arbitrators are the Imperium's police and enforcers, tasked with combating and punishing crimes against the Imperium. Prior to the Avenging Sons attack, the Magister commanding the Adeptus Arbites precinct in Tarokeen received a secure astro-telepathic communication, warning him of events about to unfold. It also instructed his precinct house to carry out a simultaneous operation to arrest the wealthiest mine owners. These men belonged to the hereditary noble class, which had run the mines for generations. They had been found guilty of colluding with the planetary governor and Tau, and must also face justice. They were to be arrested and imprisoned in the precinct house, and then turned over to the Space Marine commander. In retrospect, questions must be asked about how the activities of the planetary governor went so long without being noticed by such a large presence of arbitrators. After receiving his instructions, Magister Skalker knew that his precinct house was in great danger. If the planetary governor was planning on rebelling against the Imperium, then, as the most obvious representatives of Imperial authority, the Arbites would have to be disposed of. He could expect to be attacked any time. The Arbites commander did not know when the Space Marine attack would come, but prepared to act quickly when it did. As the Space Marines fought around the governor's palace, the arbitrators moved against the mine owners, away from the city, in the surrounding deserts. Fearsome Arbites arrest units, clad in their black carapace armor and armed with shotguns, riot mauls and suppression shields, moved in to surround and arrest the mine owners. Upon arrival at the mines, the Arbites found themselves confronted by gangs of angry mine workers. The confrontations rapidly became riots, as the mobs refused all orders to disperse. The work gangs were very loyal to their mine, their fellow team members and their masters. At each mine, the attempted arrest became a pitched battle against the crudely armed miners. As more and more work teams joined the fighting, the arbitrators were forced to withdraw, protected by their workers. The owners were safe from Imperial justice, for now. Most of the battle-scarred arrest units did not return to the precinct house in Tarokeen until after the Space Marines had evacuated the planet, leaving Magister Skalker's men trapped on the rebellious planet and now heavily outnumbered by Tau forces. They had little hope but to stand firm in the Emperor's name and await relief. The Tarokeen precinct house was attacked and destroyed 3 days after the Avenging Sons evacuation. There were no known survivors. And again, how is it possible for collusion with Xenos to have gone so long without being noticed by the Arbites? Thankfully, they appear to have fought to the last in the Emperor's name. Small comfort. Evacuation. As night fell over the battlefield, the Space Marine commander again took stock of his situation. The force had been reduced to approximately 40 battle-worthy brothers and 1 dreadnought. Merely enough men to need only 2 Thunderhawk gunships for the extraction. The other gunships would fly as cover to those required to make the landings. Rearmed and refueled, the Thunderhawks set about their new mission. Apothecary Actium started recovering the prognoid glands from all of the fallen battle brothers he could. Some were already buried deep under the ruins. It was an important task if the chapter's heavy losses were to be made good. Chaplain Barakil said prayers for the dead, standing over the lifeless form of Brother Kane, once a proud war machine, and a hero of the chapter, now nothing more than a smoking wreck of twisted metal and wires. Amongst all the losses, this was the most grievous for the Second Company. Captain Amaros took command of an understrength tactical squad and the remaining scouts as the rear guard, then gave orders to the first squads, including Brother Hakil, Apothecary Actium, and Chaplain Barakil, to stand ready to withdraw to the first Thunderhawk when it touched down. After they blasted off, the The second wave was then to abandon their positions covered by the rear guard and make for the landing zone. In all, the evacuation operation should take no more than 10 minutes, not enough time for the Tau to react in force. The distant sound of Thunderhawk engines approached, and the evacuation began, moving slowly through the darkness, crunching over rubble and broken glass, battle-scarred, scorched, and wounded. The survivors loaded into the waiting Thunderhawk's hold. Overhead, 4 other gunships circled. Brother Hakiel was the last to climb the ramp, and it closed behind him. The last Thunderhawk blasted off for orbit, accelerating away from the battlefield. Alerted by the engine noise, the Tau patrols cautiously crept forwards to investigate. Where once Space Marines had barred their advance with bolt gun fire, now there was nothing. Meanwhile, a second transport had landed and the remaining squads quickly embarked. Captain Amoros fell back to the landing zone, bringing up the rear of his squad, a bolt gun in hand. He ran up the ramp and hit the close button. The triple engines boomed into life and thrust the Thunderhawk skywards again. The battle was over, but the mission had failed. So that was actually the last Thunderhawk to leave. Sorry about that. Aftermath. The first Taros intervention had been a heavy reverse for the Imperium. The Tau had inflicted serious damage on the Avenging Sons in 2 days of intense fighting. The damage inflicted on the aliens was unknown, but must also have been significant. There had been many confirmed kills, and the battlefield was littered with the wrecks of Tau grav tanks and battlesuits. The Avenging Sons took the defeat badly. Space Marine chapters enjoy a glorious reputation as the shield of humanity, and defeat by an alien invader was not to be taken lightly. The death of Brother Kim was to be avenged. The chapter's fortress monastery mourned the dead, and the great bell tolled once for each of the brothers lost on Taros. Events on Taros, the failure of the intervention force and the confirmed report of strong Tau forces fighting in the defense of the planetary governor, forced a change in attitude by the officials of the Administratum towards the Taros problem. News of defeat was bad enough, but it seemed the Tau had already staked a claim to one of the Emperor's worlds. What had been a border skirmish was now a serious threat. Events around the Eye of Terror might be demanding many of the Imperium's resources, but Taros could not be ignored. Taros was officially declared ex imperius rebellis, a system in rebellion against the Emperor's divine rule. The sacred Pax Imperialis had been torn up by the planetary governor Aulis. His actions now made him not just a criminal, but a traitor. The Tau were already on Taros in force, and they must be ejected. The Master of the Administratum signed a document stating just this, as well as listing the planetary governor's crimes, over 100 in all, mostly punishable by death. The document, called the Terronian Declaration, was a license to action a new, larger attack against the rebel world. Next time, the attack would not be a surgical strike by a single strike force of Space Marines. It would require the involvement of all those fighting arms of the Imperium willing to commit forces to repel the alien aggression. The invasion of Taros was now in motion. Planning the invasion. The Adeptus Administratum's decision of the recapture of the Taros system was instrumental to the continued effective operations of Stage's 8 Forge World, and to a lesser extent other dependent Forge Worlds, meant it was now the duty of all servants loyal to the Emperor to help bring these misguided subjects back under the Imperium's rule and protection. The first step was to appoint a command staff to organize and oversee the planning of the operation. The man chosen to lead the staff and take command of the entire invasion operation was Lord High Commander Otto Ivan Gustavus, a man with a long military record who had risen from the officer ranks of the Imperial Guard into the upper levels of the Imperium's military hierarchy. Gustavus's first task was to appoint his own command staff and prepare for the invasion. He was given 2 major questions to answer. When could he be ready to invade Taros? And then, where should that attack fall? His instructions made the matter clear. The invasion should come as soon as possible. By the Adeptus Administratum standards, this could mean anything in the next 5 years. Gustavus intended to begin within a standard Terran year. Appointing his staff was no simple matter. The upper echelons of the Imperium's military hierarchy is rife with politics, intriguing, favours owed, debts to repay, and self-interest. Gustavus had not risen this high without making a few enemies, or without calling on a few favours that he was now in a position to repay. Selecting his command staff took several weeks of hard work and hard negotiations. The first position to be filled was not of Gustavus's own choosing. Commissar General Mordred van Horkik would be Gustavus's shadow and right-hand man for the duration of the campaign. The high-ranking commissar was tasked with making sure all the officers of Gustavus's force did their duty, or faced the consequences. A powerful man in his own right, Van Horkik had the power of life and death over many of the Imperial servants involved in the campaign. Whether by choice or coercion, over the subsequent weeks, Gustavus made the following appointments. Not all were men he liked or even trusted. Many were decisions forced upon him by other political factors. It was Gustavus's job to bring all these factions together and make them work together towards ultimate victory. The High Command staff would involve Venerated High Magus Zadakine Volta, a high-ranking Adeptus Mechanicus representative of Styges 8 Forge World, Fleet Admiral Koto, appointed by the authorities on Kar Dunesh to command the invasion fleet, Lord Marshal Destale, the overall commander of all Imperial Guard regiments who would bear the brunt of the invasion fighting, Provisioner Prime Nimus Dree, a bureaucrat from the Departmentum Munitorum who had only been granted a place on the High Command staff after his initial investigation into events on Taros. Others included Air Marshal Den Velt, Staff Colonel Scheila, Deacon Gotz, the appointed representative of Cardinal Astra Valas, and Curator Adept Skell. Many others would follow, including any Space Marine commanders or Titan Legion princeps to be involved in the campaign. High Command staff would be required to organise and plan the invasion. Each member would have his own area of responsibility, and each would have their own staff, aides or retinue to assist them. In all, the High Command staff for the invasion, including all sub-departments and functionaries, would number approximately 3,000 souls. The Imperial Commanders, being a brief summarization of the most high-ranking Imperial commanders during the campaign. Lord High Commander Otto Ivan Gustavus, a large barrel-chested walrus of a man, originally hailing from Valhalla. Gustavus was granted supreme command of the Taros invasion after his successful command during the Vaust Schism. He had had a long and steady rise through the upper ranks of the Imperial Guard. In his youth, Gustavus first served as a lieutenant commanding an armoured fist platoon, eventually rising to command his regiment, and then being promoted beyond field command into the ranks of the High Command itself. Wounded in action several times and still proudly bearing the scars, his personal experience and bravery is undoubted. Gustavus is the head of the entire operation. He commands no actual forces, but he has the power to sanction or veto any plans his staff make. Gustavus's rotund appearance and loud, bellicose nature hides a razor-keen political mind. These are the skills he will have to draw upon heavily in a combined operation such as this invasion, with a full entourage of aides-de-camps, staff officers, commissars, Adeptus Mechanicus advisors, bureaucrats, etc. He will have to juggle their competing demands for supplies and favour, as well as making strategic decisions that will send thousands of men into battle. Commissar General Mordred van Horkik. Gustavus's shadow and right-hand man, von Horkik is tasked with making sure all the officers of Gustavus's army do their duty, or face summary justice. In this, he is aided by a large cadre of commissars, attached to every Imperial Guard regiment and Imperial Navy vessel. Van Horkik is a fearful figure, mutilated by a melter blast whilst leading an offensive in the Hellblade Mountains on Rinsworld. He now relies on bionics to keep him alive. Van Horkik is the ultimate arbitrator of justice amongst the invasion force and has the power of life and death over many Imperial servants, except the Space Marines and Adeptus Mechanicus, of course. As a Commissar General, Van Horkik is empowered to take over command of any Imperial Guard regiment that is deemed to be failing and appoint a new commander, or lead it personally. All commissars in the invasion force report to Van Hawkick, who in turn reports to and advises Lord High Commander Gustavus. Venerated High Magus Zadokine Volta. Volta sits upon the ruling council of Styges 8 and is the highest-ranking Adeptus Mechanicus representative on Gustavus's staff. He is the supreme commander of all the technical support for the invasion. Volta is the staff's main liaison between its commander and the rulers of Styges 8 Forge World. Volta has his own large entourage of logis, room priests, lexomechanics and servitors. Fleet Admiral Koto, commander of the Taros Invasion Fleet. Fleet Admiral Koto is the overall commander of the Imperial Invasion Fleet for the duration of the Taros Campaign. He has sanction over any operations that take place outside of Taros atmosphere. Koto is a product of the Ultima Segmentum Naval Academy on Kar Dunesh. Noble-born and groomed for command since birth, he has risen steadily through the Navy ranks, commanding escorts, light cruisers and cruisers, before being promoted to Fleet Admiral. He is a veteran of campaigns against Orc pirates, Tyranids on the Eastern Rim, and Chaos Raiders. This will be his first command against the Tau. As well as overall command of the fleet in action, Koto and his staff are charged with organising, mastering and supplying the invasion fleet ships for the duration of the campaign. A major problem for Koto is the number of assault transports and landing craft available to him to get Lord Marshal de Steele's forces from orbit to the planet's surface. During the planning stage, Koto and his staff struggle to get enough landing craft to simultaneously transport 3 Imperial Guard regiments, the minimum required by de Steele's invasion plan. Confident that his fleet, aided by the Space Marine vessels, had enough firepower to fight their way into orbit against any defences that Taros or the Tau could muster, the landings and subsequent flow of supplies are Koto's primary concern when planning fleet operations. Once Imperial Guard troops are on the ground, reinforcing them and keeping all the forces supplied, especially with water, becomes Koto's top priority. Lord Marshal de Steele, Chief of Arms, Commander of the 4,621st Imperial Guard Army. The overall commander of all Imperial Guard ground forces on Taros, all the generals and colonels of the Imperial Guard regiments report to de Steele and his staff. Although small in stature, de Steele has a keen strategic mind, born of past experience and detailed study of the Tactica Imperialis. A quiet, studious man, with an eye for detail, de Steele likes to plan carefully before committing any troops. His meticulous, some would say cautious, approach to campaigns and battles has caused frustration with more aggressive commanders in the past. De Steele realizes it is far easier to commit troops to battle than it is to disengage them. Behind his back, other commanders have nicknamed him the Clerk. But de Steele's studious manner hides an inner ruthless streak and iron resolve. He is devoted to serving the Emperor. De Steele is responsible for putting Gustavus's war plan into action on the ground. He is in overall command of the 4,621st Imperial Guard Army, constituting all of the Imperial Guard ground forces for the invasion of Taros. Space Marine chapters and the Legio Ignitum forces are not part of de Steele's command and do not report to him, although it is his overall plan that other fighting arms will be aiding. Captain Aurelius, 3rd Company, Raptor's Chapter. The highest-ranking Space Marine officer in the invasion force, Aurelius is a long-time servant of his chapter, having fought in wars and crusades for the past 100 years. His entire company and support units have been committed to the invasion by his chapter master. Although Gustavus is the supreme commander in actuality, he has little control over the actions of Aurelius and his men. Still, Aurelius's experience and the reputation of the Adeptus Astartes make him a valued member of the command staff when planning operations. His forces will not be involved in a protracted ground campaign. Once their mission is complete, the Space Marines will be withdrawn to their battle barge to prepare for their next deployment. As commander of the 3rd Company, and the more experienced man, Aurelius holds seniority over Captain Cadus, although they share the same rank. As befits his chapter's heritage, Aurelius is an aggressive commander who always seeks to take the battle to the enemy and leads from the front. Captain Cadis, 6th Company, Raptor's chapter. Cadis' role is to provide support and battlefield replacements to Aurelius' 3rd Company. As such, he is a subordinate to Aurelius. Should Aurelius become a casualty, Cadus is fully able to step in and lead the Raptor's battle brothers on the battlefield. Whilst not as experienced as Aurelius, he is still a Space Marine captain, and has all the respect that rank demands within Gustavus's staff. Staff Colonel Skeeger, Director of Intelligence. The brilliant Colonel Skeeger has been seconded from his regiment, the Valhallan 28th, to act as the top intelligence officer in Gustavus's high command staff. His own staff officers study and collate information from all sources. Imperial Guard regiments in the field, Imperial Navy reports, scouting titans, any and every source the Imperium has. He has an overview of the wider strategic situation, not just the fighting on the ground on Taros. He is Gustavus's spy master, a secretive individual operating in the shadows with a greater degree of independence than other commanders. Skeeger has previously worked with Inquisitor Hector Rex as part of his personal retinue during the Judgment of Helenus, an operation which made the Colonel's reputation and catapulted him from a mere prospect as the regimental commander of the Valhallan 28th into the upper ranks of the Imperial Guard's command structure, despite still being only a colonel. Provisioner Prime Nimus Dree, Master of the Victuals. A high-ranking bureaucrat from the Departmentum Unitorum, Dree's job is to supply the invasion force with everything it needs, from replacement men, tanks and shells, to water, food, tents, etc. He has a small army of Departamento functionaries, clerks and prefects to assist him. He was granted his position on the staff after he requested it, following his investigation into events on Taros, which have led up to this war. Although he commands no fighting forces, Dree is a vital member of Gustavus's staff. Cardinal Astral Velas. It is Cardinal Astral Velas's whose diocese Taros lies in, along with many other scattered planets and systems on the eastern fringe. Although his worshipfulness can, by rights, command a place on the high command staff, in fact, after the first staff meeting, he returned to his cardinal world and left a representative to deal with his responsibilities for the coming war. The cardinal's envoy on the command staff is Deacon Gotz, who is the highest-ranking Adeptus Ministorum official involved in the campaign. Confessors and priests attached to Imperial Guard and Imperial Navy units report to their cardinal via Deacon Gotz. High Marshal Den Velt, the Supreme Commander of all Imperial Navy fighter, bomber and tactical squadrons and their operations inside Taros atmosphere. He is in charge of planning fighter cover, bomber strikes, transport missions, and maintaining the Imperial Navy's logistical situation. Princeps John A., Adeptus Mechanicus Divisio Militaris Commander in the field, a servant of Legio Ignitum and commander of the Warhound Titan Advancis Primaris. Reporting to Magus Volta, John A. is actually a servant of the Lords of Mars, and as such would be under their orders in any clash of interest, creating a problem in the command structure, with the Titans not actually being directly controlled by high command staff. The Curator Adept Skell. The high-ranking Administratum official, Skell is the command staff's link to the Administratum's extensive archives and all their ancient records about Taros. Pre-invasion preparations. Before any military plans could be put in place, first Gustavus and his staff needed to know what they were facing. Nobody on his staff, except Dree, had ever even heard of Taros until now, let alone knew anything about the planet or system. Gustavus wanted information about the planet, climate, population, industrial capacity, rulers, topography, history, anything. It was a huge research task to be undertaken by the adepts of the Administratum. In charge of the information gathering would be Curator Adept Skell, an Administratum official promoted from the Archive Historicus. Curator Adept Skell had access to thousands of archives throughout the Segmentum and across the Imperium, including the Great Archives on Terra itself. In those archives, thousands of curators, prefects, archivists, and menial workers went to work, finding out anything about Taros. From ancient records, a picture of the planet and its population was slowly compiled. From tithe levels and tax records, a picture of the planet's mining industry was built. Old censuses revealed the planet's population growth. No piece of data about Taros was to be considered too trivial. A team of Lex Mechanic and Logis, under the command of Magus Volta, was also assigned to the information-gathering task. They worked with computer speed to compile all the data Skell was producing. The Adeptus Mechanicus is part human, part machine servants, a forecast of the planet's population growth, weather patterns, climate, volcanic activity, atmospheric conditions, orbital cycles. Information stretching back as far as the Great Crusade was found. Even a scrap of the original Exploratus report on the planet's suitability for terraforming and colonization were found. In all, millions of fragments of information were gathered to create a complete picture. Satellite survey images, language studies, missionary reports, journals of long-dead servants who had visited or been stationed on Taros. There were old genetic studies on the population and the ruling households, carried out by the Order Famulus, seeking evidence of genetic deviation or mutation. Adeptus Arbites crime rate reports, geological and seismic surveys. No detail could be ignored. Anything that might inform Gustavus's staff decisions was included. In all, it took 6 months to compile all the information the High Command staff needed before the invasion planning could get started. After 6 months of work, Gustavus had as good a picture of what was facing him as the Adeptus Terra could provide. He knew what the planet was like, how big the population was, and how this might translate into the Planetary Defense Force's military strength, given the equipment that had been supplied to Taros down the years. He knew how the planet might be able to re-equip or resupply its forces or create new units. He even had a forecast of what the criminal population of Taros was likely to be, often the first supply of manpower to be used as replacement troops. What he didn't know was anything about the Tau's strength on Taros. Finding information about what the Tau might be planning was far harder, and not a task the Adeptus Terra could help with. The man on the Lord High Commander's staff assigned to this task was Staff Colonel Skija, Gustavus's Director of Intelligence. A secretive individual, Skija was a spy master with former experience of working with the Inquisition. The Tau, with their philosophy of the greater good, were a difficult prospect. There were few informers or spies on the inside of the Tau Empire. There were a few humans, mostly merchants or mercenaries, whose loyalty could be bought by the Imperium, but most humans within the Tau Empire were simply traitors who had abandoned the Emperor. By assessing information from other planets along the borders of the Tau Empire, studying previous estimates of Tau military strength and historical precedents, Colonel Skija could himself make an educated guess at how strong Tau forces might be on Taros, but without people on the ground, he had no confirmation. Whilst the information gathering was going on, the other members of the High Command staff were not idle. The Departamento Munitorum officials on the staff began the long process of finding the fighting forces and supplies needed for the invasion. Imperial Guard regiments needed to be raised, trained and transported across the Imperium. This was no easy task. The demand for troops and the build-up around the Cadian Gate was vast, particularly now, as the plague of unbelief around the Eye of Terror continued to spread. The Imperial Guard might be huge, but still, demand for regiments is always far greater than supply. To counter the effects of increased demand, Gustavus devised a scheme to overestimate the troops' strengths needed. He knew all along that he would not get all the forces he requested, but this way he might get close to his actual requirements. As yet, he could give no definitive numbers, but he set the Logis to work making an initial statistical analysis, and this gave him a starting point. Over the coming months, the numbers would be modified and gradually evolve into a final figure. But for now, it was enough to have a figure with which the Departmentum Unitorum could base its work on, and so get the slow turning wheels of the Departmento's bureaucracy rolling. The 4,621st Imperial Guard Army. The Imperial Guard force needed for the invasion of Taros was founded as the 4,621st Imperial Guard Army, and this large unit would be under the command of Lord Marshal de Stael. Bearing the honorific title Chief of Arms, de Stael would be in overall command of all Imperial Guard ground forces on Taros. All the generals and colonels of the Imperial Guard regiments constituting the 4,621st Army would report to de Stael and his staff. Gustavus, in consultation with de Stael, began to draw up detailed orders for the forces he would need for a successful war. The Imperial Guard might be vast, but with demand for regiments currently so high, it was not infinite. No commander ever has enough troops, and Gustavus and de Stael were no different. De Stael's initial request to Gustavus for 21 regiments was turned down as overcautious. That size of force could not be found in the tight timescales that Gustavus had devised for the invasion. Gustavus himself was under pressure to speed up the invasion. Each day that passed was lost production that had to be found elsewhere. De Stael, rebuked, had to think again and revise his figures. The Lord Marshal returned with a more moderate 12-regiment request, which Gustavus accepted, taking it in turn to the Departmentum Unitorum. However, they refused, offering an absolute maximum of 10 regiments. Even then, it took much bartering with the Unitorum officials to get them to agree to find 10 regiments. Gustavus only agreed to attempt the invasion with 10 regiments after receiving an oath from High Magus Volta that at least one Titan Legion would be committed to the invasion force. Consoled by this promise, Gustavus informed de Stael that the 4,621st Army would consist of 10 regiments, and, for ease of administration, the army should be divided into 2 corps, designated 10th Corps and 11th Corps. After the prolonged arguments over the size of the Imperial Guard force, Gustavus and de Stael got down to the specifics of building it. The first regiments Gustavus requested were those recruited from Tallarn. Given Taros' desert climate, the men of Tallarn, itself a desert world, would quickly adapt to the conditions. They would make the most effective soldiers when it came to important skills like desert survival techniques and water discipline. Fighting men are fighting men, and any Imperial Guardsman could be made to adapt to the conditions, but the famed Desert Raiders of Tallarn would be the logical choice. But Tallarn is only a single world, with a limited supply of men. Most of its existing regiments were already committed to other war zones, and 10 new regiments could not simply be raised. The tides on the planet did not allow for such a sudden, massive drain. A single new recruitment could be ordered from Tallarn, and that process was instigated. The Tallarn 331st Regiment would be raised, equipped and shipped to Taros to see its first action. 3 other Tallarn regiments could be withdrawn from their current commitments and embarked for Taros, although all had recently been engaged in battles, and they also needed replacement men and equipment finding. A 5th Regiment, the Tallarn 3rd Armoured, was currently on garrison duty on Bali Prime. If a replacement garrison force could be found, it too would join the invasion force. In all, half the Imperial Guard regiments destined for Taros would be from Tallarn. These would be combined to form 10th Corps. 11th Corps would be composed of the other Imperial Guard regiments that the Adeptus Militarum could commit to the Taros Campaign. 5 more regiments still needed to be found. The first was the 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment. This regiment was unlike any other in the 4,621st Army's order of battle, being an air-mobile unit equipped with Valkyrie airborne assault carriers. Against the Tau, mobility would be important. Tau forces, with their mantas and a preponderance of grav tanks, drones and battlesuits, are fast and highly mobile. Conventional Imperial Guard infantry and armoured regiments could not hope to match their speed, and because of this they would be continually forced to fight on the aliens' terms. A drop troop regiment, although lightly equipped for airborne operations, would help redress the balance, and give the Lord Marshal the chance to match the Tau's mobility on a strategic level. The second unit was one of Distill's own request. The Serenian Assault Engineers were, in his opinion, some of the most useful troops in the segmentum. They were equipped for close quarters combat and for assaulting fortified positions, clearing minefields and breaching defence lines. Few in number, the Saranians would not be required to fight as one regiment, but before the invasion began, be divided into platoons and companies and attached to all the other regiments of the 4,621st Army. This way they would provide a corps of assault troops when, as predicted, the time for hard street fighting in Tarokeen arrived. Other regiments scheduled to join the army on Taros were the 114th Cadian Shock Troop Regiment, an entirely mechanized unit under the command of Colonel Stransky. Then would come the 8th Brimlock Dragoons, a regiment with experience of fighting Tau raids around the Damocles Gulf. The final regiment was harder to find. Several were considered and either rejected or found to no longer exist. The 12th Maninian Rangers Regiment was transported, but on arrival turned out to be only the strength of a reinforced company. On Commissar General Van Horkick's orders, the regiment was disbanded and the survivors enrolled with the Tallarns. The 42nd Mordian Regiment was also embarked for Taros, only to be diverted to face High Fleet Kraken on the eastern fringe. Gustavus's deadline for the invasion was closing, and the 10th Regiment remained elusive. Eventually, the 19th Krieg Armoured Regiment was requested, but it would take time to find their current location, get new orders to them, and embark them for Taros. They would not be available for the initial invasion. 10th Corps would also be reinforced by 2 companies of stormtroopers. These troops were the elite of the Imperial Guard, well trained and equipped. They would provide a useful strengthening of the frontline regiments, like the Saranians. The 2 companies would be divided as squads amongst the other Imperial Guard regiments. In Distill's strategic plan for the campaign, 11th Corps would act as support for 10th Corps. The Tallarn regiments would be required to do the bulk of the initial fighting, and would also lead the landings. 11th Corps would follow on and be fed into the ground campaign once it was started. The actual invasion fleet would only be carrying 10th Corps when it arrived in the Taros system. It would be the Tallarn's job to get a secure lodgement area established on the planet for 11th Corps to reinforce. Once the entirety of 10th Corps was established, the next priority would be to get the 23rd Elysians in country, to give the army the ability to strike just about anywhere, anytime. Behind them would come the Cadians, the Brimlock Dragoons, and eventually the Men of Krieg. Other forces. The Imperial Guard were not the only fighting force in the Imperium. When the Adeptus Administratum committed itself to an invasion of Taros, it also sent requests throughout the other fighting arms of the Imperium. It would provide the Imperial Guard forces, the backbone of the mission. But the Imperium has many fighting forces, and each might be expected to do its duty. Firstly, the Adeptus Astartes. The Avenging Sons chapter had already been engaged on Taros, but they were now rebuilding their strength after their heavy losses. They would have to wait to avenge their defeat on the Tau. The other chapter to make forces available was the Raptors. A strike force of 2 companies and a battle barge from the Raptors chapter would contribute significantly to the Imperium's combat power, both on the ground and with the fleet. Next, High Magus Volta had already promised the aid of a Titan Legion, but delivering on the oath proved more difficult. Stygia 8 was the natural forge world to provide the aid of Legio Honorium, but the Legion was already fully committed. There was no battle group available to lend assistance. To fulfill his oath, Volta had the difficult task of finding replacements. In the end, he turned to the rulers of Mars, traveling to the heart of the cult of the machine to personally request the aid of the Fabricator General. He had only limited success. Titan battle groups were already being committed to the Cadian Gate. The need for the Imperium's greatest fighting machines was pressing if the tide of chaos was to be stemmed. Volta argued that he had sworn the aid of a legion, and the Adeptus Mechanicus stood to gain much from the recapture of Taros. In the end, the intervention of the Fabricator General secured Volta a small battle group from Legio Ignatum, under the command of Princeps Jarnae. The battle group consisted of just 4 Warhound Titans. Hardly the force he had hoped for, but enough to satisfy Volta's oath to Gustavus. The Departmentum Munitorum, as well as raising and transporting regiments, could also provide assistance in the form of indentured engineering and labour corps. These were not combat troops, but units for the rear area, to dig and build. It is valuable work that helps release Imperial Guard infantry from such arduous and time-consuming duties. The Ministorum could also provide assistance, but not in the form of combat troops. Cardinal Astral Velas was not inclined to lend military aid to the Taros invasion force. He only attended the first High Command meeting in person. After that, he left a representative to speak for him, one Deacon Gotts. The Cardinal made it clear he was not in favour of this expedition. To him, it was a waste of resources that could be put to better use fighting heresy elsewhere in his diocese. Taros was a Dust Bowl planet of just 12 million souls. There were still wars to be fought on hive worlds to save the souls of billions. The Cardinal felt it was only the malign influence of the Adeptus Mechanicus lobby that had forced the Adeptus Terra into sanctioning this attack, and he did not trust the cult of the machine and their mysterious ways. The Cardinal would supply no fighting forces, but would do the duty required of him. Priests and confessors would be found for each of the Imperial Guard regiments to guard the souls of the men of the Imperial Guard. The Order's Dialogus would supply useful support in the form of Tau language experts. The Order Hospitaller would provide some medical care for the injured, but the contribution was, in truth, small. Power politics within the upper ranks of the ecclesiarchy probably had much to do with the Cardinal Astral's reticence. A powerful man in his own right. In shadowy corners, it was spoken that Valas was not a supporter of the current ecclesiarch. To be lending aid to the invasion might be seen to be a response to the ecclesiarch's recent anti-alien sermons. The Cardinal liked to think of himself as his own man, with far greater concerns than 12 million wretched miners. He might also be seeking favour with those factions within the Ministorum that had their own plans for the succession to the ecclesiarchal throne on Terra. Gustavus's command had spent almost a year in pre-invasion information gathering and mustering the forces required. Now it came to planning the actual attack. How would they commit the troops they had requested, and how would they keep them supplied once on the ground? One immediate consideration for Gustavus was the longer he spent planning and mustering, the more likely it was that information might leak out. A traitor from within his ranks with access to classified information might sell it to the Tau for a vast price or the promise of safety within their empire. Pre-warned, the Tau would be in a far better position to defeat his attack. Security around the planning needed to be tight. Colonel Skija, whose efforts so far to infiltrate a spy onto Taros had come to naught, was given the task of maintaining internal security. He would establish a network of informers and spies within the High Command and Imperial Guard regiments, people paid by Skija to keep their eyes and ears open and report to him. To aid with the internal security, Gustavus ordered the gathering invasion force should not be concentrated just yet. The men would be scattered about surrounding sectors. That way, it would seem many other small war zones were being reinforced. Hopefully the build-up would go unnoticed until it was too late. Imperial Guard regimental commanders would not be informed of their actual destination until the last moment. Drawing on their good work of the previous year, the High Command began the invasion planning process. In order to satisfy the demands of the Imperial Guard regimental commanders and Lord Marshal de Steele, 3 key objectives had to be considered. Firstly, the invasion would need to quickly capture an operational spaceport, if not in the initial assault, then in the following few days of ground operations. A large spaceport would be vital in maintaining the flow of supplies needed by the forces on the ground once the battle was joined. Secondly, the invasion should be undertaken by at least 3 regiments simultaneously. This would be a force large enough to overwhelm all but the very strongest resistance. and would mean a firm bridgehead could be established between the orbit and the planet's surface, strong enough to resist all immediate enemy counterattacks at least. Without a secure lodgement area, the invasion could be defeated in its first few days. Thirdly was the water supply issue. On a desert world like Taros, water was a valuable commodity. Water was supplied from hydro plants and recycling. The ground forces would need a secure supply of water rapidly, or the fighting men would be unable to operate effectively. These three reasonable objectives contributed much to the planning process. Firstly, Taros had only one spaceport, in Tarrakeen, hence a direct assault on the city was considered in some detail. Tarrakeen was also the center of the planet's industry and administration. If the war was to be won, then Tarrakeen would have to be captured. Whilst the traitors, or the Tau, held the city, the war would go on, and the mineral resources would be unable to leave the planet. The enemy also knew this. Tarrakeen and its immediate hinterland, the Irakunda Isthmus, would be the strongest defended part of the entire planet. A direct assault, under the guns defending the city, would invite disaster. Too many enemy ground forces would be waiting for them. Too many orbital defenses could threaten the invasion fleet. The direct approach was disregarded as too risky. The landing zone would have to be close enough to the ultimate objective to keep supply lines short, but not so close as to risk too much enemy resistance. The practicalities of landing on the far side of the planet and then transporting every man, gun and shell around the world were impossible to overcome. With the invasion fleet in orbit, it was only prudent to get as close to the final objective as possible. As for the spaceport, it would be the priority once landed. In the meantime, an entire engineer corps would be tasked with constructing a landing site suitable for the delivery of supply ships. Secondly, the main restriction on the initial attack would be the number of dropships and assault transports available. Fleet Admiral Kotev had the task of organizing the Imperial fleet's role in the invasion. He had to find the landing craft needed. This was no easy task, and it was unlikely that enough could be found to simultaneously land 3 regiments. Anyhow, Gustavus wasn't convinced it was needed. 3 regiments would give the invasion force the flexibility to attack several locations at once. De Steele argued for this plan, but Gustavus overruled him. To split his forces would be to give up their biggest advantage as attackers. Even if Taros was expecting an attack, a reasonable assumption, they would have to defend every possible location an invasion might fall. This would cause Taros and the Tau to spread their forces thinly. Gustavus's plan would allow their forces to concentrate at a single point in overwhelming numbers. If the landing was to succeed, then they had to hit one place so hard it could not be repulsed. Although it might be a tempting option, even if only used as a diversion to draw away enemy forces. Splitting the ground forces over several landing zones would mean each regiment risked becoming isolated from support and destroyed in detail in subsequent battles. In the end, a single landing zone strategy was settled on. It would include as many troops as Fleet Admiral Kotev could find transports for. The invasion location still needed to be considered. Somewhere within the Astartes, either north or south of the city was the best option. North would mean increased exposure to the high temperatures and violent storms of the Great Sand Sea. South would be slightly cooler and more stable, but the enemy also knew this, and they may well be better prepared there. In the end, Gustavus preferred the latter option. Thirdly, the water supply situation. An unopposed landing in the uninhabited and undefended deep deserts with their high temperatures and lack of any water supply, as well as the risk of desert storms and the huge distance to the objective, rapidly ruled the option out. Wherever the landings eventually occurred, water would have to be supplied from off-world, shipped in on the heavy tankers in vast quantities, at least until sufficient supplies could be captured. Standing orders were to be issued to all Imperial Guard regiments that any moisture extraction equipment or hydro plants captured during the course of the campaign were to be undamaged and turned over to High Command. In this way, the advance could help meet some of its own water requirements. There was no easy answer to this tricky problem. Life on Taros was harsh because water was so scarce. They would have to be very careful distributing it, and make sure a secure supply line from off-world provided enough for the ground troops. Extra water evaporation equipment would also be loaded. The invasion. At 2392998 M41, the Taros invasion fleet officially came into existence under the command of Fleet Admiral Koto, who raised his flag on board the Overlord-class battlecruiser Righteous Power. The 6 ships of the line, their escort squadrons and the troop transports began assembling. The holds of the transports were loaded with Imperial Guardsmen, artillery pieces, vehicles, tanks, and vast supplies of fuel, food, ammunition, and most vitally, water. The fleet rendezvoused over the course of 3 days, each transport and its escorts arriving from different systems and forming up into line astern to create the invasion armada. Each Imperial Guard regiment had been embarked on its assigned transport to a carefully devised timescale, so as to bring all the transports together at the rendezvous point at the same time. As the fleet readied, only 10th Corps was present. The regiments of 11th Corps would follow behind as a second wave after the fleet had fought its way in system, launched the invasion forces, and established a secure lodgement area on the surface. Also not yet present was the Legio Ignitum, Titan battle group, but the fleet could not wait for stragglers. Already waiting at the rendezvous point, and forming the head of the column were the Armada's 2 largest ships, the battlecruiser Righteous Power and the Raptor's chapter battle barge War Talon. These 2 ships and their close escorts would be the first to arrive in the Taros system. They would be the spearhead of the invasion force, fighting their way in system towards the objective. The 3 other cruisers of the line would be following close behind, forming a potent battle group in the vanguard of the invasion force. Behind them would come the flotilla of transports, with an escort of light cruisers and frigates for close defense. Admiral Koto was in supreme command of all the Imperial fleet aspects of the invasion plan. He did not know what resistance to expect within the Taros system, but from the formation of his fleet, he was preparing to meet Tau ships in a fleet action and to use his largest ships as a shield for the smaller, vulnerable transports. The Astra telepathic signal was sent to the bridge of the Righteous Power, instructing the fleet to get underway. Ship after ship engaged its main thrusters and began to follow the lead vessels towards Taros. The long-planned invasion had begun. After 3 weeks navigating the fickle tides of warp space, the Righteous Power disengaged its warp engines and fell back through the mantle of reality, out of the Immaterium. The crew ran to battle stations as klaxons blared through the decks. Immediately behind the Righteous Power was the War Talon. The vanguard of the invasion had arrived. It found no enemy fleet waiting. Admiral Koto set course directly for Taros, but sensor readings showed no enemy ships in the vicinity. The Space Marines verified this. Their powerful scanners could find no targets. Admiral Koto's approach was cautious, maintaining his alert status and expecting a surprise attack, but none came. In the vanguard's wake followed the cruiser group, the mainstay of Koto's fighting force, as the Star of Sesofia and Black Duke and the Hammer of Thrace powered towards their target as they were unemployed. The Tau fleet was nowhere to be found. Several of the escort squadrons were detached to begin wider patrolling for enemy vessels, but they found nothing. Maybe the Tau had abandoned the system to its fate, fearing to face the might of the Imperial Navy. Maybe it was a trap. Admiral Koto proceeded towards Taros with due caution, against 0 enemy resistance. The invasion transports could approach unhindered. The expected fight to gain low orbit and allow the invasion forces to disembark never materialized. The Imperial fleet moved steadily onwards. It seemed there would be no attempt to halt the invasion in space. With each passing minute, it became clearer that there was no Tau fleet here. Free from defensive duties, the War Talon powered up and raced ahead, the Raptor's commanders keen to begin their planetfall operations. The War Talon and her escorts were the first to arrive in low orbit, the rest of the fleet keeping a safe distance until the Space Marines had completed their mission. For the landings on Taros, the Raptor's chapter had pledged its 3rd and 6th companies to the invasion force, under the command of Captain Aurelius. The strike force would also be supported by elements of the chapter's armory and fleet, including the power of the battle barge War Talon. The mission assigned to and accepted by the Raptors was of critical importance to the landings. They were to make sure that the planetary defense missile silo, the only one identified in a position to threaten the invasion fleet in geostationary orbit above their landing zone, was destroyed. The silo, codenamed Decima for the operation, was targeted for destruction. Missile base Decima was part of a network of such facilities built by the Imperium as Taros' main defense against hostile aliens. If left unhindered, the silos could engage the vulnerable troop transports in orbit. The loss of a single transport would cause massive loss of life amongst the Imperial Guard units aboard, and could drastically affect the outcome of the landings or the following campaign. It was a risk that could not be taken. Silo Decima must be neutralized before the main Imperial Guard landings could commence. The target area was to be subjected to a very heavy bombardment by 250 rounds from the War Talon's bombardment cannons. But the danger of even a single operational silo's surviving and then scoring a successful hit on a troop transport meant that a unit had to be assigned to making sure no silos were able to fire on the evasion fleet. If the silos were destroyed by the shelling, then all well and good, but there was no guarantee of success unless there were troops on the ground. The underground silos were designed to withstand the heaviest bombardments. Even the fearsome weaponry of the War Talon might not be able to destroy the missiles within. High Command deemed Decima to be the single greatest threat to the invasion forces. It fell to the Raptors' battle brothers to lead the way and destroy it. The commanders decided Decima would have to be taken by ground assault. The Raptors would be the first Imperial troops to land on Taros. The 3rd Company of the Raptors chapter, led by Captain Aurelius, and later reinforced by the 6th Company, would be responsible for this vital mission. Only when Decima was eliminated could the landings start. The operation was to be a swift surgical strike, directly from orbit. There would be no supporting armoured vehicles. The objective was simple: to destroy the missile silos at all costs. Once destroyed, the objective achieved signal would summon the chapter's remaining landing craft to reinforce the ground forces with the 6th Company and heavier armour. Once landed, the Space Marines would be ready to strike over land or counterattack enemy moves against the landing zone. Once this invasion mission was confirmed, Captain Aurelius set about gathering all the information he could about the target and its defences. From the High Command's earlier work, there was some relevant information to aid the Space Marines' attack. One of the documents unearthed was a Departamento Munitorum construction report, almost 1,000 years old, and it described the construction of a missile site by a penal labour corps. It gave details of what the site contained: 2 underground missile silos, a command bunker, 2 personal shelters, enough for 100-strong silo crew and security staff, external defence works, including a minefield, ditch and razor wire, and an anti-aircraft position, equipped with a Hydra turret, as well as other vehicle shelters and stores. Most of these would be below ground, making them very difficult to destroy with conventional artillery. Even the War Talon's bombardment cannon might not reach deep enough. Amongst the data recovered were also 3 faded vid-slate images of an inspection made by the then planetary governor of the site after it came into service. From these images and the construction report, a map could be created of the target. Attacking the site based on only second-hand information was risky. What if the regime or the Tau had upgraded the defences or increased the size or number of silos? It was not unreasonable to assume that, given the planet's renegade status, the planetary governor would seek to increase his defences against an outside attack. Captain Aurelius needed some first-hand information he could rely on. Before any of his battle brothers were committed to the assault, he would send the available scouts to the surface to reconnoitre the site and relay their findings. His strike force was supported by only 1 scout squad. They would be the first to deploy before any bombardment of the target began. The scouts' mission would be to survey the site from a distance and relay that information back to the War Talon for final adjustments to the attack plan. On board the War Talon, Aurelius and his senior battle brothers prepared for the coming battle. This assault was the sort of mission his brothers trained for all their lives, but it still needed detailed planning. Specific refresher training in the use of melter bombs and demolition charges, as well as fire and movement routines, and Thunderhawk disembarkation drills were practiced time and again on board the battle barge. Aurelius was well aware that the initial threat to any planetary assault would be the anti-aircraft defences. These would be high-priority targets, because the loss of a Thunderhawk gunship full of 30 battle brothers could put the whole mission in jeopardy. Before the main force could attack the silo, the Hydra turret would need to be eliminated. The 3rd Battle Company, being of a standard Codex Astartes organization, contained 2 assault squads trained to use jump packs for deep strike operations from high or low altitude. A single assault squad would be committed to attack the Hydra emplacement. They would be the first wave, led by veteran Sergeant Igis, and deploying from Thunderhawk gunships at high altitude. Such deployments are usually made from low altitude, to avoid the worst effects of any ground fire. But given the nature of the target, Aurelius commanded that the Thunderhawks stay above the maximum known range of the Hydra's autocannons. This way, the Thunderhawk carrying the assault squad would be totally safe. The risk of brothers being hit whilst in freefall was judged far less than that of a Thunderhawk being destroyed, or so badly damaged it would be forced to abandon its mission. The assault squad was to land as close to their target as possible, rapidly overcome any resistance, and set melter charges on the Hydra turret. The time the assault squad jumped from their Thunderhawk would be designated as Z-hour. All other timing for the operation would be taken from Z-hour as the base. The scouts would launch in drop pods at Z-hour -105 and land at Z-hour 102, giving them 53 minutes after landing to get into position, observe the target and report back their findings. The second wave was scheduled to attack at Z-hour +6, giving veteran Sergeant Igis and his 9 Space Marines just 6 minutes to knock out the AA turret. The second wave would consist of the main strike forces, 2 Thunderhawk gunships carrying 2 tactical squads and a Devastator squad, designated as Strike Force B and C. The Thunderhawks would land their cargoes inside the battery perimeter. The squads would then disembark to attack the missile silos themselves. A 3rd Thunderhawk would land just behind them, carrying Captain Aurelius and his command squad, along with other vital support, apothecary, tech marines, etc., and a reserve force of 3rd Company's remaining 2 tactical squads. This was designated as Strike Force D. These reserve units had a flexible role to reinforce either of the attacks should they meet with stiff resistance. If all went to plan, they would not be needed for the main assault and could be saved to establish a secure perimeter on the ground after the silos were destroyed. The final squad of his company, the 2nd Assault Squad, was to remain on the War Tallarn to deploy with the 6th Company. The plan for Strike Forces B and C was simple. 2 tactical squads would advance on the silo under the dedicated covering fire from their supporting Devastator squads. Once close enough, they would set the demolition charges on the silo roofs. They would then fall back to a safe distance, and the squad sergeant would detonate the charges, collapsing the silo roof to prevent missile launch. Their primary objective complete, 3rd Company would then sweep through the rest of the silo's site, eliminate any resistance, and secure a perimeter before reinforcements and vehicles from 6th Company could land. In all, it was estimated the entire operation would take just 30 minutes from Z-hour to all objectives being complete and secure. With the vanguard of the invasion fleet now approaching Taros, the War Talon quickly maneuvered into its bombardment position in a geostationary low orbit. Its target location already locked in, the bombardment cannons and lance turrets prepared to open fire as the planet's rotation slowly brought the target area into the battle barge's line of fire. If the gun crew's mission was successful, then the subsequent attack would be a simple mopping up operation. With luck, the demolition charges would not be needed at all, and the War Talon's big guns would knock out the missile silos with direct hits. This was unlikely, though. Over such long distances, destroying a small armoured target would be difficult, and confirmation would still be needed on the ground. Whilst the gunners prepared, the flight decks and launch bays of the War Talon were a mass of activity. Thunderhawk gunships prepared to take off, fuel tanks full, every system checked and double-checked. 4 Raptor's Thunderhawks stood ready to begin the invasion of Taros. Each individual Space Marine was also prepared for battle. His power armor suit was calibrated for desert environments. 99% efficient water recycling and maximum heat dissipation. Bolters and heavy weapons were test-fired on the ship's range before being issued. Extra ammunition, grenades, knives, chainswords, and bob pistols were handed out to the files of armoured battle brothers. Lastly, each tactical squad was issued 2 bulky demolition charges, and the squad sergeants were given the detonators. Before embarkation, the entire 3rd Company stood shoulder to shoulder in ranks as Captain Aurelius addressed his brothers. He advised them that they would bring the Emperor's justice to those that chose to turn away from his divine light. Theirs was the honour of striking the first blow. In life or death, Each brother would do the chapter great honor this day. Then they all knelt before their company chaplain as he led them in the ritual pre-battle prayers. The company rose as one, as the War Talon's bombardment cannons opened fire. The concussion reverberated through the decks. The first shells to fall upon Taros itself would presage the beginning of the invasion. The Raptor's Space Marines efficiently filed into position within their Thunderhawk gunships to await launch. Planetfall. Before their bombardment started, operations had already begun. The scout squad in their drop pod had already launched. The pod made planetfall safely, and the scouts moved out across the sun-scorched surface disguised by their chameleon cloaks and carrying heavy surveillance equipment, as well as their sniper rifles. Once in position, the squads set up their equipment and began beaming a secure transmission back to the War Talon's operations room. Initial intelligence was correct. The site contained 2 silos and an AA turret, but the other ring of defences had been improved, with the addition of turret gun emplacements. These heavy weapons might be a major threat to landed Thunderhawks, so as Captain Aurelius watched the relays aboard the War Talon, he made some adjustments to his plans. Strike Force B was to abandon its target silo and instead use their heavy weapons to engage and destroy the turret emplacements. The 3 reserve tactical squads would take over Strike Force B's part of the mission. This left Aurelius with no flexible reserve on the ground to counter unexpected enemy moves. So he quickly contacted Captain Cadus of 6th Company. Cadus's company was already on standby to reinforce the assault. Instead of waiting for 3rd Company to secure the landing zone, Aurelius requested 2 tactical squads immediately prepare for a drop pod launch and stand by should he need reinforcements at short notice. Last-minute adjustments to the plan complete, Aurelius boarded his own Thunderhawk, the ramp closing behind him. The planning was over. Now it was time to fight. Down on the surface, the scout squads watched from a safe distance as the orbital bombardment began to impact on the surface. Huge clouds of smoke and dust were thrown up in the desert as the flashes of lance beams and great explosions rent Taros' surface. It lasted exactly 30 minutes, as an area for 5 kilometers around the site was smothered in heavy explosions. What damage had actually been done to the silo site was impossible to tell through the thick dust. On board the War Talon, the 4 Thunderhawks received clearance to launch. Rocket engines blasted into life as one after the other, the gunships sped from the launch bay and headed for the surface. The first Thunderhawk to pass through the heat of atmospheric entry was that carrying Strike Force A. Inside, 10 heavily armoured assault troops, each with a jump pack, chainsaw, holstered bob pistol and a bandolier of melter bombs stud ready. Following instructions from the cockpit, each brother awaited in silence for the order to jump. Its nose still red-hot from the stress of atmospheric entry, the forward hold's rear ramp was lowered, blasting all inside with a rush of air. The first squad member stepped forwards to the edge, each powering up his jump pack system. When the order to jump was received through the helmet comms, there was no hesitation. 2 by 2, the assault troops stepped over the edge into the void. Instantly, each Space Marine was flicked into the Thunderhawk's slipstream, the torrent of fast-moving air created by the gunship's own forward motion. The impact of the wall of air was severe, and each man fought to avoid being flipped and tumbled uncontrollably by it. As the forces of gravity pulled the assault troops downwards, their jump pack motors began to work, and a mere 100 meters above the ground, the thrusters ignited to slow the plunging descent. The braking power of the jump pack exerted huge gravitational pressure on the troops, pressure that could crush a normal man. For protected within their power armor, and by his genetically enhanced physique, each assault trooper could overcome the lethal Gs, orientate himself to the landing zone, and control the direction of his descent. Using the jump pack's thruster controls, he could guide himself directly onto the target to a safe landing. From jump to planetfall, the descent took no more than 60 seconds. As Strike Force A hit the ground, they came under sustained fire from the Hydra emplacement. Explosive autocannon rounds began to kick up the dust and tracers flashed past the assault troops. Unable to hit its attackers in the sky, the AA gunners had waited and now laid down a hail of shells, all 4 barrels of the quad mount thundering. Despite the heavy orbital shelling, it seemed most of the defences had remained intact, as had the silos. The area was scarred with smoking impact craters, but the bombardment had scored no direct hits. The craters would be vital cover for following the assault, and veteran Sergeant Iggis found himself in one such crater. On landing, 2 of his squad had already been seriously wounded. There was no time to waste. The crater offered cover, but his assault troops must silence that gun before the other Thunderhawks arrived. Gathering the men immediately around him, Sergeant Iggis ordered them to move forwards before launching himself over the crater rim. The heavy fire was intense, the big autocannons barking as its grazing fire flashed across the desert. As the assault marines rushed forwards, several more were hit, the force of the rounds knocking each man clean off his feet. Sergeant Iggis was first to arrive at the target, dodging through the fire, bolt pistol in one hand, melter bomb in the other. In one mighty power-armoured leap, he cleared the emplacement parapet, ducked under the red-hot gun barrels, and rolled to the base of the turret. He was quickly joined by 2 of his men. Iggis activated his melter bombs and slapped the magnetic disc to the turret. 6 seconds, he warned over the comm, as the others placed their charges and rolled away. Within the turret, the gun crew knew what to expect and heard the metallic clang of the melter charges being fixed outside. The commander threw open the hatch and leapt clear as the melter charges detonated in sequence, a triple explosion that turned the Hydra turret into an inferno. Molten metal sprayed the compartment within, killing the remaining crew before igniting the ammunition store. Fragments of the gun turret were thrown high into the air as it was ripped apart from the inside. Iggis and his men rolled away, their power armor peppered with flames and shrapnel, but most of the lethal blast clearing them. The first part of the mission was complete. In all, 3 assault brothers had been seriously wounded in the headlong attack. The others who had been hit were not seriously wounded. Each had been saved by the adamantium shell of his armor. They would continue the fight. Now the distant sound of Thunderhawk jets could be heard, growing louder. The Silo's security platoon, who had survived the orbital bombardment in their underground shelter, began to emerge. At first they faced little fire, only the bolt pistol rounds of Iggis's survivors, who were now clustered around the brightly burning wreckage of the AA turret. Then, as the triple-jet roar grew closer, heavy bolter fire began to sweep the area. It was a deluge of fire raining from above as the Thunderhawks raced in. Slowed, hydraulic landing gear lowered, and the aircraft flared back its nose before touching down. The landing ramp was already opening, crashing down to reveal the Space Marines within. The tactical squads rushed down the ramp and into the battle, bolt guns leveled at the hip, bolter rounds slashing across the silo compound. The Planetary Defense Force security squads had seen enough. Several broke rather than face the wrath of the infamous Space Marines. As explosive rounds detonated all around them, they sought cover or fled. The tactical squads advanced steadily upon their targets, whilst the Devastator squads took up their firing positions. Only seconds after landing, the Thunderhawk behind them powered skywards again, leaving a thickening pall of dust swirling in its wake. Underground, in the silo command bunker, the controllers were frantically trying to arm and prepare the missiles for launch. News from the battle above was confused and unclear. It was a race against time. The command bunker had a clear target, the War Talon stationed in low orbit above, but could they get their missiles launched before the silos were destroyed? Overcoming resistance on the ground was simple enough. The security platoon had offered little fight after the first uneven exchange of fire. The attacking tactical squads had little to fear from lasgun fire. The perimeter turret emplacements were a different matter. These weapons were sighted to defend the base against a ground attack, but they could also sweep the silo site with fire. Captain Aurelius had diverted Strike Force B to engage them, hoping to use the Devastator's heavy weapons to destroy the well-armoured guns. They were now engaged in a heavy exchange of fire. Meanwhile, against only light resistance, Strike Force C had reached its target silo, having cut through the encircling razor wire with their combat knives. The squads were planting and fusing demolition charges. The first silo was doomed. The second silo was holding out due to the fire of the turret emplacements, but as the Devastator squad began to win the engagement, destroying the turrets with cracked missiles and las cannon hits, the assault unit was closing in on it too. The desert shook to the sound of the first silo being destroyed. The shaped explosions of the demolition charges splintered the reinforced plascrete silo roofs, causing it to collapse. The missile launcher tube within was choked with rubble. Any attempt to launch now would be a catastrophe, causing the missile to explode inside. Realizing they had lost the race, the command bunker crew abandoned their posts and fled. Soon the Raptor's Space Marines would be blasting in the bunker doors and sweeping the interior with bolt gun fire. The command crew fled rather than face certain death. Target Decima had been taken. The second silo was destroyed soon after the first. The last remnants of resistance surrendered or fled. It had been a frantic battle, but Raptor casualties had been light. 1 dead, 5 serious wounded, 12 lightly wounded. Captain Aurelius surveyed the smoke-blackened scene, the dead lying scattered in the sand where they had fallen, his Space Marines moving quickly into new positions to defend the site's perimeter. Upon hearing each squad report in and declare their area of the perimeter secure, he contacted the War Talon with instructions to launch 6th Company. The Raptor's 6th Company arrived in a flight of Thunderhawk gunships and transporters, setting down inside the silo site perimeter to unload men, vehicles and fresh ammunition supplies. They have run the same operation countless times in the past. Quickly, smoothly and without a hitch, the Space Marines prepared for the invasion following behind them. They had cleared the way with a ruthless efficiency only the Adeptus Astartes could provide. Even as the custodians of the strike force's vehicles climbed aboard their chargers and awoke the machine spirits within to life, the Taros invasion fleet was moving into orbit. Captain Aurelius and Cadian awaited new orders. Their task now was to sit tight and should enemy force threaten to attack the landing site, launch a fast, armoured counterattack into them. They had cleared the way for the Imperial Guard transports. Now they must act as a security shield around the landing zone. The mission objective complete signal from Captain Aurelius was a cue for the rest of the invasion transports to move into low orbit and begin their own landings. The first Imperial Guard troops to land on enemy territory on Taros were to be the infantry companies of the 17th Tallarn Regiment. Many felt the elite stormtrooper companies, especially trained to spearhead the invasion, should be deployed. But this faction in Distill's staff was overruled. Lord Marshal Distill wanted a rapid build-up, more men, more heavy weapons, more vehicles and tanks. A stormtrooper company offered Guard infantry, but could not provide the heavier equipment. General Barim Abbas of the 17th felt that his men had the experience, training and equipment to perform the mission admirably. The original plan had required enough landing craft to put down 3 entire Imperial Guard regiments in the first wave. Fleet Admiral Koto had been unable to supply the vast numbers of landing craft required to fulfill that plan. Instead, the fleet had enough landing craft for just 1 regiment. The others would simply have to wait their turns. On board the sister transports, Imperius, Javelin, Gauntlet and Anvil, in excess of 10,000 men of the 17th Tallarn Regiment, were being transferred from their berths to the landing craft. As well as the men came vehicles, equipment and supplies. The men destined for the first wave were equipped with full combat loads. Armour, grenades, extra ammunition, rations and water supplies had been issued to the leading infantry companies. The men filed into the bellies of the big landing craft, packed in shoulder to shoulder in the darkness. The last man on board for each company was the company commander. On landing, he would also be the first man off. At the back of each assault company was a commissar, bringing up the rear to force any malingerers out of the landing craft and into battle. Whilst the 3 transports moved into low orbit, the fleet's escort ships took up patrol stations, and the larger cruisers picketed the surrounding space to defend the waiting transports against sudden attack. The Righteous Power herself stayed in low orbit with the lead transports ready to provide orbital bombardment. Aboard several of the landing craft were Imperial Navy shore parties led by Navy officers from the Righteous Power. They were there to act as liaison between the Imperial Guard and the fleet, and as fire control teams should resistance be strong enough for the Righteous Power's guns to be needed. Also, on board the battlecruiser was Lord Marshal Distill, in place to oversee landing operations until he could transfer his headquarters to the surface. After a bumpy descent through the atmosphere, it seemed Distill had chosen his southern landing ground well. In the deserts of Taros' Astartes, there was no resistance. The landing craft, each packed with men and materials, were not fired on. When the great loading doors opened and the ramps fell crashing into the desert sand, the men of the Tallarn 17th marched out into the scorching temperatures and bright sunlight to find there was no battle. The enemy was nowhere to be seen. As the landings proceeded, not a shot was fired. File by file, the lead companies of Imperial Guardsmen marched down the ramps and into the savage dry heat of Taros. With their officers shouting orders, the disembarkation was orderly and quick. Immediately upon landing, the companies began to move forwards to begin forming a defensive perimeter. Following the lead infantry came the first tanks. One after another, Leman Russ rumbled down the ramps and followed the men to form strong points in the new perimeter. De Stael listened to the reports from the surface of an unopposed landing. So far, so good. But the enemy might already be reacting and mustering a counterattack force. He needed to seize the opportunity and reinforce as rapidly as possible. He didn't know how long it might last. Company by company, the 17th Tallarn landed, disembarked and marched away from the landing zone. Once unloaded, the landing craft blasted off and returned to dock, with the other transports now moving into low orbit to begin the process again. The 89th Tallarn would be the next regiment to land. The transports repeated the process of the 17th. The invasion force had its foothold. Now they needed the extra forces and extra supplies to make it stick. Whilst the regiments of 10th Corps began the long process of transferring everything from orbit to the landing zones, the Raptors chapter had already completed its landings. The entirety of the 3rd and 6th companies and all their vehicles were in position surrounding Decima Silo. Captain Aurelius and Cadiz placed themselves next to the task force's Damocles Rhino and listened to the incoming reports. The invasion was progressing as planned. No enemy contact had been reported yet. As it turned out, the Raptors' assault on Decima was the only combat on the first day of the Taros invasion. It seemed the enemy had been caught by surprise by the landings and had no forces positioned for an immediate counterattack. The second day might see the expected attack materialize, but the longer the enemy left it, the stronger the Imperium's forces would become, and the harder it would become to remove them. Days went by, and nothing was seen of the enemy. The 17th Tallarn Regiment, now dug in behind sandbag positions, was ordered to begin reconnaissance operations. Their sentinel companies and selected infantry squads were to launch long-range patrols out into the surrounding desert to see if they could find any evidence of enemy activity or build-up. The main effort was to be concentrated northwards, the direction the eventual advance would come. As well as reporting enemy sightings, the patrols will also provide useful information about the terrain the regiments faced, and possible routes of advance. Meanwhile, behind the 17 front lines, the landing zone was a hive of activity. Landing craft were constantly touching down or taking off. Sentinel powerlifters were stomping to and fro, carrying ammunition crates and fuel drums. Trojans were dragging fuel and water bowsers between the ships and the supply dumps. Through all this marched columns of men, mostly Tallarn infantry or stormtrooper platoons, heavily laden with their own fighting kit, or wretched Departamento Labour squads, dressed in rags and carrying shovels and picks. Tanks and Chimera squadrons rumbled through the desert in neat lines. De Stael's build-up was now in full flow. On day 4, the first of the Munitorum Labour Corps was landed, and immediately set to work constructing an aircraft landing field. The first of the Imperial Navy fighter squadrons, the 386th, was waiting on board the Hammer of Thrace for an air base and supplies to be put in place before they could transfer to the surface. This was a priority task. The addition of an Imperial Navy fighter squadron would add greatly to the invasion force's reconnaissance assets. Able to range far and wide over the desert, they could seek out enemy forces at far greater ranges than the Sentinels or Armoured Fist squads already operating in the surrounding desert. For De Stael, the landing was a triumph of organisation. The feared Tau counterattack had never come. The force build-up was going well. Of course, there were problems to be solved. Congestion in the landing zone, men or landing craft becoming lost or arriving at the wrong location. Already water supplies were a problem, but the tanker Empress of Svedeg was now in orbit and unloading 1,000 tons of water a day. At this rate, it would still take 20 days to fully unload. The men on the ground needed more, and transporting water was taking more space in the landing craft than expected, slowing the whole landing process down. There was a shortage of power lifters for unloading, and De Stael requisitioned many from the Tallarn regiments on the perimeter to aid at the landing zone. The knock-on effect of this was that the Tallarn regiments had to use their own manpower to move supplies to the front. Guardsmen were used as pack animals to carry shells to the artillery guns or water cans to the trenches. Platoons given supply duty laboured in the hot sun, carrying crate after crate. In the first week it became the most hated of duties. But whilst the enemy didn't attack, this inefficient use of combat manpower was not a problem for the 4,621st Army. Supplies of all kinds were now pouring onto Taros. Fuel, food, medical supplies, communications equipment, sandbags by the thousand, replacement vehicles, feed for the Rough Rider squadrons, tents, small, medium and large, power cells of all kinds, spare track links, spades, pickaxes, jerry cans by the pallet load, razor wire by the mile, mine fuses, right down to boxes of shiny new medals. The supply depots grew and grew, everything being carefully recorded, logged and stored. Despite valiant attempts to impose order, the landing zone was in chaos. One stormtrooper company requested new Voxcasters, but on opening the crates found they had been delivered brand new horse saddles. The landing operation was vast, but even with his first 3 regiments now in position, Distill was in no hurry to start offensive operations on the ground. The more men and supplies he got in place, the better his ultimate chance of success. In all, it took nearly 2 weeks to move everything down to the planet's surface. It was 2 weeks of intense unloading activity, 2 weeks in which the enemy made no sign of attacking. For the men on the front line, it was 2 weeks of waiting. The men started referring to the Taros invasion as the Clerks' War, both a comment on Distill's nickname and the fact that the supply clerks were the busiest men in the army. After being on standby for 3 days, the Raptor Space Marines were withdrawn back to their battle barge. They had completed their mission, and enough Imperial Guard forces were now in place to resist any attack long enough for the Raptors to redeploy if needed. The only Space Marine unit to remain on the surface was the Lone Scout Squad. They were to assist in the pre-offensive intelligence gathering. The Imperium's force was now secure on Taros, and, amazingly, barely a shot had been fired. Reconnaissance reports indicated some enemy activity in the deserts. Traces of Tau movement or occupation were found, but as yet, there were no sightings. If the Tau were out there in the desert, then they were playing a patient waiting game. It was Distill's next task to find them and bring them to battle. The Desert War. Once the Imperial Guard forces had established a secure landing zone, they did not move immediately. Instead, they set up a strong defensive perimeter around the landing zone and began to reinforce and stockpile supplies. This process lasted 2 weeks. In the meantime, the Tallarn regiments launched sentinels and long-range infantry patrols into the desert to reconnoiter along expected routes of advance. The patrols encountered very little. The enemy continued to husband their strength and refused to commit to battle. Sightings of the enemy were 0. Where were the Tau? The second week's build-up saw other Imperial Guard regiments and more Departamento Munitorum units land. Air bases were rapidly constructed by the Labour Corps, as simple strips of flattened earth, before Imperial Navy aircraft deployed from their carriers in orbit. The 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment arrived and started the long process of transferring their 3,000 men and 180 aircraft to the surface. Only once everything was in order, the 10th Corps was in place and the supply stockpiles were large enough, would Lord Marshal Distill move from his defensive posture to an offensive one. The agreed objective of the ground offensive was to capture Tarokeen and the Starport. Secondary objectives were to find and kill the planetary governor and destroy all the Tau forces on Taros. The city of Tarokeen was situated on the Iracunda Isthmus, a strip of land between Taros' 2 major seas. Its location gave Distill's planners a problem. The city was only approachable by ground forces from the west or east. The eastern end of the Iracunda Isthmus was very narrow, less than 15 kilometers, and represented a dangerous bottleneck for the Imperial Guard. Tau forces could easily block this route of advance and force a stalemate. With no room to maneuver, only costly direct assaults would break through to the city beyond, and Distill did not believe he had the men required for such brutal, attritional warfare. He decided to concentrate his efforts on the western end of the isthmus, which was wider and should allow the Imperial Guard's numbers and firepower to tell. Before the offensive could begin, there was a High Command staff meeting on board the Righteous Power. Lord Commander Gustavus arrived in person. He was concerned. The not threatening the eastern end of the isthmus would allow the defenders to mass their forces at the western end and make any breakthrough far harder to achieve. Gustavus believed a diversion was required to draw any enemy forces away from the isthmus and pin them down, if not by action, then at least by the threat of imminent action. After a long discussion, it was agreed that the second attack was needed, and de Steel adjusted his plans accordingly. For this new task, the Lord Marshal requested Captain Aurelius attend his next planning council. Aurelius's Raptors would be required again, this time to launch a powerful armoured strike from the landing zone eastwards. Circling around the south of the Southern Sea, the Space Marines' objective would be to draw Tau forces to them. The Space Marines need not seek to engage the enemy in a decisive battle, but the threat of the Space Marines' presence, if only for a while, would help the main northward advance by drawing away resistance. Captain Aurelius and his fellow officers strongly disagreed. His battle brothers were not being usefully employed if they were to act as a mere diversion force. Unhappy with the plan for his forces, Captain Aurelius declined the mission, but did offer to include his forces alongside the main advance, even to form the spearhead of the first armoured thrust, rather than be underemployed in a sideshow to the main campaign, as he called it. Irritated by Captain Aurelius's refusal to sanction de Steel's plan, but unwilling to risk the complete loss of his valuable Space Marine allies, Gustavus insisted de Steel revise his offensive plan. Instead of the Space Marines making the diversionary eastward thrust, it would fall to the raw 331st Tallarn Regiment, their first action since being founded. As unblooded troops, the 331st were best given an easier introduction to war against a cunning alien foe, then thrown into the crucible on the front line. The objective would remain the same as for the Space Marines, but the advance, being mostly on foot, would be somewhat slower. Still, the whole of the regiment's men and tanks marching through the desert should draw Tau forces to them and out of the path of the main advance. Colonel Usval Hamid, the commanding officer of the 331st, was summoned and given his orders by de Steel. Advance eastwards for 30 days, then establish a new defensive blocking position anchored against the south coast of the MSC. The 331st Regiment's advance would begin on the same day as the main offensive and should be pushed forward with vigour and aggression. The diversion has to look like the real thing. With the issue of the diversionary spearhead resolved, de Steel turned to planning his main northward thrust. It would advance on a wide front, driving north across the desert and then swinging east onto the Iracunda Isthmus. Rather than concentrate all his combat power, de Steel elected to spread out. This would seem to go against the teachings of the Tactica Imperialis, but so far all de Steel's intelligence reports suggested the Tau forces would not be numerous enough to stop him anywhere. If one sector of the advance was halted by Tau action, then another would be advancing unimpeded. Overall, the offensive would keep moving northwards. A broad advance with the Tallarn regiments side by side would make for steady gains. De Steel's offensive timetable called for the Tallarn regiments to make an ambitious 20 kilometers a day, but he expected that in some sectors along the front line, the Tau would stand and fight, and that sector would naturally be slowed down or halted by combat. If the Tau committed their forces to battle in one sector, then other sectors would be able to move faster. De Steel's staff believed an average of 20 kilometers a day should be sustainable, especially as the Tallarn units would be operating in a familiar environment. At this rate, it would take 60 days of advancing to reach the outskirts of Tarakeen. With his offensive timetable complete, de Steel turned to his supply officers. He ordered that 60 days of supplies would be required. Enough ammunition, food, and most importantly water must be stockpiled. Reports showed that available stockpiles were currently at approximately half this. Enough for 30 days, but supplies continued to flow from orbit unimpeded. De Steel decided that 30 days of supplies was enough to begin his offensive, and the rest would follow as the offensive progressed. It was a fateful moment. De Steel's offensive strategy would see the 10th Corps of the 4,621st Army take the lead role. It would involve the Tallarn infantry regiments advancing, using their own armoured companies and artillery to support the lead infantry platoons. The 12th Tallarn Armoured Regiment would be on the right flank, and the 3rd Armoured Regiment would be kept behind the front line as the Corps reserves, for deployment only if the offensive started to stall. Arrayed from west to east, the 10th Corps formation would be the 17th Tallarn Regiment on the left, the 89th Tallarn Regiment in the centre, 12th Armoured Regiment on the right. Behind would follow the 3rd Armoured Regiment. Striking eastward would be the 331st Tallarn Regiment. The other Imperial Guard regiments of 11th Corps, once they had been landed, would be held as the strategic reserve. Should this offensive fail to reach Tarrakeen, then Distill would turn to these units and a new plan. The difficult attack on the eastern end of the Erakonda Isthmus would be spearheaded by the Raptor Space Marines, with the Warhound Titans of Legio Ignitum, when they arrived, and the Tallarn tanks in support. The weight of this attack should carry the offensive through the bottleneck around the city. Distill would besiege the enemy, cutting off water supplies before the final assault with the fresh regiments from 11 Corps. The detailed planning of the assault on Tarrakeen would have to wait until the offensive got well underway. For the thousands of men from Tallarn, it would be a long, hard march in hot, harsh conditions, but they would have tank support and their artillery would constantly move up to keep the line in range. The Imperial Navy would be flying combat air patrols and bombing raids from their newly established air bases. The tower might slow them down and even gain local successes, but the offensive would press on, grinding ever forwards by its weight of numbers. The offensive began with a sustained rolling artillery bombardment all along the front line. Mortars, battle cannon, earth-shaker cannons, and griffins began an intense barrage. It was as if the gods themselves were hurling thunderbolts across Taros. The noise, concussion, and great belches of fire from each muzzle made a huge din. Thunderous explosions rolled across the desert, followed by geysers of sand and flame, one here, another there. The blasts, coming so thick and fast, they merged into a single roar. Pillars of smoke and flame shot skywards, in a wall of high explosives which crept meter by meter across the desert. The rolling barrage crept forwards for 30 minutes before the infantry began their advance. Every gun in the corps was blazing away. It was a barrage designed to soften up any enemy forces lying immediately ahead of the first advance. As the infantry rose from their dug-in positions, they could feel the ground shaking and hear the outgoing artillery shells whine and scream overhead. If the enemy was out there, they were taking a pounding, and that gave the guardsmen great heart. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the barrage ended. A strange calm descended after the storm. Ahead of them, the infantry could see a thick pall of dust rising, into which the first platoons advanced. Strung out in line abreast, the lead infantry squads began to move forwards at a steady rate. Alongside or just behind them followed the tanks, Leman Russ grinding the desert sand into dust, engines revving and belching black fumes into the air. Each platoon began to find its own way forward. The screen of reconnaissance troops in front still reported no enemy contact. The front line reached the barrage area. It was a landscape scarred by still smoking shell craters. The sand had been scorched black, boulders had been shattered into pebbles, but there was no evidence that the opening bombardment had hit anything other than the empty desert. The advance moved deeper into the desert. A steady march that continued all day, and still no sign of any resistance. Some started to think that perhaps the Tau had given up on Taros, and the campaign would be a walkover. By nightfall on the first day, the forward units had covered the required 20 kilometers. As darkness fell, the artillery pieces hucked up to their Trojan toes and began to move forwards into new firing positions. Already, the advance had outstripped the guns' ranges. Even the long earth-shaker cannons were at the extreme edge of their range. It was a night-long task to drive or drag the weapons forwards, dig new firing positions and prepare for tomorrow, with fresh ammunition supplies from the stockpiles. The Makali. Some of the Tallarn Regiment's Rough Rider squadrons ride large Xenos mounts called Makali. These desert-dwelling herbivores are originally indigenous to the vast equatorial deserts of Guru Prime. Many Makali have been transported to other desert worlds, including Tallarn itself, because of their superior evolutionary advantages in dry desert conditions. Part of many Tallarn Regiment's battle honours include the right to export thousands of Makali from Guru Prime every 10 years. Some regiments no longer exercise these rights, but many still do. The Makali, sometimes locally referred to as sand pacers, live in huge herds. They are grazers, living on a thin diet of rough shrubs. They have multiple stomachs which can process most vegetation. This is then regurgitated for ingesting the second time. A Makali can survive for long periods on very small amounts of food and water. Conversely, they have very poor protection against cold climates and die quickly when exposed to sub-zero temperatures for any length of time. A Makali's main advantage over a horse is its exceptional endurance and load-bearing capacity. In the driest of hot desert conditions, they can keep going for days, even without food or water, and will long outlive a horse or a human rider. They can carry heavy loads and are sometimes used for transporting supplies or towing other equipment. A Makali-mounted Rough Rider squadron can range further afield and carry more equipment than a horse-mounted squadron. A Makali's feet are adapted to move over sand at speed. Large, soft pads help spread their weight to avoid sinking in soft sand. Their thick hides generally have a mottled grey-blue colouring, running to a pink-brown underbelly. Once broken and trained, Makali are well-tempered and placid creatures, if rather dim-witted, but lack any natural aggression. They make superb riding beasts and beasts of burden in arid climates, but will not fight. Even bull males show little aggression, and faced with danger, an unmounted Makali always flees. Day 2. The night was as bitterly cold as the day was stiflingly hot. Ice had formed on many of the Imperial Guardsmen's weapons during the short hours of darkness. It soon melted with the dawn sun. Day 2 was to be a repeat of Day 1, but without the pre-planned rolling barrage. Such a high ammunition expenditure could not be maintained every day. Instead, the guns would target those locations the Tau might be occupying for brief, harassing fire missions, before standing by to assist any units that came under attack. As the artillery and mortars opened fire again, the infantry began their advance. Morale was high. So far, there had been no resistance. By mid-morning, all that had changed. The Tau had been waiting for the advance since the landings on Taros. Their Pathfinder squads and stealth suit teams had already scored a significant success before a shot was fired by observing the locations of Imperial Guard units and alerting the Hunter Cadre commanders as to the likely routes of advance for the Imperial Guard's armor. The Hunter Cadre commanders, following Chasseur Remir's instructions, were well hidden in the desert and waiting to move forward and counter the advance. The Hunter Cadres were formidably equipped for mobile desert warfare, with its wide-open battlefields and engagements which commonly took place at long ranges, most notably with railguns and Seeker missiles. 24 hours before the offensive was set in motion, crack stealth suit teams, operating in darkness and evading Imperial Guard patrols, had noted the build-up of equipment and stores, and forecast that the Imperium's forces were ready for an attack. The Tau had left no formation within artillery range, but their mechanized Hunter Cadres were well supplied with devilfish transports. They could move forwards and react quickly and decisively when the time came. It was finally judged that the time had come on the second day of the Imperial offensive. The Imperial Guard infantry and tanks had left their perimeter defenses of sandbags, razor wire, and minefields behind, and were now in the open. Attacks should be swift, keeping the enemy at a distance. They needed to inflict casualties, then withdraw back into the desert. Hopefully the Imperial Guard would pursue. The next day, they would be hit again. Tau forces engaged in brief, long-range firefights all along the front on that second day. The 17th Tallarn Regiment suffered the strongest counterattack at midday, approaching an abandoned mining facility called Tunguska Station. The Tau struck in force with hammerheads and Seeker missiles. The Battle of Tunguska Station. At first light on the second day, the Tallarn's 17th Regiment resumed its advance along its entire front. On the command of their officers, the men rose from their quickly dug foxholes, whilst tanks gunned their engines and began to grind slowly forwards. Behind them, the artillery opened fire from new firing positions, hitting selected targets all along the front. The regiment's 3 armoured companies formed the cutting edge of the advance, with squadrons of Lehman Russ tanks stretched out across the desert sands. Lacking chimeras, the advance would be at walking pace. It would be another day of slow, steady gains. As the combined force of armoured companies and Tallarn infantry moved across the desert, they encountered their first enemy. A hunter cadre had moved forwards into engagement range. These forces had sped to intercept the Imperium's tank spearheads, guided by Pathfinder teams which were already observing the Imperial Guard's advance from a distance. The faster-moving Tau grav tanks had arrived in the vicinity of Tunguska Station only minutes before the Imperial advance. Tunguska Station was a small collection of buildings, lean-tos and old mining equipment, abandoned by its operators after the Imperial Forces arrived. It had already been scouted and then shelled by the artillery as part of the preparations for the day's advance. The surrounding area was pockmarked with basilisk shell craters. The battle started as the lead tank encountered a hidden Tau Pathfinder unit. The Leman Russ opened fire with its battle cannon. Using their marker lights and seeker missiles, the Tau returned fire immediately, knocking out the Leman Russ, which started to burn fiercely as the crew tumbled out of the hatches to the desert floor. Their position compromised, the Pathfinders quickly withdrew on foot. In the distance, on the edge of the Tunguska Station, hammerhead gunships appeared and opened fire with their railguns. The whip-crack sound of railguns soon filled the air. The surviving Leman Russ sought cover, firing off smoke launchers and returning fire. Vanquisher and battle cannon matched against railguns in a deadly long-range duel. With the armoured vehicles preoccupied in their own private battle, the Imperial Guard infantry, led from the front by their commanding officer, Lieutenant Kavar, pressed forward towards the buildings. The men of 1st Platoon, 2nd Company advanced towards the outskirts of Tunguska Station, only to encounter fire warriors, supported by devilfish troop carriers. A fierce firefight ensued. Lieutenant Kavar was killed during the attack, as his command section was overrun and annihilated by counter-attacking crisis battlesuits, probably the cadre Chassel commander in person. Without close armoured support, the Tallarn platoon was heavily outgunned. They urgently called for reinforcements, and a stormtrooper squad was ordered forward to their location. A Thunderbolt fighter was also scrambled to intercept the Tau forces. The arrival of more Tau reinforcements and a low-flying Barracuda strafing the battlefield decisively swung the fight in the Tau's favour. Outmatched, 1st Platoon fell back with heavy losses, despite the timely arrival of the stormtrooper reinforcements speeding to the fight in their chimeras. The Thunderbolt air support raced low overhead to bomb Tunguska Station. Already 3 Leman Russes were burning in the desert. In this sector, the advance had stalled for the day. As the Imperial Guardsmen withdrew from Tunguska Station, destructive artillery fire was directed onto the buildings. For several hours, basilisk shells began pounding the entire area. In darkness, a patrol was ordered to investigate the ruins of Tunguska Station. They found little remaining. The enemy had already withdrawn to regroup, leaving only the smouldering wrecks of a single hammerhead and a devilfish troop carrier behind. Next morning, the advance resumed, with 2nd Company's 5th Platoon being ordered into the front line to replace the battle-weary survivors of 1st Platoon. Later that morning, 5th Platoon's cautious advance captured the remains of Tunguska Station without further resistance from Tau forces. Tunguska Station was just the first of many such attacks throughout the following days, designed to weaken the frontline units and temporarily stall them. Sudden sharp attacks all along 10th Corps' front line became a daily hazard. 12th Armoured Regiment's advance. On the right flank, the 12th Armoured was experiencing similar problems. The hammerheads and broadsides with their railguns and mobility excelled in these conditions. Unbroken fields of fire allowed them to target the Leman Russ first before manoeuvring to avoid return fire. Once the tanks were destroyed, the chimeras carrying infantry support were powerless to respond. Crews had to rely upon the weight of the Leman Russ armour for survival, but against the fearsome railguns, it was not always enough. The ominous whip-crack of railguns became a sound each Imperial Guardsman learned to hate and fear. The Tau's weaponry seemed to slice through armour at any range. The magnetically driven hypersonic passage of each round heated the air so it seemed to fizz and crackle. The speed was such that infantrymen stood too close would find the air sucked from their lungs as it passed overhead. The slipstreams of each round would raise the sand, forming a speeding, swirling trail of dust, which cut across the desert faster than the eye could track. With little cover to hide from railguns, the Desert War was costly in equipment. After 5 days advancing, the 12th Armoured Regiment had lost 50% of its tank strength amongst the 4 deployed companies. They had inflicted some damage on the enemy, but it was an uneven exchange. Replacement tanks could be found, but not enough to make good all the losses. The regimental commander, Colonel Assar Billard, recognizing his tank companies needed the extra support, deployed the basilisks of his 1st Artillery Regiment forward to act as assault guns rather than conventional artillery. His artillery was proving ineffective against very mobile targets. It was a shrewd move. By utilizing the Earthshaker cannon's longer range, the artillery helped level the playing field. But the regiment was already falling behind its 20 kilometers a day timetable. The basilisks, like Leman Russes, were vulnerable. In those first days of the Desert War, a typical tank engagement might run something like this. The lead infantry platoons would be advancing in line abreast, directly supported by a Leman Russ. Lying in wait for them would be a single small Pathfinder team, well hidden amongst rocks. They would target the Leman Russ with their marker lights, and far to the rear, a volley of Seeker missiles would be launched, locking on to the target tank. The first the Imperial Guard would know about the attack would be the sudden destruction of the tank under multiple missile impacts. Other tanks would move forward to reinforce, only to come under long-range fire from railguns as hammerheads skimmed forwards into range. A long-range exchange of fire would take place between the armoured vehicles, whilst the Imperial Guard infantry pressed forwards. The infantry would be counterattacked by fire warrior units racing forwards in devilfish transports, dismounting and again engaging at long range with pulse rifles. The Imperial Guard were outgunned in the infantry firefight, although their squad snipers did achieve some kills with their longer-ranged weapons. As the guardsmen pressed forwards, casualties mounting, they might be able to bring their heavy weapon squads, mortar batteries, or, if a forward observer was present, their heavy artillery to bear. As Tallarn fire built, the tower would board their transport vehicles and withdraw rapidly, to be followed by their hammerheads. The battlefield would be left in the Imperial Guard's possession, but at a cost in tanks and men. Move and counter-move. Lord Marshal the Steel's staff began to analyse and understand the tactics the tower had adopted and looked to counter them. First of all, the Pathfinder teams needed to be hunted down more vigorously. Reconnaissance squads were reinforced with more Sentinel units to aid them in this mission. Neutralise the tower's scouts and the long-range ambushes would be harder to achieve. This had some success, with scout units regularly clashing in small skirmishes. The light sentinels still proved to be vulnerable to the tower's weaponry, and many were lost during these engagements. But each clash of scout patrols meant the front line behind would be free from Seeker missile ambushes. The losses in sentinels was compensated for by the saving in tanks and men behind them. Next, Distill looked to his own mobility to counter tower speed. As a response force, he turned to the Imperial Navy. The Thunderbolts and Lightnings of the Imperial Navy fighter wings would be the solution. If the tanks could not bring the tower decisively to battle, then the aircraft could. Air patrols over the front line would be increased, with pilots given license to roam, locate, and engage targets of opportunity. Squadrons were put on standby to scramble should a frontline unit report contact with the enemy. These would race to the front line and deliver devastating volleys of Hellstrike missiles. The Tau might outrun his artillery, but they could not outrun the Imperial Navy. As Distill's operational tactics evolved, naturally so must have the Taus. For the commanders, the war was a toing and froing of move and counter-move, plan and counter-plan. The Imperial Navy was heavily active for several days over the front line, the sky crisscrossed with vapor trails and filled with the roar of jet engines. The Thunderbolts of the Imperial Navy began to find ground targets, scoring notable successes and inflicting heavier losses on the Tau than the ground forces had managed. The Tau's response was to commit its own air forces in increasing numbers. Barracudas began to be seen over the battlefield, not in a ground attack role, but diving from high altitude to intercept the Imperium's aircraft. From distant bases on the Irukunda Isthmus, the Barracudas kept up patrols to defend their ground forces. The air war over Taros had begun. The dogfights became common between the two evenly matched forces. This drew the Imperial Navy's resources away from its ground attack role, and once again, the hunter cadres were freed up for their probing counterattacks. Despite the losses and the escalation of the ground war into the skies, the offensive continued to grind forwards through the desert. After 10 days, it had advanced 150 kilometers. It was behind schedule by between 30 and 50 kilometers, but the broad front was still moving northwards daily. Storming the Pyra Heights. The established pattern of the campaign continued as the Imperial Guard moved northwards, but within the first weeks the pace of the advance started to slacken. After 20 days, they had covered approximately 300 kilometers. All regiments were reporting problems with their supply lines. Convoys were not making it to the front line. Days passed whilst there was not enough fuel for all the vehicles. Only when it arrived could the regiments push on and attempts be made to make up for the lost time. Water rationing was having to be strictly enforced by commissars. This made offensive operations increasingly difficult and slow. On the left flank of the broad front, the Tallarn 17th was approaching an upland area known as the Pyria Heights. These rugged escarpments scarred the distant horizon with their steep slopes. Orders from de Stael's headquarters were for the regiments to swing slightly westwards and capture the high ground, hopefully outflanking the majority of the tower defenders and opening a clearer path to the Erakunda Isthmus. For the past 7 days, the 17th Tallarn Regiment's advance towards the Pyria Heights had gone without incident. The Tau had left the regiment to its slow flank march, and the 25 days since the offensive began, the elite platoons found themselves at the foot of a steep, rocky climb into the highlands. The regiment's reconnaissance squads had arrived several days before the main body, moving on foot up the slopes at night. The scouts had begun to seek the best routes through the rocky terrain. Several prospective routes had been identified, and the first probe by sentinel units had not been attacked. The versatile walkers fared well on the steep hillsides, but it was terrain the regiment's supporting tanks would find highly restricting. Since arriving, the recon squads had spotted a few enemy tanks, but in the process, several men had been injured by rock falls. At the time, these were put down to unfortunate accidents. Amongst the lower slopes, they had no confirmed sightings of the enemy, and had not found any indication of an enemy force present in large enough strength to threaten the continued advance. Meanwhile, unknown to those below, the Tau's savage allies, the Kroot, were hiding and waiting on the high ground. A few Kroot trackers ventured out to keep an eye on the humans and set rock-slide booby traps, but the main forces kept to the high ground, never exposing themselves to the human scouts. If they were spotted, then it would bring the heavy artillery down on their heads. The Master Shaper was clever enough to know that in the dense rocky terrain, his ferocious kindreds and hounds would be at an advantage. Once spotted, his forces would become the targets of heavy shelling, and this might force him to withdraw. Out of the hills, in the open desert, his forces would stand little chance against the enemy's firepower. If the Tallarn advance was to be stopped, it would have to be here. General Barim Abbas issued his orders to capture the high ground. In scorching heat, the lead companies and platoons set off on an arduous climb, scout squads and sentinels showing them the way. From their caves and rocky hiding places, the Kroot emerged, hungry and ready to fight. They scurried downhill to hide behind the first ridgeline. On each Shaper's command, the war bands rose as one, suddenly appearing on the ridgeline above the guardsmen as a long, howling line. With hounds baying and narlocks shrieking, the Kroot charged headlong downhill. Leaping from rock to rock, their momentum carried them into the Imperial Guardsmen below. Suddenly it was a desperate fight. Some Tallarn units fled rather than face the bloodthirsty savages. Other squads sought cover, stood, fought, and died on the Kroot's blades or savaged by wild alien beasts. With his vanguard platoons under sudden, heavy enemy counterattack, General Barim Abbas ordered all his artillery to open fire on the first ridgeline. Directed by forward observer teams, mortars and earth-shaker cannons launched repeated barrages on the enemy. Fire, smoke, and dust engulfed the ridgeline. The heavy fire gave the elite platoons enough time to withdraw. and mercifully the Kroot did not follow, preferring to remain amongst the dense cover on the high ground. Blooded and weary, the Tallarn guardsmen had been repulsed, but the fighting to climb the Pyrea heights was just beginning. Over the next 10 days, 3 more attempts to storm the treacherous slopes, each ended with the regiment being thrown back with heavy losses. A 4th attack, led personally by General Barim Abbas, did capture the first ridgeline. The 17th Regiment's offensive had stalled. The only reserve force available to aid them was the Talon 3rd Armoured Regiment, but their Leman Russes and Chimeras could not operate effectively in the Highlands. De Stijl wisely refused to commit them. He would seek a breakthrough elsewhere, whilst the 17th skirmished with the Kroot for possession of a barren, rocky wilderness of little use to either side. For the 17th, it was the high watermark of their advance on Tarakeen. They had captured 350 kilometers of desert. The Kroot on Taros. The Kroot on Taros consisted of the normal Kroot warriors, which are fairly common sights in and around the Damocles Gulf area and the galaxy at large, acting as mercenaries. Kroot hounds also are a common sight amongst such warbands. On Taros, however, the Kroot deployed a number of the larger beasts of their species. Great Narlock. The studies reveal the jungle world of Peck is home to many creatures related to the native Kroot. The Great Narlock seems to be, like the Krootox and Kroot hound, an evolutionary dead end. It is an evolutionary strain that develops into a large, solitary predator. Its effectiveness in this niche would seem to be limited by many factors. By its small eyes, needed to see prey, weak forearms, needed for holding live prey, huge legs, resulting in relatively slow running speed, needed for pursuit, body size and lightweight skeletal structure. Given these drawbacks, it seems the Great Narlock is lucky to have survived at all, except that its morphology has other advantages. Its muscular legs are built for travelling long distances and sustaining a good constant speed. This is due to its well-developed hinge-like ankles. The creature's lower leg and claw structure mean it is capable of brief bursts of sudden speed, aided by its well-developed Naimune organ, a trait still retained by some of the Great Narlock's smaller relatives. It is capable of standing on its toes in the manner of many fast-running creatures, helping it to spring suddenly from hiding onto any unwary prey. It is not capable of maintaining a top speed over long distances. The creature's hands are large, well-developed and dexterous, making them useful for foraging, picking fruit or digging, aided by long, thin, tannon-like claws. Whilst lacking any olfactory lobes, the beast's long tendrils, concentrated at the rear of the head, but also situated all over the body, provide superb sensory information to the creature's small brain. It may have difficulty seeing a prey, but a Great Narlock can efficiently track by scent and sound over long distances. All these morphological features point to a creature which is, at home, scavenging as well as hunting by a variety of methods. Whilst all carnivores are happy to eat dead flesh, they prefer fresh meat. The Great Narlock seems to be the same, hunting on occasion, but at other times happy scavenging carcasses. It is also adept at foraging amongst the jungle growth for fruit, or using its long, dexterous claws to seek out insects or even dig for grubs. Whilst the Great Narlock is omnivorous, it has evolved to hunt by one of two means, either lurking in dense undergrowth to suddenly ambush passing prey, or using its sensory organs to detect a prey at long distance. It can then utilize its stamina to remorselessly pursue its victim until exhaustion. Like the Krootox, the Great Narlock does not seem predisposed to violence unless hunting, threatened or goaded. It may be that a Great Narlock spends most of its time alone underneath the jungle canopy, foraging for foodstuffs and scavenging, suddenly exploding into extreme violence should a suitable quarry be encountered. Being a solitary creature, they have not benefited from the presence of other creatures and have not developed a pack hunter's cunning, intelligence, or sociability. They remain dull-witted creatures and show none of the higher psychological traits of a Kroot hound. The Great Narlock's natural characteristics make it useful to the Kroot in several ways. Most commonly as a beast of burden, large enough to carry heavy loads with great stamina over long distances, but lacking intelligence. They are easily led once domesticated. The only drawback is the beast's sudden bouts of extreme aggression, making them unpredictable. It is noted that Great Narlocks in domestic service are always kept muzzled and chained. The most common use of Great Narlocks on the battlefield is for its keepers to goad the creature into aggression, enraging it by use of goad sticks and excreted chemicals. Once angered, the beast is goaded towards the enemy. There is no subtlety to this tactic. Once angered, the beast will attack anything that comes into range of its claws or sharp beak. The excretion of chemicals and pheromones means it is unlikely to attack a Kroot, as they are not the creature's natural prey, but its unpredictable nature means that this is not a sure defense, and many unwary handlers have become a Great Narlock's next meal. Less commonly, the creature's basically placid nature also make it useful as a riding beast. Several Kroot can mount the creature and use it as a stable weapons platform for mounting Kroot guns. Again, they may be aided by the excretion of chemicals to calm a beast in battle. Great Narlocks accompany many Kroot mercenary forces and have been identified amongst Kroot contingents fighting alongside their benefactors, the Tau. Once captured, usually as newly born or very young, the Kroot rear and domesticate their Great Narlocks for a variety of uses. Around Kroot settlements, Great Narlocks are a common sight. Great Narlocks are most commonly used by Kroot forces as baggage animals, to carry heavy equipment and supplies whilst on campaign. These domesticated creatures are kept chained and muzzled for safety, but are not expected to fight in combat. Occasionally a baggage column might be caught up in battle, for example, if a Kroot column is caught in an ambush. In this case, the Goads and the Great Narlock will be forced to fight to defend themselves. Mother Great Narlocks are trained to fight, goaded into battle by their handlers, while some Great Narlocks, once old enough, are trained to carry riders and used to mount weapons, much like the more common Krootoks. These weapon mounts are not as common as the herded beasts, or those used to carry heavy loads, which are easier to train. They make effective assault troops, supporting the carnivore squads, able to provide heavy weapons fire, or quickly advance and join an assault, using the Great Narlock's natural predatory instincts in close combat. The Kroot bolt thrower is a primitive but effective weapon, used by the Kroot since long before they encountered the Tau Empire. As with Kroot rifles and guns, the Tau have aided their auxiliaries by using Tau technology to improve the Kroot's weaponry. Instead of the basic sharpened bolts, the Tau provide impact-fused explosive tips, making them far more dangerous. These tips are a smaller version of the warheads used in their own missile pods. The bolt thrower is fired by an ingenious hand crank system, which drops bolts from the magazine into position and quickly redraws the bowstring, allowing it to keep up a high rate of fire for little effort on behalf of the crew. Narlock Riders. Peck's jungles teem with exotic wildlife, ranging from small scavengers to tree dwellers, to larger ground-dwelling herbivores. The Krootoks is the most common of these. There are also pack hunters, like the Kroot Hound and Narlock, two huge solitary predators like the Great Narlocks. The Kroots use many of these creatures, either as game or for domestication. As the name suggests, Narlocks are close relatives of the Great Narlock. They are a smaller, more sociable carnivorous hunter, also native to the jungles of Peck. The primitive Kroot utilize many of Peck's creatures in battle, and Narlocks are highly prized as cavalry mounts. In the wild, Narlocks are formidable predators. As would be expected, the Narlock has much in common with its bigger relative. They hunt in a similar way, spring ambushes or using their stamina in long pursuits. The major difference is they live and hunt in small packs. Living in groups of up to 10 creatures, including their young, they are active and agile, ferocious hunters who work together to attack and kill just about any size of prey. Operating together in a pack, the Narlock has developed a cunning intelligence. Its brain-to-body size ratio is far greater than that of its larger cousin. The Kroot seem to respect Narlocks, revering them as powerful and successful hunters. Shapers have been known to allow their kindred to hunt, kill, and eat Narlock packs in order to aid the kindred's evolution. Mostly, Kroots only hunt and trap the young to tame and train. When attacking, the Narlock's primary weapons are its razor-sharp beak and its 4 claws. The 4 claws will huck into its victims, and then, using the Narlock's leg strength to haul it in, it will administer the killing with its beak. Using this method, the Narlock hunts Krootoks and wild Kroothounds, their main competitors, as well as pecks many other tree and ground-dwelling herbivores. On Taros, Narlock riders were used as shock troops, leading the Kroots' headlong charges. In the battle for the Pyrea Heights, the swift and agile beasts were highly effective assault troops, and many Imperial Guardsmen ended up as a Narlock's meal. Narlock riders were also used as mounted scouts, operating as light cavalry, using their mounts to quickly get into an advantageous position well hidden on the high ground, and then sniping down with Kroot rifles from long range. Amongst the Kroot, it is seen to be a sign of social status to ride a Narlock. New impetus. With the 17th Tallarn Regiment now involved in a protracted battle against Kroot warbands to capture the Pyrea Heights, Lord Marshal de Steel turned to his other 3 regiments to carry his stalling offensive to the mouth of the Erekunda Isthmus. He ordered his reserve regiment, the 3rd Talon Armoured, to reinforce the 89th and 12th Armoured Regiments, adding fresh firepower to the front line. The 3rd Regiment, under Colonel Hazo Raz Aziz, was divided into 3 battle groups, titled A, B, and C. Battle Group A moved to reinforce 12th Armoured, B moved to reinforce the 89th Regiment, and C remained as the reserve. The new tanks added a new impetus to the offensive, and for a while the pace began to increase again. Battle Group A, 3rd Company, spearheaded a fresh attack. Amidst the heavy diesel stink and creaking tracks of armoured vehicles, the combined weight of the regiment's 1st and 2nd Tank Companies struck northwards with renewed vigour. A cloud of dust hung over the desert as the tanks passed by, followed close behind by Chimera carriers and basilisks. As ever, the Tower were waiting, picking off tanks with railguns before falling back again. The attrition continued. The first day alone cost the 3rd Regiment 6 vehicles. On the 3rd day, the lead elements of Battle Group A came into sight of a large mining operation at Gaidamak, where the land was scarred by deep quarries in the earth, surrounded by towering spoil heaps. Surveying the area through his magnoculars, General Raz Aziz made plans to attack and capture the mine. Battle of Gaidamak. Gaidamak was a huge strip mine where the ground had been torn up over centuries, its deep quarries leaving dramatic rents in the earth and huge, strangely regular mounds of waste rock piled high. It was a desolate and dusty place, home to several thousand miners, until the approaching tank column forced most to flee to safety. Some hardy work gangs vowed to stay and fight. The scattered quarries, buildings, workings, and equipment hid the defenders. The deserts provided little cover for the attackers. Where once the clanking and grinding of heavy machinery had rumbled across the desert, all was now silent. Fire warriors scanned the southern horizon for the telltale dust columns of the approaching tanks. Lord Marshal de Steel suggested that General Raz Aziz ignore the tricky mining complex and move around it, striking for the bigger prize of the Erekunda Isthmus and leaving the defenders isolated. The general disagreed. He could not allow a strong Tau force to remain behind his front line. His lead units might reach the Erekunda Isthmus, but the Gaidamak defenders could then launch a potentially catastrophic counterattack from their strongpoint, rolling through the regiment's vulnerable rear areas. In his opinion, the mine must be seized and the defenders killed, captured, or forced to withdraw. An attack would clear the way for the continued advance northwards. The veteran Tallarn general made this clear during a briefing on board de Steel's Leviathan. The Lord Marshal concurred with his frontline commander. The attack would begin at first light next day. The briefing complete, General Raz Aziz climbed aboard an Aquila shuttle and flew back to his forward command post to oversee the battle. As the first rays of light crept over the dark horizon, the rumble of heavy artillery once again rolled out across the desert. In the dawn light, earthshaker and mortar explosions blossomed all around Gaidamak. The men gathered ammunition, ration supplies and filled canteens before climbing aboard their vehicles and slowly moving to the start lines. The regiment's planned attack was simple. 2 tank companies would envelop the mines, circling to the west and east. When the tank vanguards had met, the mine would be surrounded and cut off from reinforcements. Then the infantry would move in, racing forwards in chimeras behind a rolling barrage of artillery fire, before dismounting and closing the last few hundred yards on foot. It would be the dismounted infantry that would roust the Tau from their hidden positions in close quarter fighting, under the covering fire of their transports. The attack started well, with the tanks moving out to the left and right unmolested by Tau fire, with the crack of artillery still resounding. The Leman Russ columns bounded forwards in 2 wide arcs. In the centre, the chimeras advanced in line abreast, behind a wall of earthshaker fire. With 200 yards left, the artillery screen lifted and men dismounted to dash forwards and seize the objective. As the infantry closed in, the Tau opened fire, flaying the dismounted Tallarns with pulse rifle fire. The Tau had created a killing zone in front of their positions with interlocking fields of fire. The leading Tallarn infantry were now caught in it, and men started to fall one after the other. As they attempted to advance, the men of Tallarn were dusty tan shapes, running, falling, crawling, firing, rising again and falling again, wounded and rising. The heavy pulse fire was punishing. Soon the flat ground was littered with the small hummocks of dead and wounded men. Second Company, the first to attack, was repulsed with heavy losses. They retreated in disarray, leaving 100 dead behind. His first assault defeated, General Razaziz ordered a fresh armoured Fifth Company forwards. This time it would be Third Company's turn. Again, muzzle flashes erupted from the defenders' lines, scouring the desert with pulse rounds. Chimeras moved forwards to lend their fire, multi-lasers whining, heavy bolters chattering return fire. Leading the attack was Captain Hadid. His own Chimera was hit 35 times by pulse rounds, eventually penetrating the front armour and killing his driver. Dismounting, the captain rallied his men and led the way, closing in on the objective. The weight of Chimera fire and the platoon's supporting mortars was having an effect, suppressing the defenders as the first Tallarn platoons reached the edge of Gidamak. Now the fighting would become close and personal. With knives and grenades in hand, squads were stalking through the billowing smoke and rusting machinery, hunting down the entrenched defenders. Meanwhile, the encircling tanks had completed their enveloping against only light resistance. They took up positions to repel any attempted Tau breakthrough to help the forces now surrounded amongst the deep quarries of Gidamak. There was little the tank commanders could do, as, in mid-afternoon, the Tau launched an aerial evacuation. From the east, a formation of 4 orcas, surrounded by a defensive shield of barracudas, raced overhead, banked steeply towards the mine and came into land. The Tau were withdrawing again. Fighting amongst the quarries was more like street fighting than desert warfare. The artillery could no longer fall as the forces were too close and intermingled. For 3 hours the battle was a brawl fought with grenades, knives and sometimes bare fists. The Tau had little stomach for such combat. The Hunter Cadre commander had called for an evacuation. He had inflicted his damage here. It was now time to cut and run before his force was annihilated. The orcas swooped in, burst cannons, raking the sand, and the fire warrior teams withdrew under the covering fire of their sacrificial rear guard. Scurrying away, they loaded up and quickly took to the air. From his command post, General Razaziz watched through magnoculars as one by one the orcas lifted off and banked away northwards, chased by sporadic Hydra flak fire, whilst barracudas circled above. The survivors of Gidamak moved to mop up the Tau rearguard, quickly rounded up the haggard, wounded and battle-weary alien prisoners. In all, 63 prisoners were taken. The 3rd Tallarn Regiment's losses stood at 322 killed or wounded and 11 vehicles destroyed. That evening, 68 Tau bodies were piled into a single mass grave and bulldozed over. After a day of heavy fighting, Gidamak was now a fire-scored wilderness, dotted with artillery impact craters, littered with spent power cells, bloody bandages, smouldering wreckage and the dead of both sides. After another 14 days of advancing, faced by daily Tau sniping, the front line, led by Battle Group A, had closed to within 50 kilometers of the objective. but they too were now running out of tanks, fuel and water. As the front line pushed forwards, the lengthening supply lines felt the pressure. The second phase of Chassot Reimer's campaign plan was starting to reap its rewards. With so many units committed to the rear echelon raids, the Tower Commander might no longer have enough hunter cadres to stop the offensive. But the Imperial Guard was slowly running out of momentum due to its own logistical needs. Tau Raiders. Whilst the 17th Regiment fought for the Pyrea Heights, Destil committed the 3rd Armoured to give his offensive new momentum. The Tau had started to infiltrate deep into enemy territory. The second phase of their campaign plan had begun. Operating mainly at night, Tau, Fire Warrior, Pathfinder and Stealth teams dropped via Orca into the desert and fanned out in search of targets. Night after night, Orcas flew secret transport missions to drop more teams, seeding the Imperial Guard's rear area with raiding parties, under orders to identify supply routes and dumps, headquarters and airfields. Once located, then action would be planned. Teams were only sanctioned to conduct ambushes on supply routes. Other Pathfinder teams were dropped with Tetra speeders, allowing them to move with great speed to each new target. Tau Orca Dropship. The Orca is a dedicated orbital transport vehicle, a shuttle for moving troops, equipment and supplies from spaceships in orbit to a planet's surface. Unlike the Space Marine Thunderhawk gunship, or the Tau's own far larger Manta, the Orca is not a frontline combat vehicle, armed and armoured to take part in battle. The Orca is only equipped for self-defense. Its primary function is transportation. An Orca's large hold can carry up to 48 Tau Fire Warriors with their equipment. 2 or 3 Orcas can transport an entire hunter cadre's worth of troops, drones and battlesuits onto a planet's surface. These would not usually be dropped directly in combat, more likely be inserted onto the planet's surface some distance from the enemy to take up positions before a battle. During large planetary invasion operations, the Orca provides important support to the Manta. Whilst Mantas transport the bulk of the Tau forces, Orcas allow a Chassot to be flexible in the deployment of his hunter cadres, using the Orca for special missions. On Taros, this was deploying Pathfinder and Stealth Suit teams into the desert for scouting and sabotage missions. Orcas also carried drone sentry turrets and dropped them in position in front of enemy units. Behind the lines, Orcas transport important personnel, such as Ethereals or Ethereals depending upon your pronunciation, watercast diplomats or Chassot commanders themselves, and their bodyguards. On dangerous missions, or if they have to approach a battlefield, a flight of Orcas will be defended by Barracudas, whose job is to intercept enemy fighters or engage ground targets that threaten an Orca and its cargo. The Orca's ventral pop-down turret-mounted weaponry is not well suited to dogfighting, although it provides some protection from interceptors attacking from below, climbing to intercept the descending Orca. The weaponry's main use is for sweeping a landing zone with fire prior to a landing. Using the Tau's anti-grav technology and powered by quad ramjets, the Orca is fast and highly maneuverable for its size and bulky appearance. On Taros, Orcas played an important role in the Tau's strategy. It was Orcas, often operating at night with black sun filters, that inserted Pathfinder and Stealth teams deep behind enemy lines. It was from an Orca that Chazal Kiriri launched his daring raid on an Imperial Navy airbase, landing directly upon the runway. Orcas were also the workhorse of the Tau forces, moving troops and supplies to and from combat zones. It is estimated that at the peak of the fighting on Taros, Tau forces were operating in excess of 200 Orcas, but exact figures are unknown. There were unconfirmed reports of other variants of Orca, armed with multiple missile racks and bomb bays, but none of these were positively identified during the Taros campaign. The Orca is crewed by a single aircast pilot, and its command center is controlled by 2 firecast operators. A Tau commander, or Ethereal, can oversee operations from here. Tetra Scout Speeder. One of the many new vehicles first identified during the Taros Campaign was codenamed the Tetra, a lightweight, fast scout speeder used by Pathfinders for long-range infiltration and reconnaissance missions. On Taros, Pathfinder squads often operated far in advance of their hunter cadre, using Tetras to get into position before dismounting, hiding their vehicles and operating stealthily on foot. Once a reconnaissance mission was complete, they would return to their speeders and race back to their own forces. The Tetra is not a true combat vehicle, lacking armor and only armed with twin-linked pulse rifles for self-defense. A Tetra is not designed for surviving in the midst of a battle. As a reconnaissance vehicle, it relies upon speed and stealth. To assist in this, it mounts a disruption pod, which distorts the vehicle's image in both the visual and magnetic spectra, making it harder to spot and target at long range. The Tetra's main weapon is its marker light, which it uses to designate targets for following vehicles carrying racks of Seeker missiles. The marker light and Seeker missile are sophisticated weapon systems which work together to lethal effect. Each Seeker missile incorporates a Seeker array, a collection of diode receivers built into the warhead. The diodes are sensitive to marker light energy beams. For the missile to see its target, a separate Tau operator, either in a Tetra or on the ground, has to lock on to the designated target with a high-intensity energy beam, codenamed a marker light. The marker light reflects off the target, and the missile Seeker array picks it up. Each marker light has its own unique pulse pattern. Before launching, the marker light's operator tells the missile's central control system the specific pulse pattern being used, transmitted via a high-intensity flash download. The missile processes this information and feeds it into its inertial guidance system. Once complete, its jet engines ignite and it launches. Once the Seeker missile is in the air, its guidance system is only interested in marker light energy with the correct pulse pattern. It will ignore all other patterns. The guidance systems steer the missile by adjusting its flight fins so that the correct marker light beam is continually hitting the warhead's diode array. This keeps the missile heading straight towards the target. The exceptionally high speed of the missile's processing and guidance systems make it very accurate, even over long distances. As befits their forward role, each Tetra is also equipped with additional powerful surveillance and tracking equipment, as well as secure long-range communications. Each Tetra has a two-man crew, and usually operate in pairs, supporting each other and making a four-man Pathfinder team on the ground. On Taros, these four-man teams, armed with pulse carbines and marker lights, operated behind enemy lines, conducting surveillance, ambush, and sabotage missions. Pathfinder and stealth teams operated in unison to attack Imperial Guard supply columns of Trojans, towing trailers full of water, fuel, and ammunition. Rear area security was mainly being conducted by Sentinel and Rough Rider squadrons, and these proved ineffective against small, well-armed Tau teams. Day after day, convoy after convoy was ambushed, the Pathfinders inflicting rapid losses before withdrawing back into the desert. Soon, supply routes were marked by the blackened hulks of destroyed Trojans and trailers, or the slowly bleaching bones of horses killed in ambushes. Security was increased. Armored fist squads were withdrawn from frontline duty to help defend the vulnerable convoys, but the Tau attacks continued. One large supply dump was destroyed in a nighttime raid without a shot being fired. Pathfinder teams infiltrated past the dump sentries to stealthily set charges amongst the fuel cans and ammunition crates. Just before dawn, a huge orange fireball rose out of the desert, waking even Lord Marshal de Steele on board the Leviathan command vehicle. At dawn, there was a tall mushroom cloud of dust and smoke marking the supply dump's location, still rising high into the sky for all to see for miles around. The offensive towards Tarakeen had ground to a halt. Lacking replacements and supplies, the 12th Armoured, spearheaded by Battle Group A of 3rd Company, had almost reached the mouth of the Iracunda Isthmus. The other two infantry regiments on their left hadn't made it so far. The 17th Regiment was stuck in the Pyrea Heights, and although they had made some small gains, no breakthrough seemed imminent. The 89th Regiment thinly filled the gap between the two flanks far to the south. The 331st Regiment had advanced to the southern shores of the MC, and was now digging in, but the Tau had not fallen for the faint. Up until now, the air war over Taros had continued daily, an evenly matched duel with both sides struggling to gain superiority. The Tau had the edge in numbers, but the Imperium had the edge in experience. It was a battle neither side could afford to lose. Unless the Tau dominated the skies, their defensive strategy would be facing a major problem. If their barracudas could no longer protect the hunter cadres, then the Imperial Forces would have an advantage in the ground war. The hunter cadres would be exposed to repeated air attacks and forced to rely on their sky rays for defense, which were proving themselves a potent weapon against ground targets when used in conjunction with small Pathfinder teams. Also, barracudas and tiger sharks were playing a major part in the second phase of the campaign, strafing supply convoys. The Imperial Navy was still putting up an alarming fight, and at this time it was the main threat to Chasseur Reimer's campaign plan. Urgent action was needed to help swing the balance of the air war in their favor. The Tau launched a daring raid to destroy Imperial Navy aircraft while still on the ground. Small stealth suit teams had already infiltrated the Imperial Guard rear area. Operating only at night, their mission was to find and report the location of Imperial supply dumps and convoy routes. They were under strict orders not to engage the enemy, and just to find potential targets for other strike forces to attack. They received new instructions. Their mission was now to find the air bases. These were now the highest priority targets. When a patrolling stealth team reported the location of the forward airbase, Chasseur Keriri responded quickly. Utilizing only his best fire warrior teams, he gathered an elite strike force. His plan was simple but very dangerous. In a daring nighttime raid, a single orca loaded with troops would fly low over the desert and pass directly over the airstrip. The fire warrior teams and their support units would jump out and, under the covering fire of drones and crisis battlesuits, destroy all the ground aircraft with EMP grenades. Chasseur Keriri would lead the attack himself. After the drop, the orca would circle round and return to land directly on the airfield. Once the enemy aircraft were destroyed and the orca had landed, the teams would fall back to the orca and make a rapid escape, covered by a flight of barracudas scrambled to intercept any Imperial pursuit. Surprise would be on their side, but once the airbase realized it was under attack, they would respond quickly and in force. Keriri warned all his chosen chasseurs that the chances of survival were low. They would be deep in enemy territory, and should anything go wrong, they would be cut off. But should they succeed, then it would have a dramatic effect on the front line. It was a risk worth taking, for the greater good. To start with, the attack went as planned. The orca, equipped with black sun filters and a disruption pod to make it difficult to track, approached the airfield, skimming fast and lower over the desert surface. On its final approach to the target, the orca attracted the attention of the airbase's anti-aircraft defenses and sustained several hits as the Hydra flak guns opened fire. Once over the airfield, the rear ramp lowered and the troops jumped out, hitting the ground and immediately going into action. As tracers from the Hydra's autocannons lit up the night sky, the fire warrior teams raced towards the parked aircraft. The Chassel's crisis battlesuits leapt towards the Hydra platforms, silencing them with multiple hits from plasma rifles and missile pods. Illuminated by the fires of the burning Hydra, an emplaced multi-laser guarding the perimeter fence found its range, destroying a battlesuit which exploded in a shower of sparks. Pinned in their command post by fire from gun drones, the Guard command section called for urgent help. Other security squads were already rushing to their aid. First to arrive was a squadron of sentinels attached to the airbase for rear area security duty. The confused night fight escalated, pulse rounds and lasgun blasts crisscrossing the airfield, until, with sudden bright explosions one after another, aircraft began to explode. In all, 6 explosions in quick succession lit the darkness, fountaining flames and sparks from the cockpits of the grounded Thunderbolts. The destruction of the aircraft did not see the end of the fighting. Nor did it seem odd to anyone that an EMP grenade was for some reason exploding the aircraft. The Orca had circled the base and returned to land on the runway. Such a large target attracted a lot of fire from the defenders. The dropship attempted to return fire with its own burst cannons, only to be rocked by repeated impacts. One engine started to burn, crippling the aircraft and preventing it from taking off. And gradually the flames engulfed the Orca, forcing the crew to abandon ship. The mission had achieved its objective, but for the attacking tower teams, there was no longer any escape. Deep in enemy territory, they fought on throughout the night, until overwhelmed by the defenders. Every raider was either killed, wounded, or captured in the attack, including Chassel Cariri. As dawn broke, it revealed the results of the intense fighting. 6 aircraft lay as smouldering wrecks, along with the Hydra turrets, battlesuits, and the gutted Orca, flames still flickering from inside the stricken dropship. The airbase was shrouded in acrid smoke and littered with the dead and wounded of both sides. It was a scene of devastation. The cost had been heavy on both sides. The Imperial Navy had suffered the loss of its aircraft, and the airbase was out of action until the debris could be cleared. The Tau had lost their entire raiding force in the strike. What the overall effect on the campaign would be, it was too early to tell. The attack on the airbase was not the end of the raids. More supply dumps would be located and then targeted by Pathfinders. Convoys continued to be ambushed by stealth teams or strafed by barracudas. It was a plan designed to cripple the frontline regiments by reducing their supplies to a trickle. And it was working. Campaign analysis of the Tau defensive strategy on Taros. A subsequent analysis of the campaign on Taros through a study of events, interrogations of captured combatants, signals, intercept data, and other classified sources have revealed much of how the Tau planned to defend Taros. This information was collected and collated by Colonel Skija and was submitted to the Administratum and the Office of the Lord Commander Militant during the campaign until the Colonel was killed in action. For the Tau, Shasa Atal High Command, their fundamental problem on Taros was simple. After being invited to help defend Taros, their subsequent swift conquest meant they had more new territory than they could effectively defend. The entire planet was at their mercy, but it also meant that when the Imperium reacted and counterattacked, how could they hope to stop them? The Tau could not occupy every inch of the planet, and therefore the Imperium could land just about anywhere and get a strong foothold on the surface. The size of an expected Imperial attack was also a concern. Would they have enough troops to stop a full invasion? To aid their manpower problems, it has been ascertained that the Tau arranged to induct as many of the old planetary defense forces as they could. The Tau were already well used to using such foreign troops, and rather than waste them as cannon fodder, actually respected their fighting qualities and treated them fairly and well. After time in Tau service, many such traitor units become keen to aid the so-called greater good, and fought well for their new alien commanders. This was contrary to initial expectations of poor morale amongst indentured troops. We can surmise that long discussions took place on Tau about the situation on Taros. Many councillors argued that in order for the conquest of Taros to be successful, any Imperial invasion must be immediately hurled back, causing maximum damage. Such a heavy defeat would persuade the Imperium of Man never to try and invade again. On the ground and in space, the Tau should match force with force. These commanders also argued that by the time the Imperium could organize another invasion attempt, the situation on the Empire's frontier would have moved on. The next planet would already have been targeted, and the Imperium's focus would have to shift to its defense. Taros would be forgotten. In their opinion, what the situation on Taros needed was a rapid build-up of more hunter cadres and more recruit mercenaries. Militarize the system, build defense stations in orbit, and make a show of strength that the Imperium might balk at. But the commander of the Tau's military forces already on Taros, identified as Chassol Raimar, codenamed Commander Longknife, guided by the ethereal identified as Aeon Vray, were already planning a different strategy to defeat any attack. Rather than rely on more troops and a large fleet presence in system, though Raimar was more conservative in his needs. He already had lots of experience of fighting Imperial Guard forces, and had learned something of their strengths and weaknesses. Chassol Raimar believed that to try and defeat the Imperium in open battle was a mistake. He had little doubt his forces could achieve a victory this way, but only at a heavy cost. Perhaps a greater cost than the Empire should pay for the conquest of Taros. If it came to a pitched battle, the Imperium would send more forces, and the battle would escalate. More ships, more men, more tanks would follow the first, and the Tau might destroy them, but victory would not be quick and the cost in lives would be great. Worse still, Orima was concerned that the Tau fleet was not capable of inflicting a decisive defeat on the Imperium ships if it came to a fleet engagement. The vast firepower of Imperial ships would always give them the advantage in a straight fight. To his mind, the Tau fleet was not a war fleet but a colonization fleet. To stand and fight in space would be a mistake and cost the Tau fleet heavily. Instead, they should offer minimal resistance and allow the Imperium to gain orbit and land its troops. In Orima's plan, the war for Taros could be won on the ground, in the scorching deserts, not in the cold depths of space. For his strategy, Chasseur Orima was using the Tau doctrine of Kion, patient hunter. This time, the hunter's lure would be the absences of Tau forces. They should allow the Imperium onto Taros, draw them deeper into the deserts before striking and cutting off the Imperium's lifeline of supplies. This was the Imperium's weakness. Their soldiers would need food, ammunition and water to fight, and if his forces could target these supplies, he believed it would bring rapid success. Once battle was joined on the surface, Orima would turn to the Tau doctrine of Montcar, the killing blow. The Tau's ground forces would have two separate but linked missions. First, having used the absence of troops as a lure to draw the Imperial forces into the open, out of their defensive positions and into the deserts, Orima would strike, targeting the forward Imperial units with the long-range firepower of his hammerheads and broadsides. Rapid strikes by mobile armoured hunter cadres, hitting the Imperial forces hard, then quickly withdrawing and dispersing, would slow any advance and sap Imperial manpower and morale. In the open desert, he would be maximising his advantage in range and avoiding expensive close-quarters battle. He would give ground before the advance, never standing to fight for more than a localised counterattack. This way, he would be stretching Imperial supply lines, whilst making them pay daily in manpower and fighting machines. When the Imperium's attack was overextended and weary from weeks of combat, the second phase would commence. Next, using mantas and orcas, Orima would launch a series of stealthy, fast hunter cadres deep behind enemy lines to attack rear installations and supply columns. He would put his most vigorous chasseur commanders in charge of this operation. Making wide use of stealth suits, pathfinders and aircraft, the teams would locate and attack supply dumps and convoys, air bases and headquarters, sowing confusion and denying the front line security for its supply lines. Combined with new fleet operations in the system, specifically targeting the Imperial transport vessels, he hoped to cut off the Imperial Guard's lifeline of supplies, support and reinforcements, leaving them stranded in the desert. The Imperium's weakness was its huge logistical tail. That would be the place for chasseurs to concentrate their efforts. From interrogations, it is now known that many Tau hunter cadre commanders in the Chasseur Atal thought the plan was overly defensive and too easily handed the initiative to the Imperium. The Imperium would be at its weakest during its planetary landings. Smash them with a large counterattack and the war would be over before it started. Do not give the Imperium war machine a chance to start moving, because with their seemingly endless resources, it might become unstoppable. This theory was sound enough, but in practice, given the planet's size and the Imperium's perceived dominance of the space lanes, how could Orima stop an invasion? Try to anticipate the possible landing site or sites? Once in low orbit, the Imperium would have the entire planet to choose from. Certain areas could be ignored, like the inhospitable deserts and mountains, but the area to be defended was still vast. Only by spreading their forces thinly could there be any likelihood of forces being available for an immediate counterattack. And thinly spread forces would mean not enough manpower to overrun the landing zones. They could concentrate forces and take a guess at the most likely landing site, but it would only be a guess. Concentrating forces too early would present the Imperium with a good target for its heaviest weapons, orbital bombardment. This would be a huge risk, because a sustained orbital bombardment might tear Tau forces apart before battle even started. Finally, Orima reminded his fellow Chassel commanders that he who defends everything defends nothing. The argument was won. Chassel Orima got his way. The Tau commanders on Taros would play the patient hunter and wait. Then they would strike their 2 killing blows. Air War. Over Taros. The Tau had established a network of good airfields on Taros, with smaller forward bases hidden in the deserts and larger facilities closer to Tarakeen. The Tau had assembled an unknown quantity of aircraft, but Air Marshal Den Velt was estimating at least 10 squadron-sized groups, maybe 120 Barracudas and 40 Tiger Sharks. Despite losses inflicted by Imperial Navy fighter squadrons, the Tau were airborne relentlessly. The situation had not been helped by the Tau raid against one of Den Velt's forward air bases and the loss of 6 fighter aircraft in one night. In all, the Imperial Navy had 4 fighter wings, 2 bomber wings and 1 tactical wing committed to the Taros Campaign. At the peak of its strength, the start of the campaign, Air Marshal Den Velt commanded 78 fighters, of which the vast majority were Thunderbolts, 24 Marauder bombers and 18 Valkyrie transports, not including those of the 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment. Since the campaign had started, he had received exactly 0 replacements, despite repeated requests. The squadrons were starting to feel the strain of prolonged combat. As well as aircraft and aircraft crew losses, the fuel situation was not good. The air-dropped munitions were running low. Imperial air bases were mostly situated far to the rear, close to the original landing zone, where Departamento Munitorum Engineer and Labour Corps had been instructed to construct them. As the front advanced, this left the aircraft further and further behind, with longer mission times and hence less time in the air over the battlefield. An original plan to move fighter bases forward had been cancelled. Since the Tau raid, it was considered too risky to expose grounded aircraft to roving stealth teams. As it was, all airbase security had been increased, with forces being drawn from the forward Imperial Guard regiments. The bomber squadrons had hammered Tarakeen and the Iracunda Isthmus with repeated air raids, pounding the city and suspected Tau bases. It seemed to be having little effect on the Tau. Attempts to hit Tau hunter cadres in the desert seemed to expand a disproportionate amount of munitions for slim results, and bomber losses to the ever-present Barracudas had been alarming, 5 in the first 2 days. In summary, the air war was, much like the ground war, slowly slipping away from the Emperor's forces. Because of this, the Imperial Guardsmen on the ground faced the ever-present danger of low-level Barracuda attacks. The Tau aircraft slipped along low over the desert, hugging valleys and ridgelines, only to rise suddenly in a whirl of ion cannon fire, missiles and burst cannons that raked the sand and sent everybody diving for the nearest cover. Supply convoys were a priority target and suffered heavy losses. Without reinforcements, the Imperial Navy was struggling to defend them. By the time Operation Comet was launched, Air Marshal Den Velt commanded just 37 fighters, 12 bombers and 13 Valkyries. Still, no replacements had reached him, and none ever would. The battle for Taros System. The Tau fleet, coordinating their operation with the ground forces, arrived in the Taros System to begin their part in the campaign plan. Since their arrival in System, Imperial Admiral Koto's invasion fleet had busied themselves with protecting the unloading operation and the supply convoys, now toing and froing from the Taros System like worker bees collecting pollen. The Righteous Power remained in geostationary orbit over the landing zone, whilst the free cruisers were stationed in the outer reaches, positioned to provide a secure perimeter with maximum sensor coverage and the fastest reaction time for a cruiser to respond to any surprise Tau moves. The 2 light cruisers and most of the escorts provided close convoy protection for the important convoy vessels which now formed the 4,621st Army's lifeline. With the Space Marines not currently engaged on the surface, the War Talon had withdrawn and began patrolling the system as a rapid reaction force, ready to speed to wherever she was needed or back to orbit should a fresh planetfall operation be called for. Novum's squadron's Firestorm frigates provided the outer picket line, patrolling deep space as an early warning against Tau raiders. The Tau fleet slipped into the Taros system unnoticed at first, disengaging ether drives in deep space and creeping in system on the tail of the Imperial convoys, running slowly and silently. The Tau fleet was about to begin a long game of hide-and-seek with the more powerful Imperial vessels. The Tau fleet was centered around its latest vessels, a Custodian-class carrier, A-Row, and the twin Protector-class starships Lotar and Lo-Fi, supported by 4 squadrons of Castellans and Wardens. In all, it was a fleet of 26 vessels, but in a straight engagement it could not hope to match the entire Imperial fleet's arrayed against it. Instead, the Tau would hit and run, targeting the convoys and trying to split the Imperial fleet into smaller forces they could engage and defeat separately. Upon arrival, the Tau fleet divided into 4 groups and set different courses. The main group, led by the A-Row, would strike deepest, acting as a decoy to draw Imperial vessels in pursuit of it. Meanwhile, the 2 Protector-led attack groups would strike at the supply convoys. The 4th group, consisting of a single squadron of 5 Castellans, would be given free rein. Their role was to create confusion, operating independently of the other squadrons with free rein to harass convoys or draw Imperial pursuit on a wild goose chase. Firestorm frigate Novum 22 was the first Imperial vessel to identify part of the Tau fleet. Stationed on a patrol route through deep space, the frigate's sensors picked up an unidentified signal and moved closer to investigate. Closing cautiously, she was soon tracking 4 unknown vessels of escort size, moving in formation. Novum 22 did not wait around to find any larger vessels. She was already heavily outmatched. Instead, she turned around and headed back in system at full speed to report her findings to Admiral Koto. On board the Righteous Power, Koto listened to the crackling, static-shrouded voice of Captain Renard, commanding Novum 22. The Tau had finally arrived. In what numbers and what vessels he did not yet know, but the threat must be countered. Koto passed the report to the closest cruiser to Novum's location, the Lunar-class Hammer of Thrace. The Hammer of Thrace responded immediately to the first contact, and upon receiving orders from Admiral Koto, moved to rendezvous with the regrouping Novum squadron and then intercept the raiders and engage. He did not know it, but Admiral Koto had swallowed the bait. Free from the threat of the closest cruiser, the first Protector-led attack group sped towards Troop Convoy Alpha 4, a small line astern of 4 transports currently inbound for Taros. The Imperious Javelin, Anvil, and Gauntlet, and the Prince Maud, were well guarded by their convoy leader, the dauntless light cruiser Cerberus, and the Errant Squadron, consisting of 4 sword-class frigates. Convoy Alpha 4 was transporting part of 11th Corps, the entire 8th Brimlock Dragoons Regiment and their supplies, and was making its first return journey since taking part in the initial invasion. With no contact with the Tau so far, the convoy was expecting an easy return trip. It was now in grave peril. With the Hammer of Thrace and Novum Squadron already committed in pursuit of the Tau escort vessels, the convoy was dangerously exposed. The first, Captain Nomura, on the bridge of the Cerberus, knew of the Tau presence with the arrival of the Lotar and her escorting vessels in sensor range, racing towards the convoy. The Tau attack came as a total surprise on the bridge of the light cruiser, which reacted by immediately sounding battle stations and requesting assistance from the Hammer of Thrace. Too late, the Lunar-class cruiser was already under orders and moving away at flank speed. She could not help. The Lotar opened the Battle of Convoy Alpha 4 with a volley from her Gravatic launchers, firing drone missiles which scattered the convoy and escorts as they swung hard to evade the guided lock-ons. The 5 Castellans followed close behind, closing with their forward railgun batteries, lashing the frigates of Errant Squadron. Taken off guard, the escorts responded as best they could, weapons batteries booming out huge cannon shells, trying to find their range on the closing Tau vessels. In those first fusillades, the Cerberus was hit in the engines as she swung hard to starboard. A drone missile had locked on and could not be shaken. It found its mark. The explosion, as the missile penetrated the Cerberus's stern, flashed through the engine decks, incinerating engine sears, servitors, and ratings. Seriously damaged by the impact, the Cerberus's main plasma core began to dangerously overheat, running out of control and threatening to detonate the entire ship. Captain Nomura ordered the core shut down, but that left his vessel adrift and crippled at the mercy of Tau gunners. The Tau gunners showed little mercy that day. As Cerberus was lashed by fire, Captain Nomura ordered all to abandon ship, refused all advice to leave the bridge himself. With their convoy leader disabled, the transports fled for safety. The cruiser Black Duke had been ordered to their aid, but was still too far away to intervene in the battle. The transports changed course to meet the incoming Dictator-class cruiser, but their small engines were unable to outrun the pursuing Castellans, which now swarmed around them, ion cannons and railgun batteries blazing, overwhelming shield generators, buckling armor plates and puncturing hulls. In the holds of their transports, the guardsmen of the 8th Brimlock Dragoons were powerless to aid in their own defense. They felt their ship roll and vibrate with each enemy near miss. They heard the engines straining at flank speed, and the distant thunder of the transport's own small cannons returning fire. The Imperious Anvil was hit amidship as one Castellan swept over her. A Gravatic-launched missile smashed through the thin side armor and into the packed holds. The massive explosion inside the cramped interior tore men apart, tossing bodies about and setting fires raging through the lower decks. In that first impact, hundreds died. The fires would claim hundreds more. Fatally wounded, the stricken transport fell behind the others, stranding a third of the Brimlock regiment. Next, the Prince Maud was critically hit, shields stripped away by the Tau fire. A railgun battery volley tore through the bridge and superstructure, killing the bridge crew to a man. Unknown to the Imperial Guardsmen in the holds below, their vessel was now drifting with no captain and no one to man the helm. She was easy pickings for the Tau. To the rear, Erin's squadron was fighting bravely, but was now heavily outgunned by the Lotar. They traded bombardments, retaining the slim hope that the Black Duke would arrive to rescue them. The Luna-class cruiser was straining every engine and reactor, racing to the rescue, but too late. Convoy Alpha 4 was being annihilated by the surprise attack, and with it the 8th Brimlock Dragoons. The last of the transports were hunted down and destroyed, before the Tau vessels turned about and fled back the way they had come. The Black Duke was still some hours away, and would only arrive in time to begin rescue operations. There was little to salvage except a few lucky survivors. Like wolves falling on the fold, the Tau had torn the convoy apart. It is probable that they never realized that, trapped within the transports, thousands of guardsmen had perished as the bulkheads collapsed and hulls tore apart, spilling silently screaming men out into the hard vacuum of space. The 8th Brimlock Dragoons was no more. Before being destroyed, the Cerberus had launched its lifeboats, and many of these were picked up by the Black Duke. The survivors told the tale of the sudden surprise attack which had overwhelmed them. It was the first ambush of many. The grim news of the destruction of Convoy Alpha 4 and the loss of an entire Imperial Guard regiment reached Admiral Koto on the Righteous Power and Lord Marshal de Steel on Taros. It was a heavy blow for both. And Admiral Koto set about making new plans and issuing new orders for increased protection of the convoys. The Hammer of Thrace was to continue her pursuit of the Custodian. A request was sent to the War Talon to aid the hunt. They were not to stop until the dangerous Tau vessel was destroyed. The Star of Cesopia and Black Duke would now be diverted to convoy close protection, along with Invincis and Omna squadrons. The Tau would not find any more soft targets to ambush. The Righteous Power would remain on standby, acting as the Admiral's reserve, ready to leave orbit if required. News of the destruction of the entire 8th Brimlock Dragoons caused Lord Commander Gustavus even greater concern. He immediately ordered the transportation of any other Imperial Guard regiments to Taros to cease, much to Marshal de Steel's displeasure. Whilst the Tau fleet threatened to reap such wanton destruction, it was a risk Gustavus could not run. The 19th Krieg's Armoured Regiment had just begun embarking for Taros, and that operation was halted. The regiment received orders to stand down until further notice. Admiral Koto was instructed to secure the supply lines before any more regiments would be risked in transit. Gustavus's order to the 19th Krieg Regiment was never rescinded, and the regiment never made it to Taros. De Steel's 11th Corps was left with only 3 regiments: the Serenians, the Elysians, and the Cadians. The Tau's first attack had been a great success, but now they would need to attack a second convoy. The A-Row was on the run, leading 2 Imperial capital ships on a long chase across the solar system. It was not until reaching the inner flare zone that she would be finally brought to battle. In subsequent weeks, the Lotar and Lo-Fi continued to harass the Imperial convoys, risking the bigger Imperial vessels to pick off transports. During the attack on Convoy Epsilon 6, the super-heavy tanker Empress of Svedeg was crippled by drone missiles along with her vulnerable cargo of water and fuel. It was a blow that would cost the army very dear when the water supply started to run out. Every convoy now ran the gauntlet. Some made it through. Others arrived after being damaged. Some transports were destroyed altogether. Each time a ship was lost, more vital supplies were lost. The demand for the Raptor's assistance in the ground war on Taros meant the War Talon was forced to abandon her hunt, and Admiral Koto had to commit the righteous power to the A-Row's pursuit. Lord Commander Gustavus's decision was that the ground forces would get priority use of the Space Marine allies. The War Talon withdrew from the hunt and returned to orbit above Taros, ready for the Raptor's deployment during Operation Comet. She was immediately replaced by the Righteous Power. The flagship's great engines slowly pushed the venerable battlecruiser out of Taros's gravity well, and Admiral Koto instructed Captain Rimus to set course to rendezvous with the Hammer of Thrace and Novum Squadron. Like hounds on the scent, the Imperial Navy would relentlessly pursue their quarry. After a long pursuit and several skirmishes, the Custodian-class A-Row and her Castellan escorts were finally run to ground. She had led her pursuers on a 14-day dance around the system. Eventually, the renegade Tau starship and her escorts pressed in close to the system's dazzling yellow sun through the Mercurial zone and deeper into the thickening radiation clouds. For the Imperium ships, tracking their target here would be difficult, and although outclassed by 2 Imperial Navy capital ships, the big Tau vessel would have her best fighting chance in here. The fleet action around Taros was approaching its climax amidst the thick, irradiated dust clouds and coruscating solar flares, which shimmered pink, yellow, and purple in dense skeins throughout the inner flare zone. It was an eerie place for a battle. Navy ratings and deckhands have many old superstitions about flying so close to the sun. After 3 days of relentless pursuit, directly into the inner flare zone, did the A-Row choose to turn and fight. Admiral Koto was sleeping on a cot in his command post on the Righteous Power's flag bridge when a young ensign apologetically woke him. The Tau ship had been located, and it seemed she had come about to face them. Battle was imminent. Without pausing to put on his uniform, the Admiral raced to the main bridge to conduct the engagement, bootless and still only dressed in his breeches and undershirt. The A-Row powered up her forward deflectors and launched her Wardens, Mantas and Barracudas. The Tau escorts formed into line abreast and opened fire with a salvo of railgun rounds. Despite having the advantage in firepower, this would be no easy victory for the Imperial Navy. With the sun's huge glare directly in their faces, their scanner equipment was malfunctioning. The Tau vessels became ghostly images dancing upon the sensor screens. Shooting at the small escorts and bombers would be like trying to hit a flying sparrow with a boulder. The Imperial vessels returned fire, lance turrets firing furiously as the ships maneuvered to bring their broadside guns to bear. The Hammer of Thrace narrowly threaded a spread of Tau missiles, close defense turrets blazing in all directions at flights of Mantas and Barracudas swarming around her, bombing and strafing. The Castellan escorts tore into battle like a pack of rabid dogs unleashed. They tangled with Novum Squadron, guns booming left and right. Quickly, 2 of each side's vessels became drifting wrecks. Shells from the Righteous Power's big port batteries impacted against A-Row's prow, the deflectors absorbing the energy. Return fire buckled the battlecruiser's armoured apron. One ion cannon blast burrowed into the forward lance turret, destroying it in a blossoming explosion and killing all the gun crew inside. The Hammer of Thrace followed her flagship in, shells and plasma bolts flying thick and fast from her broadside guns. The A-Row was taking damage. Hits on the port launch bay disabled it. Wounded but unswerving, the Tau vessel gave as good as she got. hammering out railgun and ion cannon rounds which punctured great rents in the Lunar-class cruiser's starboard side. Deep inside, the decks of the Imperial cruiser started to burn. After that pass, the first engagement of the battle was over, and both sides limped apart to assess the damage and lick their wounds. Every ship was now damaged in some way, the Hammer of Thrace worst of all. Attacks by the Mantas had silenced her lance batteries, ion cannon hits had set fires on the lower decks, and she was listing heavily. 80% of her maneuvering thrusters had been shot away. For 2 hours, the great starships eyed each other wearily, and drifted on through the thickening radiation clouds. On board each vessel, the crews worked feverishly to repair battle damage and contain fires. The second engagement of the battle only began when the Righteous Power's damage control teams had completed their work. Satisfied that his battlecruiser was still battle-worthy, Admiral Koto ordered Captain Rimus to go directly at the A row. "Load all torpedo tubes, and put the prow to the fore," he commanded, and the Righteous Power closed in again on her prey. The A row responded to the aggression with new, if reduced, waves of Mantas and Barracudas. The Righteous Power's first spread of torpedoes was intercepted and destroyed in detail. Without their own fighter protection, the Imperial ships were exposed to the Tau's return fire. Drone missiles swooped in, followed closely by the smaller Tau escorts. No longer able to avoid the incoming missiles, the Hammer of Thrace was hit again. This time, several missiles piled through her starboard flank before exploding within. Multiple explosions broke the back of the already weakened cruiser. She fell silent, crippled, drifting, and out of the battle. The survivors of Novum Squadron accompanied their flagship, and again tangled with the Wardens and Castellans. More escorts died in an inflagration of fire. By now, the Righteous Power had fallen upon her foe, closing to point-blank range and swinging hard to starboard to expose her broadside batteries. At short range, the firepower was awesome, tearing into the A row round after round, pummeling her flanks. The Tau's return fire could not match the battlecruiser's big guns, and the A row attempted to disengage and flee. But Admiral Koto was driven by vengeance for his lost ships and would not let his prey go. Now he had them firmly in his sights. The battlecruiser came round in her tightest arc and raked the Tau vessel with a second broadside. The damage inflicted was terrible. The starboard wing of the Custodian was torn clean off, slowly drifting away from the hull in a cloud of debris. The bridge was destroyed. Fires burned along her length. The A-row was raked by internal explosions and helplessly drifting. She was dead. There could be no survivors. The remaining Tau escorts, just 2 Castellans and a single Warden, fled. The battle was over, and both sides had paid a heavy price. The Hammer of Thrace and 3 Firestorm frigates of Novum Squadron had been destroyed, leaving just the battle-scarred Righteous Power and a single escort to return victorious to Taros. The threat of the A-row might have been eliminated, but meanwhile the other Tau vessels had continued their convoy raiding. Operation Comet. By this point, the war on Taros had been continuous for 42 days. The deserts were littered with the debris of the many battles. Destil's men were now starting to feel the effects of the Tau strategy fighting. They were weary, and morale was low after weeks of daily raids, ambushes, strafing runs, and counterattacks. The Tallarn regiments were drained of men and equipment, and there was no longer any secure supply lines. The stockpiles of food, fuel, and most importantly water were now low, with no prospect of quickly building them up again due to the Tau fleet's blockading actions. A lack of fuel supplies had stalled the offensive. The Lehman Russias and Chimera were now strictly rationed, with each regiment trying to husband its dwindling supplies. The tanks may be mobile, but worse still was the lack of water. In the cruel heat of the day, the men could not operate without water. The men of Tallarn had greater tolerance for dehydration than most and knew how best to conserve their water supplies. But even they could not go for days in such high temperatures with empty canteens. Under the burning sun, men started to drop from the effects of dehydration. Growing numbers of casualties were further affecting the fighting strength of all regiments. For the commanders, it was an ominous sign of worse to come. The situation was bad now, but it would only get worse unless a secure supply of water could be found. Soon, the guardsmen would be faced with the prospect of dying of thirst in the desert, or surrendering to the Tau and relying on their mercy. Such a prospect could not even be considered. especially within earshot of a commissar, but unless drastic action was taken soon, Distile's 10th Corps would have no regiments left. A logistical crisis was engulfing the staff of the 4,621st Army. It was becoming critical. A staff meeting was held on board Distile's Leviathan, a command vehicle. Present were all the regimental commanders of the army, along with representatives from Lord Commander Gustavus's High Command. Senior officers and staff crowded into Distile's map-filled briefing room. Up for discussion was how best to continue the war given the supply restrictions. Amongst heated debate, it was General Saikava of the 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment that proposed the initial idea for Operation Comet, as it was later to be christened. His idea was to seize Taros's means of producing water and turn it to their own use. As well as the small hydro farms the Tallarn regiments had already captured, many of which had been destroyed by the Tau, and some of which were still able to supply small amounts of water, Saikava argued that the army should change its objective and target the hydro processing plants. The coastal areas of the Astartes region were the location of the planet's largest hydro processing plants, which drew the highly alkaline seawater and converted it to drinkable water, before pumping it down pipelines to Taros. The largest processing facility on Taros was Hydro Processing Plant 2330, situated towards the eastern end of the Iracunda Isthmus. Capture the plant intact, and the army would have enough water to press on to Taros. The task was of massive importance to the continuation of the war, and was entrusted to General Saikava's men. The long-idle drop troops were impatient for action. Distile had already turned down 3 separate requests from Saikava for drops to aid the advance, but the deteriorating situation at the front now demanded the Lord Marshal commit his carefully husbanded reserves. The Elysians were an elite, highly trained, well-equipped regiment, and General Saikava was keen to see them get involved. Operation Comet would be his chance. He was given a 3-day deadline to plan and prepare the attack, which would see his entire regiment dropped to capture the hydro processing plant. The 23rd Regiment would then hold the facility whilst the new offensive to push through into the Iracunda Isthmus moved to link up with the Elysians. This new ground offensive to break through onto the Isthmus would force Distile to turn to the last fresh troops he had. Firstly, there were the Raptor Space Marines. From orbit, they would directly aid the Elysians, but being independent and separate from the army's supply problems, they would be better deployed on the ground as an armoured breakthrough force to lead the attack. Neither the 3rd or 12th Tallarn armoured regiments currently in the field were judged to still have the required combat power for the breakthrough. In support of the Space Marines would be the Warhound Titans of Legio Ignitum. They had arrived late and as yet not been committed, but now these great war machines would lend their considerable weight to the attack. Their firepower and speed would drive them through the defenders, and allowing a fast-moving relief column to reach Hydro Plant 2330 quickly. It was unlikely the Tau had anything capable of stopping the Warhounds. The obvious choice for the relief column itself was the 114th Cadian Regiment, an entirely mechanized unit. As yet, the Cadians had seen no combat on Taros, but the Chimera-born infantry would be well suited to a rapid advance. Colonel Stransky, the regiment's commanding officer, was given his orders. The Cadians were the last of Distile's reserves from 11 Corps, but if he did not commit his remaining forces to battle now, then he would surely lose the war. For the operation, Distile ordered that the 114th would be given top priority for fuel supplies, and the Tallarn regiments should turn over remaining stockpiles as well, leaving them with only emergency fuel. This order effectively ended the 5 Tallarn regiments' capability to conduct offensive operations. The Desert Raiders were now a static defensive force. For the 23rd Elysian Drop Troops and General Saikava, 3 days was a very tight deadline to plan the operation, but his regiment had planned and executed many such attacks before, and relied on that experience to get Operation Comet off the ground quickly. The objective, as Saikava explained to his sub-officers, was to seize Hydro Plant 2330 by a lightning assault with pinpoint precision. The hydro plant must be taken largely intact, with collateral damage restricted to a minimum. The plant would be of no use to the war effort if, in capturing it, it was reduced to scrap metal. After the attack, the regiment must hold the facility until the relieving ground forces reach them to take over. To carry his force to their objective, Saikava's staff quickly developed an air plan. with 3 distinct operations: transportation, protection, and resupply. This process started by assessing the available aircraft. The 23rd Regiment was only as mobile as it had aircraft to carry it. The regiment had approximately enough Valkyrie airborne assault carriers to commit half the regiment in one lift, but not all the carriers could be dedicated to the transport mission. Some would be needed for the resupply mission, whilst the regiment's own vultures and the support of an Imperial Navy fighter wing would provide protection. The attack would have to be split into separate lifts. Essentially, heavy equipment such as heavy weapons and sentinels would be included only on a strict priority basis. A loading schedule was quickly compiled, including everything from the initial assault platoons and their supporting heavy equipment to extra ammunition, fuel, and enough food and water for the men for an estimated 3 days in combat. General Saikava was anxious that the second lift should take place as quickly behind the first as it could, preferably on the same day. He knew that with less than half his regiment deployed and lacking much of their heavier equipment, his men would be vulnerable to a swift Tau counterattack. Once Comet commenced, it must be assumed that the Tau would move quickly to eliminate the new threat. The second lift would be in a race against time. The general was well aware that the Tau could move their Manta-born hunter cadres very quickly. Saikava pressed for his second wave to be loaded and launched on the same day, but it was not possible. The distance from the Elysian airbase to the target was 1,500 kilometers. The round trip would take between 3 and 4 hours. All the Valkyrie transports would already require extra external fuel tanks to get them to the target and back again. Once back, there would need to be maintenance and battle damage repairs carried out, refueling and a new loading schedule executed. Inevitably, the loading schedule would be confused by the loss of aircraft and crews during the first lift. 2 lifts in one day would not be possible. Instead, the second lift would have to follow on day 2. General Saikava's next decision was whether this should be a daylight or nighttime attack. Night would help preserve surprise, but would create extra problems for his men and pilots. Only a few aircraft were fitted with night vision equipment, and given the accuracy needed, he could not allow his air crews to attack the hydro plant without night vision targeters. Their bombs and rockets would cause too much damage to the facility. Also, dropping into the area at night on grav chutes would endanger the assault platoons. The plant was a large industrial complex, not an easy place to land even in daylight. With restricted vision at night, he would lose men as they hit obstacles on landing. By attacking in daylight, his forces could do so with more accuracy. Night or day, losses in men and equipment were inevitable, but the advantages of daylight outweighed the advantages of a surprise nighttime attack. Amongst 3 days of hectic planning, every task was urgent for the staff of the Drop Troop Regiment. But one important preparation for the attack was target reconnaissance. General Saikava's men needed to know what they would be facing when they hit the ground. Given the surprise nature of the operation, the general could not afford to preempt the attack by dropping reconnaissance squads close to the target. Should the squads be spotted or captured, he might lose his surprise. There was no time to infiltrate squads on the ground. The only option was orbital surveillance and high-altitude aerial reconnaissance by a specially equipped Marauder bomber of the 2,424th Bomber Wing. Neither of these risked alerting the defenders to the imminent attack. They could provide images of the target area, which could be turned into maps, but they could not give details of any garrison force. Enemy strength would remain a mystery until the battle started. General Saikava believed that his entire regiment and their support would be enough to overwhelm any garrison. Detailed planning for the attack was also hurried through, and the officers to lead the assault were briefed. The priority targets of the first lift would be the Central Control Complex, the lifting station, pumping stations 1, 2, and 3, and the holding tanks, which should already contain huge quantities of pure water. If the site was destroyed in the fighting, the holding tanks would still be a valuable consolation prize. Secondary targets would be the chlorination works, both the main and reserve pumping stations, and the generator house. All were to be captured by the first attack wave. The second wave would reinforce the first wave and throw a defensive perimeter around the entire complex to meet the expected Tau counterattack. Upon landing the second wave, the regimental headquarters would be established in the administration block. The deadline for launching Operation Comet had arrived. It was a daring plan, but fraught with dangers. Within high command, many felt it was being conducted with too much haste and running too many risks. Was it hamstrung by lack of aircraft? Did the 2-lift plan compromise the attack? Worse still, Did it leave the first lift too vulnerable to a Tau counterattack? Comet also lacked a good reconnaissance or intelligence information. There was also the risk of the relief forces' breakthrough on the Iracunda Isthmus being delayed or seriously defeated. Even bad weather could affect the drop troops' ability to resupply. The 23rd Elysian Regiment could easily be heading for a disaster, and given the stakes a botched operation would cost the Imperium's forces the war and the planet. Despite the strong objections, General Saikava felt his mission was accomplishable with the forces at his disposal. He was confident he could grab Hydroprocessing Plant 2330 and hold it for 3 days against whatever the Tau threw at him. It was running no more risks than any drop operation ever faced. With a water supply firmly in their hands, the army's main supply headache would be solved. The advance to Tarakeen could then continue. Operation Comet was to be the turning point of the campaign. First lift, Day 1. At their barren desert airbase, surrounded by the small camouflage shelter tents that had been home to the 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment for the past 4 weeks, the aircraft and men of the first lift were preparing to take off. It was the first light of dawn. The low sun was burning off the last of the night's freezing cold. The assault companies waited in neat rows, each man weighed down with his combat kit and grab-chute pack. Alongside them stood squads of burly stormtroopers. These men would be the first to hit the ground. Meanwhile, pilots, co-pilots and door gunners were mounting their Valkyrie carriers and Vulture gunships and running through final pre-flight checks, powering up all systems. One after another, they fired up their twin F-75 MV afterburning turbojets, the din rising to a crescendo as the turbines accelerated to full speed. Engine tests complete, they powered down again, engines idling to a low rumble before lowering the rear access ramps, and awaited the mission launch codeword. Squad by squad, platoon by platoon, company by company, the drop troops marched into their transports, up the ramps and into the seating positions. Once each squad was in and secure, the sergeant hit the ramp close button, sealing the guardsmen inside until the order to jump came. The atmosphere was tense, but this was it. After weeks of waiting in the deserts, the Elysians were finally going to get into the war and fight the Tau. For the men assigned to the second lift, coolly awaiting their turn, the takeoff was an awesome spectacle. 160 Valkyries and 30 Vultures simultaneously powering up their engines, creating a deafening roar that shook the ground and rolled out for miles across the flat desert sands. One after another, the aircraft began to slowly rise, kicking up swirling sand and dust as they lifted clear. To the observers, it was an unstoppable airborne armada. Wave after wave of Valkyries and Vultures climbed slowly to altitude and began to circle, awaiting the other aircraft of their formations, before synchronizing speeds and racing away northwards. Flying in platoon formations, one behind the other in a single stream of aircraft, the carriers and gunships made for a marshalling point north of the airbase. There they would rendezvous with their air cover, fighters from the 1002nd Fighter Wing, whose job was to protect the vulnerable air convoy from enemy fighter attacks. Flying alongside them, and above, the Valkyries' 15 Thunderbolts formed a shield around the drop troops. Keeping low for maximum concealment from prying eyes, the entire armada swept over the desert floor at just 500 feet. On the ground, the rumble of so many approaching engines soon became a roar that filled the sky with thunder. In the deserts below, Tallarn Imperial Guardsmen looked up to see the stream of aircraft race overhead, formation after formation. The Tallarn Guardsmen were not the only ones to see the drop troops heading north. From their hiding places, scattered Tau, Pathfinder and stealth suit units also witnessed the air armada and quickly reported the sighting to their commanders. A major attack was imminent, but as yet the Tau did not know where the blow would fall. For the stormtrooper squads in the vanguard of the air train, the flight to target lasted 2 hours. The journey was not without incident. An accidental mid-air collision destroyed 2 aircraft. One Valkyrie carrier suffered engine failure and was forced to make an emergency landing in the desert. Twice, during the journey, aircraft were targeted by Seeker missile lock-ons by marker lights from the ground. Both times the missiles impacted, destroying a Vulture and forcing another Valkyrie, this one carrying Captain Logan, the commander of 2nd Company, to crash land. Escort fighters peeled away to seek out the ground targets. General Saikava had warned that losses were to be expected. 10 minutes out from the target, the Valkyrie carriers transporting the Elysian squads began to climb to jump altitude, the engine pitch rising as the aircraft strained upwards. Meanwhile, the stormtroopers skimmed on low. They would deploy via fast ropes directly onto the ground and into battle, supported by Vulture gunships. As the Valkyrie formations climbed higher, squad sergeants raised their men and readied them to jump. Each man checked his grav chute was working, once, twice, then a third time, just in case. Then each man secured his respirator and helmet visor in place. With a last prayer to the Emperor mumbled over the whine of hydraulic pistons as the rear ramps opened, they were now over the target. Jump lights turned green, and the assault squads shuffled forwards and plunged out into the sky. As the drop troops jumped, the vanguard of the attack already arrived over Hydra Processing Plant 2330. The approaching aircraft had been met by ground fire as the garrison, alerted by the rising thunder of approaching jet engines, streamed out to meet the airborne attackers. Lasgun rounds and heavy bolter tracers were snaking up to meet the low-flying Valkyrie and Vultures. Shots bounced off the nose cones and engine cowling as the Valkyries slowed to hover over their objectives. From the wing, winch ropes descended, followed by the stormtroopers sliding down directly into battle. Above them, the Vultures were strafing targets, returning heavy bolter fire with their own heavy weapons. Because the Vulture gunners were under strict orders to minimize collateral damage, they could not utilize their full firepower. It was mid-morning, and the ordeal of battle had begun. The Hydro Processing Plant's lifting station and first pumping station were the objectives of the 23rd Regiment's 3rd Company, under the command of Captain Malik. Malik's orders were to capture both intact and hold them until relieved by troops from the second lift. His action to capture the objective was typical of the battles fought throughout the Hydra plant during the first assault. 2 stormtrooper squads would be the first wave, deployed directly onto the target from hovering Valkyries, with a Vulture gunship in close support. The elite squads would set up homing beacons and take the brunt of the initial fighting, as the rest of Malik's company grav-shooted into the target area, guided by the beacons. Once those squads regrouped, the captain would lead his first platoon against the pumping station, while his second and third platoons attacked the lifting station. 4th platoon would be held in reserve, waiting on the ground to reinforce the defences once both had been captured. The company's heavy weapons platoon was split between the infantry platoons, a fire support squad with 2nd and 3rd platoons, the mortars with the reserve squad, and the anti-tank teams with the captain for direct support during his main assault. As soon as they landed, the 2 stormtrooper squads came under heavy fire from drone sentry turrets. The turrets, equipped with disruption field generators, had not been detected by the aerial reconnaissance. Taking heavy fire, and with casualties mounting, the stormtroopers deployed the beacons but were quickly pinned down. The turrets were only silenced by strikes from the supporting Vulture gunship, but already they had extracted a heavy toll on the elite troops. This left the pumping station still strongly held by a garrison force of human auxiliaries. As the stormtroopers were engaging the enemy, Malik's men were hitting the ground, shaking off their grav chute packs and reorganizing into their squads. Each squad rallied on their sergeants. The hydro plant was already echoing to the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and the roar of jet engines. Quickly regrouping, it was up to 1st platoon to clear the defenders. Leading from the front, the Commissar, Grell, alongside him, Malik closed on the pumping station. Engaged in a firefight, he found the defenders were well entrenched and fought tenaciously. Exchanging heavy fire, the captain looked to break the deadlock and led 1st platoon's assault. Yelling the regiment's motto, "From the skies," Malik rushed in. As fragmentation grenades exploded all around, his assaulting squad set about clearing the pumping station in an intense close-quarters fight, only to find the pumping station was also occupied by Kroot mercenaries. The assault had overrun the human defenders, but the bloodthirsty Kroot were a different proposition. With the captain fighting desperately in hand-to-hand combat, 1st platoon's squads were repelled, falling back before the savage aliens under covering fire of frag and crack missiles. Captain Malik was killed during the confused withdrawal. His mutilated and half-eaten body was later found hanging from the pipeworks. Their assault bloodily repulsed, and with their commanding officer dead, Commissar Grell now took command of the Elysian attack. He set about rallying the forces, including the surviving stormtroopers. Reports were arriving that the first Tau response to the attack, a flight of Tiger Shark bombers, was closing rapidly. The battle was intensifying and damage was mounting. The flight of Tiger Sharks overflew the plant, streaking low and scattering clouds of drones in their wake. It seemed the Tau were deploying any forces they had available to defend the site. Reinforced by the drones, the Kroot defenders continued to fire from cover. It would take another assault to clear them. To prepare for the second assault, Commissar Grell sent the runner back to the mortar squad. He needed the defenders softened up with a bombardment before attacking. Crouching in cover amongst the pipes, storage tanks, and detritus, the Elysian Guardsmen waited for the mortar barrage to do its work before, driven forward by their commissar, rushing the pumping station a second time. It was hard fighting again, but the accurate mortar barrage had shaken the Kroot. The surviving Guardsmen swept in and overwhelmed the remaining defenders, capturing the pumping station. Grau immediately called forward 4th Platoon to reinforce his hold. The Kroot rallied and tried to charge back, but too many Guardsmen were now waiting for them. Most of the aliens were cut down by lasgun fire. The battle for Pumping Station 1 had been costly. Over half of his 1st Platoon and the stormtroopers were dead or injured. The objective itself had taken severe damage in the attack and mortar shelling. By dusk, over a day of combat, Hydra Processing Plant 2330 was captured. All the primary and secondary objectives were in the hands of the Elysian Drop Troops. There were still some enemy stragglers and snipers hiding out amongst the industrial debris. The drop trooper squads were cautiously patrolling through the holding tanks and pipelines, hunting them down. The fighting had been fierce, and the garrison had given a surprisingly strong account of themselves. Outnumbered and outgunned by the Elysians' mobile firepower, the garrison could have easily broken and run. But indeed, they, along with their Kroot allies, had fought hard all day. Many locations had been badly damaged because of their strong defense. Day 2. The crisis of the second lift. The entire process was repeated again on the second morning, and the second wave began loading and lifting off to reinforce the first lift. Overnight, the hydro plant had been secured, stragglers had been rounded up, and a perimeter established around the base. The men of the second lift would now jump into that perimeter and move to reinforce it. Unlike the first morning, the element of surprise had been lost, and the Tau were now waiting. They were also mobilizing to retake Hydro Processing Plant 2330, their mantas loading up fresh hunter cadres. The first lift had bypassed the Tau defenses relatively unscathed, but the second lift had a far harder task. The Tau diverted their available barracudas to intercept the air train. The Valkyries and Vultures, although potent weapons in their own right, were no match for high-performance jet fighters in a dogfight. Flying in formation, they were vulnerable. The Imperial Navy continued to provide fighter protection, and as the second lift approached the target, they encountered the incoming barracudas. Thunderbolts and barracudas twisted and turned, strafing with autocannons and burst cannons as they wrestled for air superiority. By now, the two sets of pilots were old foes. Many had learned the other's tricks. As dogfights raged around them, the transports raced on towards the target. But those barracudas that broke through created havoc amongst the formations. Scattered like sheep before wolves, the Valkyries tried to escape the barracudas, but 7 were quickly shot down. The scattering of the formations would also cause problems over the target. Many units were expected to be reinforced, but confusion now reigned as squads became lost or intermingled. Despite the unexpected losses, the remaining Valkyries bravely flew on. On the ground, dawn had seen the start of the Tau counterattack. Weary from yesterday's combat and with many units low on ammunition, the Elysian platoons now dug in around the hydro plant and saw the great winged shadows of the dreaded mantas approaching over the desert. Shimmering in the morning heat haze, the mantas began to deploy their cargoes. The Tau attack would come soon. All around the perimeter, from buildings turned into heavy weapon strongpoints on walkways, behind barricades of steel piping, from slit trenches dug in the sand, or behind sandbag positions, dense, dusty, hollow-eyed drop troopers awaited the inevitable Tau attack. Isolated in their strong points, they were now surrounded on 3 sides, with their backs to the sea. When it came, the Tau attack could come from any direction. As they checked their weapons or sharpened knives one last time, the men were heartened by the thought of the second lift winging its way closer by the minute. Following that drop would be the Imperial Guard relief column, even now rumbling across the desert towards them. The Elysian Guardsmen had to fight hard and hang on until the reinforcements arrived. The morning's battle started with a wave of Tiger Shark bombers. Just as yesterday, the Tau bombers raced in low. This time, rather than dropping more drones, They unleashed missiles and ion cannons, blasting the hydroprocessing plant with massed fire. Regardless of the damage they were inflicting on the facility, the Tau pounded the Elysians, preparing for their ground attack. As explosions mushroomed about them, all the guardsmen could do was hug their cover closely and wait for the ordeal to end. As the noise of the aerial bombardment faded, the whine of approaching jet engines grew. From all directions came devilfish transports and hammerhead tanks. Fire warriors with their distinctive long pulse rifles could be seen scurrying forward into range. With them came the battle suits. It had started. The Tau attacked with a calm, ruthless ferocity, blasting the Elysians with heavy weapons and massed pulse fire in a long-ranged firefight. The Tau outgunned the guardsmen, but the Elysians were not powerless to respond. Their own heavy weapons, mortars and sentinels returned fire. Rounds slashed across the no-man's land between the two forces, but the drop troops held their position as the firefight intensified. Well dug in and concealed, the Elysians could not be moved by firepower alone. They would have to be rooted out with grenades and in bloody hand-to-hand combat. Their attackers were reluctant to use such methods. Yet. With the firefight still raging around the perimeter, the Valkyries and escorting gunships of the second lift came into view over the southern horizon. Climbing to jump altitude, the men inside were already waiting to deploy directly into the battle. Reinforcements had arrived to even up the odds. The second lift jumped directly into the fight, but were exposed to the Tau's heaviest fire as they fell. Looking down from the rear ramp of the Valkyrie, General Saikava could see the panorama of battle laid out beneath him. He could see the Tau armoured vehicles and infantry, and hear the hail of fire that now waited to greet his men. A few moments later, and he was out of the door and falling through the weaving curtain of fire, thrown up by the Tau forces. As he fell, he saw one Valkyrie. Both engines, gushing flames, plunged towards the ground and impact in an orange fireball in the desert. Another was hit by a missile and nose-dived into the sea. In their attempts to avoid the Tau's anti-aircraft fire, the pilots of the Valkyries took emergency evasive action. But as the transports maneuvered, the carefully planned formations of drop troops were being scattered across the desert surrounding the target. Some fell within the perimeter, others plunged into the toxic sea and died screaming. Others fell amongst the surrounding Tau forces, shot down as they fell. The second lift had jumped into a storm of fire. Already it was scattered and taking heavy losses. On the ground, the firefight had paused whilst the Tau turned every gun they had on the second lift. Defenseless men were being killed in mid-air, bodies tumbling down to hit the ground dead. For the men of the first lift, it was a respite from the heavy fire, but a heartbreaking disaster for the operation's chances of success. Hammered in the air, the men of the second lift now had to try and regroup, find their way to defensive positions, and get into the fight. General Saikava hit the ground within the perimeter on the southern edge of the hydro plant. He ran for cover, still bearing the weight of his grav chute. As he ran, a spray of pulse rounds struck him through the arm and knocked him off his feet. Other men ran forward to aid their general and dragged him to safety out of the line of fire. A medic was called for, but as the battle unfolded, the regiment's commanding officer was seriously wounded and out of the fight. The surviving Valkyries sped away, many peppered with holes or limping on single engines. The vultures had tried to respond to the Tau, swooping in to unleash rockets and autocannon rounds, but their fuel tanks would only allow them to linger for so long before having to return to refuel. The pilots did what they could for the defenders before following the Valkyries back to base. The regiment's second-in-command, Colonel Balak, was informed of Saikava's wound and that he was now in charge of all ground forces. From his position on top of the administration block, watching the vultures flitting about the desert, dodging fire, then popping up to launch salvos of missiles, the colonel realized that air support was the key to keeping the Tau at bay and surviving the cauldron of fire that the regiment was now trapped in. He needed more air support. Fast. Colonel Balak sent a priority communication to General Destale's headquarters, making just such a request. Holding objective, surrounded by enemy forces in great strength, urgently require air support to sustain perimeter. Please advise on likely ETA of relief force. The message was heard loud and clear by both Lord Marshal Destale and the Tau commanders who were listening in from within their manta. As the Imperial Navy scrambled a fighter wing to join the fray, so the Tau Barracudas were vectoring in to intercept them. Now the effects of the Tau's earlier daring raid on the airbase were felt. Already, Most of the Navy's fighters were in the air, supporting the relief column, and protecting the surviving air trade returning to base. This third request stretched the Imperial Navy's remaining resources. They had received no replacement aircraft since the campaign had started, and fuel supplies were starting to run low. In all, only 6 airworthy Thunderbolts could be found for the new mission. It wasn't enough. The 6 Thunderbolts encountered 12 Barracudas as they approached the target, and after 4 aircraft were shot down, the surviving Thunderbolts found themselves fleeing back to base. Colonel Balak did not get his air support. He was on his own. At the hydroprocessing plant, sporadic firefights continued for the rest of the day and throughout the night. The Tau were happy to sit back and besiege the defenders, wearing them down with their long-ranged fire. The Tau were husbanding their forces for a final assault to clear the drop troopers from the plant. Day 3. With the Imperial Navy unable to assist, the 23rd Elysians had to rely on their own vultures. After returning to base, the gunships rearmed and refueled, and set off again back to the battle. The gunships would provide constant rolling air cover for the men on the ground, but the distance between their base and the battle meant they could never stay long. Still, throughout the day and night, the vulture gunships skimmed in and unleashed their firepower before returning to base. The night was illuminated by the fiery streaks of missile launches and the distant crump of warhead impacts. After 2 days and nights of fighting, the hydro plant had been pounded into a shambles. Tau heavy weapons and Elysian counterfire was reducing the area into a glowing pile of junk metal. It was a ravaged landscape, pitted by mortar craters, covered with the wreckage of twisted and charred pipes, littered with splintered steel, ash, and the bodies of the dead. Tracks were barricaded with the husks of burnt-out sentinels. Half-demolished water and chemical storage tanks, their contents long since spilled into the sand, stood sentry over the battlefield. Within this steel jungle crawled the survivors, crouching in cover, their uniforms ragged, dirty, and bloody. They were all tired, exhausted from 2 days and nights of constant fighting. The skirmishing and threat of a renewed Tau attack in the night had kept them all awake. There had been little rest for anyone. After yesterday's long-range bombardment, the surrounding Tau forces now closed in to finish the job. Well aware of the relief column closing in, the Tau set about reducing the perimeter quickly. When dawn broke, the Tau mercilessly unleashed their biggest weapon. A manta swooped in over the hydro plant, casting a shadow over the guardsmen beneath like a great bird of prey. The Elysians had no answer to the manta's firepower. Its drone-controlled burst cannon turrets raked the site in a cascade of fire. With the guardsmen pinned down by such heavy fire, the battlesuits moved in, followed by fire warrior teams. It was a confused third day of fighting in the ruins of the hydro plant. Under the wings of their manta support, the Tau finally closed in and used their heaviest weapons at point-blank range. The Elysians fought back hard, but even with their vulture air support attacking the manta, they could not hope to win an uneven battle. Slowly, the Tau cleared the ruins, section by section. The Elysians fought bravely, then fell back or died, until only small pockets of resistance remained around the control complex and holding the causeway to the primary treatment center. In the mid-afternoon, the Tau commander requested a ceasefire and asked that the remaining defenders surrender. He informed Colonel Balak that there was nothing to be gained by continuing the pointless slaughter. The battle was lost. His relief column was not coming. To die now was to die in vain. Colonel Balak, now wounded himself, refused to surrender and vowed to fight on. By nightfall, he was dead, and the 23rd Elysian Regiment was all but annihilated. The Tau fire warriors rounded up the survivors and wounded, including General Saikava, disarmed them, and loaded them into the holds of their mantas. More of the huge transports landed and began to collect the hunter cadres for redeployment. They left behind a twisted, smoke-enshrouded battlefield, littered with wreckage and the dead. Operation Comet was over. It had been defeated. Breakthrough. Since the offensive towards Tarakeen had stalled, there had been little fighting between the Tallarn regiments and the Tau. The Tallarns had made small, local advances and continued harassing artillery fire, but short on supplies and critically short on water, they had started to dig in to conserve what supplies they had. They set about laying minefields and razor wire in front of their positions. Whilst the Imperial Guard were not advancing, the Tau did not counterattack. With the Imperial Guard marooned in the desert, The hunter cadres conserved their own strength for the battles still to come. It was critical to the success of Operation Comet, and maybe the outcome of the war. The relief force reached the drop troops at the hydro processing plant in 3 days. Before any relief force could make its advances, a breakthrough had to be made through the western end of the Iracunda Isthmus. The ground forces would have to break into the Iracunda Isthmus using the narrow strips of land between the small seas and lakes in the area. Channeled by the terrain, any attack would have to be directly into the teeth of the waiting hunter cadre's firepower. The Tallarn regiments were no longer fit for the offensive. They had lost many men, and most of their tanks in the long drive north. The war was entering a critical phase. Much rested on Operation Comet's success. Disdale turned to his best troops. Firstly, the Raptor Space Marines. Captain Aurelius's battle brothers had seen little ground action. It was time to commit them again. The Space Marines would be the spearhead of the thrust, supported by the Titans of Legio Ignitum. The Warhounds were the Imperium's largest war machines on Taros. It was unlikely the Tau had any answer to them. Between these two forces, they would smash through the narrow terrain, sweeping aside any resistance and clearing the way for the mechanized 114th Cadian Regiment to strike north to reach the hydro plant. The breakthrough operation would begin on the same day as the Elysians launched Operation Comet. Captain Aurelius and Kedus oversaw the Space Marine preparations for the attack. Thunderhawk transports started their work, transporting Land Raiders, Predators, Whirlwinds and Rhinos from the War Talon to the surface. Tech Marines armed and blessed the vehicles. The Battle Brothers of 2nd and 6th Companies mustered for an armoured engagement. Thunderhawk transporters plunged from orbit to land on the assigned assembly area, just west of the northern end of the isthmus entrance. The attack would come swiftly, giving the Tau minimum time to respond, and it would come in overwhelming force. While the Space Marines assembled, the Warhound Titans of Legio Ignitum were stalking north to join them, striding through the deserts accompanied by the sprawling chimera formations of the Cadian Regiment. For the first time in the campaign, the Tau would experience a true army of the Imperium, the combined weight of the Imperium's fighting forces committed as one. 800 kilometers to the south, the Valkyries and Vultures of the Elysian Drop Troop Regiment were just taking off as the Space Marines and Warhounds went into battle. Their target area was at the northern end of the entrance to the isthmus. Their objective was to clear all Tau forces, punching a gap for the Imperial Guard to race through. The Tau's Pathfinder forward observers must have seen the Warhound Titans standing 14 meters tall above the desert as they stalked forwards. The Tau were prepared for an attack and, as ever, their hunter cadres responded quickly to the call from their forward scouts. In earlier engagements, the Tau had always been able to make the most of their long-ranged weaponry to pick off Leman Russes and Chimeras. Now they faced Titans, equipped with huge weaponry and protective void shields. The advantage lay with the Imperium. This would be a different battle. The Warhounds engaged the Hammerheads at maximum range, blazing away with massive turbo lasers. The Space Marines sped forwards, Land Raiders leading the way, Whirlwinds in close support, Predators on the flanks. Hoping to halt the assault, the Tau could no longer simply give ground before the attack. They had to stand and fight. This was to the Space Marines' advantage. The Raptor's strike force could close the distance and start to engage with their highly accurate las cannons. Conducted with speed, accuracy, and their trademark aggression, the Space Marines tore into the Tau defenders, deploying Devastator squads from Rhinos to lend fire support. Suddenly, the Tau was suffering heavy losses, with void shields flaring against railgun hits. The Warhounds strode forwards, obliterating entire vehicles with a single hit from their weaponry, and stomping on the wreckage as they advanced. For the first time on Taros, the Tau fell back, having had the worst of the engagement. The desert was marked by telltale columns of smoke rising from the burning hulks of Tau vehicles. The Warhounds continually stalked forwards, obliterating anything in their path, along with the Space Marines now advancing about their feet. The combined force thrust a sword clean through the Tau defenses and opened the way onto the Iracunda Isthmus. The Tau rallied, and the arrival of a fresh hunter cadre saw the fighting intensify again. This time the Tau would deploy a new weapon. No Imperial commander had ever encountered this new mark of Tiger Shark before. The aircraft came in fast, skimming the desert so low it kicked up a dust cloud, before climbing over a shallow rise to open fire. Missiles rippled from the aircraft's wings, flaring bright against Warhound Advances Primaris' void shields. The explosions overpowered the generators, which cut out. The following shots from the Tiger Shark's twin railguns struck the Warhound squarely in the hull. With devastating power, the two hypersonic shots tore through the thick armor plates in an explosion that showered the surrounding desert in molten shrapnel. Critically wounded, the Warhound staggered backwards under the impacts, tottered, and to the astonishment of all, fell. Where once Imperial commanders had thought the Titans untouchable to all but a Mantis firepower, suddenly the Tau had a new tactical weapon capable of killing the mighty war machines. The wreckage of Advances Primaris lay billowing oily smoke as the sun settled over her. Inside, the crew lay dead at the controls, including the High Princeps Jane, killed by the agonized screams of pain that fed directly into his brain from the Titan's mind impulse controls. It was a bitter and unexpected loss. The remaining 3 Titans withdrew rather than face another strafing run. Their mission was already complete. The 114th Cadians were now able to begin their strike northwards. Further Titan losses would be for no further gains. The Space Marines and Warhounds had advanced the required 50 kilometers in just a day of fighting. Skirmishing continued in the area all day, with Space Marine patrols hunting down any alien stragglers or Pathfinder teams bold enough to return to the battlefield. Behind them, the 114th Cadians roared their engines into life. Despite the victory, the loss of Advances Primaris was a worrying development. The Tau had learned from their previous experiences fighting the Imperium's greatest war machines. In the past, hunter cadres had been roughly handled by Titans. Now the Tau had developed a weapon capable of fighting back. The new Tiger Shark had been upgraded to carry 2 heavy railguns, sacrificing its standard payload and ion cannons for the kind of weaponry usually only mounted on mantas or spacecraft. The Tiger Shark. The Tiger Shark is the Barracuda's larger cousin. It is a large aircraft deployed in the fighter-bomber role, often encountered flying in support of Tau hunter cadres during major operations. It is faster and more maneuverable than the Imperium's direct equivalent, the Marauder bomber. But the Tiger Shark lacks the large bomb payload. Tiger Sharks are never as numerous as the Barracuda, but have many features and systems in common with it. All crew come from the air caste, giving them the natural advantage of superior three-dimensional awareness and tolerance for high acceleration speeds, and more Gs in the turn than a human pilot. Like the Barracuda, different air caste seps operate slightly different versions. Other Tiger Shark variants have been identified armed with multiple burst cannon and seeker missiles. The Tiger Shark's main role seems to be the deployment of drones. Its drone racks can deploy a shower of remote weapons platforms anywhere over the battlefield, as well as strafing with its ion cannons and wing-mounted missile pods. It is armed with ion cannons and missile pods for ground attacks, and drone-controlled burst cannons for defense against enemy fighters. Although a flight of Tiger Sharks will usually also be accompanied by Barracudas as fighter cover, the aircraft has 2 crew, a pilot and a navigator/weapons operator. Their cockpit is also an escape pod, which can detach from the aircraft's fuselage and has limited gravitic mobility to bring the crew safely back to ground. On Taros, Tiger Shark supported Tau operations as a rapid response force, flying from well-hidden bases on the Iracunda Isthmus. Tiger Sharks were often the first Tau forces to respond to the Imperial Guard's advances, quickly seeding an area with drone squadrons, whilst other Tau ground forces were moved into place. Tiger Sharks were the first Tau forces to reach the hydro-processing plant after the Elysian Drop Troops' surprise attack, and quickly reinforcing the garrison with drone squadrons. On Taros, the Tau also deployed a new variant of the Tiger Shark, codified as the AX-10. This heavily armed Tiger Shark replaced its drone racks and ion cannons with 2 heavy railguns and a seeker missile array. These massive weapons, usually mounted on the far larger Manta, turned the Tiger Shark into a formidable ground attack weapon, capable of engaging and destroying super heavy tanks and Titans. It is believed that the AX-10 was developed as a direct response to the Imperium's largest Titans. Until the Taros Campaign, the Tau had few weapons capable of stopping the Imperium's greatest war machines, but the air caste and earth caste had secretly developed the AX-10 and first fielded it on Taros. During the breakthrough to the Iraconda Isthmus, the Tau unleashed their latest weapon with alarming results. The sudden loss of the Warhammer Titan Advensa Primaris to a Tiger Shark attack caused the remaining Titans to be withdrawn from the front line. 114th Relief Column. The completion of the Raptor's attack was the signal for the 114th Cadian Regiment to begin its part of the operation. The regiment's mission was to relieve the Elysian Drop Troopers who were already fighting to secure the hydro plant. The Chimera-born mechanized regiment was to dash to link up with them. They had 2 days to cover 150 kilometers of hostile desert. The Space Marines and Warhounds had cleared the way. Now the Imperial Guard, under the direction of Colonel Stransky, raced forwards. Leading the way were the reconnaissance troops, squadrons of Salamander scout vehicles. Behind them came the bulk of the regiment, infantry platoons advancing in formation in their own Chimera armoured carriers. Lastly was the regiment's artillery support, Griffin mortar carriers replacing the far slower Basilisks. Colonel Stransky had already decided that the Basilisks would not take part in the operation. The artillery pieces could not keep up with the pace of the advance. Indirect firepower would have to be provided by the mortars and the Imperial Navy, whose aircraft were again overhead, protecting the Chimera columns. The Elysians could not afford for the Cadians to be delayed by anything. This mission was a race against time. The grinding tracks and rumbling engines of the Chimeras raised tall dust columns as the armoured infantry formation sped northwards. Tall dust columns that the Tau could easily spot and track. The Tau had suffered their heaviest losses yet fighting the breakthrough, and had already started to load hunter cadres into mantas to move against the Elysian drop zone. The Chimera columns, now driving deep into their territory, could not be stopped. The Tau faced a difficult tactical problem. Were they to commit their available troops? Should it be into stopping the column or overwhelming the drop troops? If the column was attacking, then the Elysians might hold out. If the Elysians were destroyed, then the Chimera column would arrive to find nothing to relieve. So the Tau let the Acadians advance. They would not seek to halt or destroy the 114th Armoured Columns, only to delay it long enough for the battle at the hydro plant to be won. For delaying actions, they would use light forces of Pathfinders, supported by piranhas and devilfish-mounted fire warriors. These would harass the column with ambushes and sniping, but were not to engage in open battle. As the flying column of Chimeras roared across the desert flats, Pathfinder squads on Tetra speeders raced into the area ahead of the advance to observe the troop movements and prepare the ground with Orca dropped remote sensor towers. Meanwhile, the main hunter cadres moved their full force against the hydro processing plant, with instructions to overwhelm the defenders in a maximum of 2 days. Riding in the cupola of his command Chimera, Colonel Snake Stransky could watch his regiments advance, arrayed company behind company, with a reconnaissance screen in front. It was a majestic sight. Chimera after Chimera gunned its engines and pounded headlong across the sands. Overhead, the contrails of Imperial Navy thunderbolts crisscrossed the sky. His advance had started well. For the first day, his men saw little of the enemy. On the second day, that changed. His scouts and vanguard platoons came under surprise attack from well-hidden Tau forces. For the first time, Imperial Guardsmen encountered distinctive tall, thin observation towers, which seemed to contain sensor equipment. Following the sightings, several Chimeras were destroyed by Seeker missile strikes, seemingly launched out of nowhere. Each time the Tau attacked, it caused the threatened units to halt, disembark troops, and begin to hunt down the foe. It caused delays, and the colonel ordered only units that came under direct attack to engage the enemy. Following units should bypass them and move forwards. The regiment may become strung out, but it would keep advancing. On that second morning alone, there were 6 separate ambushes, each one causing losses and a delay. What had been a glorious headlong charge yesterday was now a stop-start running battle, and the 114th was being stalled. For Colonel Stransky, it was a frustrating day. The delays caused the 114th Regiment to fall behind schedule. By nightfall, they were still 30 kilometers short of their destination. News from the hydro plant was not encouraging. That evening, communications with Colonel Balak and his beleaguered defenders had been lost. The 4,621st Army Command no longer had any idea what was happening on the ground at Hydro Plant 2330. That night, in desperation, Stransky organized a long-range patrol to strike out ahead of his main units. Under cover of darkness, they must reach Hydroplant 2330, regardless of the cost. Using only his fastest vehicles, the Salamanders, he would personally lead the mission. The 8 Salamanders in the force reached the Hydroplant before dawn, speeding across the desert on their overpowered engines. In the end, the lead units of the 114th were only 4 hours late. But that was 4 hours too late. As First Light broke, Colonel Stransky and his Cadian reconnaissance crews were the first to witness the battlefield. The Hydroplant was a smouldering, blackened ruin of pipes and storage tanks. Thick smoke and dust hung in the air over the shattered detritus of battle. Crunching through the rubble, they found burnt-out sentinels, Valkyrie crash sites, destroyed heavy weapons, wrecked Tau devilfish and battlesuits, and the dead of both sides. Fires still burnt, but it was eerily quiet. The main body of the 114th began arriving a few hours after dawn. The Cadian guardsmen searched the ruins for survivors. None were found. The Tau had already done the job thoroughly. By mid-afternoon, Colonel Stransky ordered his regiment to mount up and withdraw back to the Tallarn lines. There was no point in holding the shattered ruins. No water could be supplied from here. His men had fought over 150 kilometers for nothing. The mission had failed. The evacuation. The defeat of Operation Comet sent Lord Commander Gustavus' High Command into a fury of distressed action. The war on Taros had taken a turn for the worse, perhaps a fatal turn. The failure of the airborne operation had wide-reaching effects, most immediately within the command structure of the army. On board the Righteous Power, Commissar General Mordred van Horkik arrived to see Gustavus, interrupting a Navy briefing meeting with his insistent demands to be allowed to see the Lord Commander immediately. The sentries on the door tried to bar his path, but the Commissar would not be delayed. Threatening to have any man who got in his way arrested, Van Horkik barged in. The briefing was suspended. Imperial Navy officers scurried from the room to avoid the Commissar General's wrath. Gustavus sat impassively, whilst the Commissar General delivered instructions for the removal of the staff of the 4,621st Army. They had failed in their duty to the Emperor, and whilst losses were acceptable, failure was not. The surface campaign had become a shambles, and Taros was slipping from the Emperor's grasp. Lord Marshal de Stael was to be replaced by the Commissar General himself. Unknown to the Commissar General, Gustavus had been well aware of the situation long before Van Horkik made his dramatic entrance. One of Colonel Skija's informers had leaked the news of Van Horkik's intentions, and the Lord Commander was prepared. Gustavus knew that the Commissar Van Horkik was well within his rights to take command of the failing operation, but Marshal de Stael had been a loyal and dutiful servant of the Imperial Guard and deserved better than the summary execution that now awaited him at the hands of the Commissar. That morning, Colonel Skija had been dispatched to the surface with secret orders for de Stael. It informed the Lord Marshal that he was to be relieved of his command, and that he faced two stark choices: turn himself over as the prisoner to Colonel Skija, who would accompany him to the brig on board the Righteous Power to await trial, or take command of a frontline platoon and lead an immediate counterattack against the Tau, from which he should not return. Exhausted from his work and stung by the defeat of Operation Comet, de Stael removed his spectacles and asked Colonel Skija to await his decision outside. He would be just a few moments. In the cramped corridor of the Leviathan command vehicle, Skija waited patiently. The dim hum of the Leviathan's generators was broken by the sudden discharge of a las pistol from within the office. Rather than face execution or be disgraced and condemned to a penal regiment, Lord Marshal de Stael had found his own solution and taken the only way out which kept his martial honour intact. The arrival of the Commissar General and his aides saw much of the other top brass of the army arrested. In a day of turmoil and confusion, 6 officers were executed after resisting arrest. 62 other officers and aides would be given a chance to die well in the service of the Emperor after being transported to a penal regiment. After his purge, Commissar General von Horkik was now in supreme command of all Imperial Guard and Departmentum Unitorum operations on Taros. It was his task to salvage something from the faltering campaign, if only as many men and as much material as possible. The turmoil amongst the High Command did little to help the fighting men on the ground. The supply situation was critical. Losses to dehydration were now far exceeding those in combat. Without new water supplies, fast, the remaining regiments would soon disintegrate. When Van Hawkix oversaw his first briefing, reports from all the regimental commanders stressed that without new supplies, their regiment could not last more than another week, 10 days at most. Any sudden Tau attack might shatter them completely. Van Hawkix's first order was to shorten the overstretched supply lines. It would mean a retreat, but better that than total destruction. At the moment, it was taking a Trojan and full trailer an average of 3 days to reach the front line, all the time risking a gauntlet of roving sentinel teams and strafing barracudas. The trails worn through the desert that passed the supply routes were now lined with the burnt-out and rusting hulks of Trojans and trailers, evidence of the Tau's strategy of attacking the support elements. All the regimental commanders were given license to withdraw back towards the landing zone. Equipment that could not be moved must be abandoned and destroyed. Rough Rider squadrons were ordered to slaughter their animals to conserve water. Next, von Hawkix summoned Fleet Admiral Koto and informed him that his fleet would be required to find new transports and escort a new series of convoys into the Taros system, carrying more water, fuel, and new replacement equipment, especially aircraft, for the fighter squadrons. Should these fail to arrive, the Admiral would also be replaced. The ultimatum was simple: break the Tau blockade or face a firing squad. Seriously wounded and then taken prisoner by the Tau, General Saikava of the 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment was the highest-ranking Imperial officer captured during the Taros Campaign. His regiment had been all but annihilated at the Hydra processing plant, but he had survived. Because of his rank, the general was singled out from the other prisoners, given medical treatment on his shattered arm and transported under guard to the headquarters of the Tau Supreme Commander on Taros, Chasseau Reimer. Tau operations were being conducted from a compact command complex situated in old mine workings underneath a nondescript cluster of old mine buildings just west of Tarakeen. The bloodied and dusty general was led down to meet his nemesis. Within waited the Chasseau. Alongside him stood his advisor in long priestly robes. Another civilian, a diplomat or negotiator, was also present to act as an interpreter, as were 3 weary bodyguards eyeing the human general closely. The Chasseau commended Saikava on his regiment's courage and bravery, but he must now realize that the war on Taros was lost. He assured the general that Taros would soon be part of the Tau Empire. After questioning the general about the Imperial Guard's remaining strength and their future intentions, all questions which the general stoically refused to answer, the Ethereal asked if the general would act as the emissary to his superiors. The Ethereal had an ultimatum for the Guilar, a ceasefire offer to end the bloodshed and allow the humans to withdraw unmolested. If they disarmed, the Tau would allow transport ships free access to Taros to evacuate their soldiers and personnel under ceasefire agreement, as long as the largest warships withdrew from the system. The Ethereal also offered to turn over the renegade planetary governor Aulis, whom they had under close guard, in a prisoner swap for all the Tau captives the Emperor's forces were holding. In return for his assistance, the general would be assured a new position commanding the human auxiliaries, now under the Tau's control on Taros. With the Emperor's forces defeated, the post of commander of the Taros garrison would be his for life, an honored position with all the attendant wealth and status human commanders seem to crave. If he helped the Tau now, General Saikava flatly refused the Ethereal's offer. To act as an emissary and offer terms to his higher commanders would turn him into a traitor to his emperor. He would not be a messenger and broker a ceasefire, even if it brought him a future life of luxury. If the Tau wanted the Emperor's forces off Taros, they would have to eject them. He finished by assuring the Tau commanders, "We will fight you every step of the way." Rebuffed, the Chasseau sent the general back to rejoin the other prisoners. There would be no swift end to the war. It was a lapse in security that would cost the Tau dearly. The other prisoners were divided up and sent as new labor to distant mines. Despite his severe wound, all the time he had been a prisoner, General Saikava had been observing, taking in details. As a high-ranking officer, he had access to maps and secret information about Taros and the overall campaign plan that the other prisoners had not. He would put that knowledge to good use. From his observations, he had a good estimate of the location of the Tau command post, and from his transport's flight path, a good idea of which mine he was en route to. General Saikava had been a loyal servant of the Imperium all his life. He was still one, and he would not lie down whilst the Tau completed their ultimate victory. He planned to escape, or die in the attempt. Gathering a small group of Elysian prisoners about him, men who were still loyal to their former commander, Saikava made a plan to escape from the mine and strike out for the nearest Imperial Guard lines. He did not wait long to act. On the first night at the mine, Saikava and the 5 men overwhelmed 3 human guards, stole weapons and water canteens, and struck out into the desert. The escapees split up to confuse pursuit. Using his inside knowledge, Saikava headed westwards to where he believed the 331st Tallarn Regiment's lines were positioned. The guards did not bother to organise any pursuit. There was nowhere to run, and without supplies, nobody could survive the deserts for long. The escapees were dead men. They were almost right. After 3 days under the merciless sun, Saikava was on his last legs. Stumbling westwards down to the dregs of his water, face and hands blistered by the heat, he finally collapsed. By a last desperate act of will, rather than lie down and die, he scraped a vague outline of a large imperial eagle into the sand and prayed to the Emperor that somehow somebody would see it. Fate intervened, or perhaps the Emperor heard his prayers, because a Thunderbolt fighter on a reconnaissance sweep over the desert noticed a strange shape in the desert and swooped in for a closer look. There was no friendly force operating in this sector. After his pass, the pilot reported his sighting, and a long-range infantry patrol from the 331st Tallarn Regiment was diverted to take a closer look. The Desert Raiders squad found the unconscious general lying face down not far from his improvised sign. He was close to death. The squad called for a Valkyrie to evacuate the mysterious stranger and themselves. General Saikava had made it back to his own side. None of the other 4 escapees were ever found. Recovering on an Ordo Hospitaler field hospice pallet, the general reported his tale in full. By a combination of bravery, faith, and blind luck, he had survived. Now he reported everything that had happened, including the location of the Tau headquarters he had visited. When Commissar General von Horkick received the new intelligence, he realized it was an opportunity too good to miss. Here was information that could change the momentum of the war. General Saikava later recalled the entire escapade, including his meeting with the Chasseau and Ethereal and his subsequent escape to Order Xenos interrogators, before undergoing psychocorrective surgery and being placed in the hands of the Adeptus Mechanicus for cybernetic enhancement. After his re-education, General Saikava entered service with Ordo Xenos Inquisitor Varius. Operation Deathblow. By a miracle, the Emperor had delivered the location of the Tau Supreme headquarters into Van Horkick's hands. Now he planned to launch a strike that might change the outcome of the war in one blow. For the mission, he would need the aid of Lord Commander Gustavus, Colonel Skeeger, and the Officio Assassinorum. Gustavus agreed to the plan, on the concession that Van Horkick put the entire operation in the capable hands of Colonel Skeeger. The Colonel would organize, plan, and execute Operation Deathblow. His mission would be to wipe out the Tau commanders in one strike. Colonel Skeeger used top-secret codes to send a priority astro-telepathic message requesting that an Officio agent be dispatched to Taros. The instrument of Commander Longknife's destruction would be a servant of the Eversor Temple. The attack would be a suicidal assault. The agent was not expected to survive. Neither were the Tau. Armed with the location of the headquarters, Skeeger planned his mission. It would involve 2 strike teams. The red team would be the assassin dropped into the desert, then moving to the location, breaking in and destroying anything or anybody inside the headquarters. Blue team would be a hand-picked platoon of stormtroopers from the 2,378th Stormtrooper Company. They would be flown in Valkyries to launch a diversionary attack. Under the cover of the attack, the red team would get close to its target. The stormtroopers would be all volunteers, because deep in enemy territory, and attacking such a sensitive target, this was likely to be a one-way trip, do or die. Colonel Skeeger asked to lead Blue Team himself. Even the aircraft crew from the 71st Tactical Wing would be volunteers, because to reach the target area meant there would be not enough fuel for a return trip. Instead, the Valkyries would have to be ditched in the desert. The crews would destroy their aircraft before striking out on foot. Each crewman would be issued a survival kit to get them back to Imperial lines, but it was still likely that Tau patrols would find them and pick them up. The Operation Death Blow would begin as soon as Red Team arrived and could be prepared, programmed with target information, then deployed. Meanwhile, Skija visited the Stormtrooper Company and gathered 30 volunteers. As part of a fresh troop convoy, the transport Son of Yuka successfully avoided the Tau blockade and delivered its cargo of war material, fuel, and a special container, attended by 4 Adeptus Mechanicus specialists, to the righteous power. It was a biostasis tank, inside which, suspended in amniotic fluids, was one of the most dangerous weapons in the Imperium's massive arsenal, an Eversword assassin, a psychopathic, one-man killing machine. Once awoken, the drug-induced killer would hunt its target remorselessly. Preparations began immediately. The Eversword was programmed via hypno-suggestion, detailing its mission, the location, and its targets. Once programming was complete, the still slumbering Eversword was equipped with its weaponry, Power Sword, Neuro Gauntlet, and its Executioner pistol, with its poisonous needles. The new poison had been developed by the Eversword Temple specifically to affect the Tau's nervous system. It killed in seconds. Finally, the self-destruction mechanism surgically implanted into the assassin's chest was armed. Should the assassin's bio readouts drop below a certain level, then it would detonate, killing the assassin and anybody close by. Even in death, the Eversword was lethal. All systems checked out. With a final litany from the tech priest attendants, the biostasis tank was carefully inserted into a drop pod and launched into the deserts of Taros. The drop pod made secret planetfall about 60 kilometers from the target. While still in mid-air, unseen lights inside the stasis pod winked into life. The life support system began to breathe life into the Eversword trapped within. Slowly, a neuro-gauntleted hand flexed into a fist. Crashing, undetected into the desert sands, the drop pod cracked open. Fluids drained from the biotank, which then opened with a sudden hiss as remote restraining bolts exploded. Umbilical cords and sensor needles retracted from the figure within. As if animated from death, the assassin carefully stepped out into the sunlight. Pausing only to survey the surroundings for threats, the Eversword set off across the sand, moving lively at a cautious trot, keeping low to the ground, pistol always at the ready. Red Team was closing on the target as planned. By nightfall, he would have arrived. That night, Colonel Skija's stormtroopers were winging their way over the dark deserts, 3 Valkyries flying low, all lights blacked out. The men within had orders to attack the target with everything they could, and to keep pressing the attack for as long as possible. They were unaware that the real assault would be coming in the dark form of the Eversword assassin. Skimming over the desert in darkness, the Valkyries had escaped notice, until a drone-controlled early warning sounded in the Tau headquarters. The surprise security teams rushed to man the defenses. The 3 Valkyries swooped down, flared and hovered briefly as stormtrooper squads leapt clear, one trooper after another falling 3 or 4 meters before hitting the sand and rolling clear. Spotting their attackers in the darkness, the Tau opened fire. Stormtroopers returned fire. The darkness was illuminated by the vivid flash of pulse rounds and tracers. Crouching low and pressing forwards, the stormtroopers braved the wave of fire from the defenders. The Valkyries blasted away, circled and swooped back down, multi-lasers blazing a trail of lights across the darkness. Soaring overhead, engines roaring. Colonel Skija led his squad towards the buildings, dodging through pulse rifle fire to find cover behind the first. There he pulled a grenade from his harness, armed it and flung it through an open window. He followed up the explosion with a burst of plasma pistol fire. His men surged in through the doors, capturing the building. Outside, confusion, noise, and a black-clad terror reigned in the night. Passing like a black shadow, an unseen figure slipped quietly towards the compound. One Tau fire warrior looked up from reloading his rifle to be faced by a black figure with a deathly pale skull mask. Swift as a cat's strike, the assassin plunged the needle-like spikes of his gloved hand into the warrior's neck. The Tau guard died in silent convulsions before he could react, nervous system shredded, eyeballs melting. Without a second glance, the Eversword moved on, driven by its thirst for violence and unhindered by the darkness. It soon found the target entrance. As the battle raged about it, the Eversaw placed a melter charge on the doorway, set the timer, and stepped back. As the charge detonated, it burst into a sudden sprint, slamming through the flaming, ruined doorway and springing down the ladder within. Inside, the tower were taken completely unawares. A sustained burst of needle pistol fire stitched two of the surprised aliens against the far wall, where they slumped dead in an instant from the toxins coursing through their blood. The assassin rolled forwards, under their hasty return shots, and rose firing again. The third and fourth tower crashed to the ground, dead. Its magazine now empty, the Eversaw discarded his pistol. Moving along the low corridors, two desperate defenders rushed the black-clad figure, who ducked low under their fire to sweep the first off his feet. It lunged forwards to impale a sixth through the stomach with its gleaming power blade, which had suddenly appeared in its hand as if by teleportation. The Eversaw attack was an orgy of swift destruction. Leaving its slaughtered victims gurgling wetly on the floor, the Eversaw stepped through the next door, into the Tau command center. Within stood the slim, robed figure of the Ethereal and two bodyguards. The Eversaw sprang forwards, power sword in one hand, Neuro gauntlet ready to strike in the other. For the Tau there was nowhere to run, and no chance of escape. Without hesitation, the assassin struck. Whipped fast again, the Neuro gauntlet slashed forwards and then back, cutting the bodyguards down, writhing in dreadful pain. Just the Ethereal remained. He backed away from his gore-spattered assailant. At that instant, more bodyguards burst into the control center to rescue their revered leader. In a blaze of pulse fire, the Eversaw was hit and knocked sprawling sideways by the impact. But the assassin only had eyes for his target. It reached out its deadly gloved hand to grab the Ethereal as he tried to dodge away. Tripped by the attack, the Ethereal cried out and fell. The wounded Eversaw sprang onto him, pinning the Ethereal to the floor like a great cat going for the jugular. The bodyguards rushed in and fired again, striking the Eversaw square through the chest, spraying blood across the walls and floor. The deathly skull mask gave a howl of pain and anguish as the Eversaw's lifeblood pumped away. But with grim, hate-filled determination, it hung on to the shrieking Ethereal. With its last rattling breath, the Eversaw almost seemed to be laughing. The compound was rocked by a sudden explosion from within the control center. From his position outside, Colonel Skija felt the heat of the fireball rising from the door. Then he ducked into cover as debris rained down about his men. The Tau paused to look back in horror and dismay. The command center was an inferno, gouting flames and smoke. Everybody inside must be dead. Colonel Skija and his stormtroopers fought on, but Tau reinforcements were on the way, and the fight did not last until dawn. Fighting hard to the last, the colonel and his men were all killed. This time, the Tau offered no mercy. Operation Deathblow had been a suicidal mission, and it had almost worked. The Ethereal, Aun Vra, was dead, but Chasso Raimar had survived. When the Eversaw struck, he had already been outside, personally leading his bodyguard squad against the stormtroopers. Commander Longknife had been wounded in the fighting, but he had not been inside the control room when the Eversaw self-destructed. For the Tau, this was only a small mercy in a night of terrible horror. The loss of their precious Ethereal sent the entire Taros coalition force into shock and grief. For many days, the hunter cadres were stunned into inactivity by their loss. After the grief came a growling feeling of rage against the men who had plotted this heinous attack. It was an anger that swelled inside each Tau warrior into a vengeful wrath that the humans would soon feel the full weight of. There could be no mercy now, only vengeance. The new Tau battle cry was no longer for the greater good. It was for Aeon Vri. After a week of stunned inactivity and grief, the Tau turned their anger against the Imperial Guard regiments now falling back through the desert. Their defensive operations were replaced by a new offensive aimed at shattering the Imperial Guard and ending the war swiftly. Chasso Raimar set about reorganizing his surviving hunter cadres for the offensive. The Imperial forces had been severely weakened, but they were not defeated yet. With the Imperial Guard forces in no shape to fight back, the evacuation of all the Emperor's forces on Taros was ordered by Lord Commander Gustavus. The campaign had lasted just 90 days, since the first ships arriving in system, but it had failed. Commissar General Van Hawkik was outraged by Gustavus's decision, but recognized that he had no hope of victory. The order stood. All that was left for him to do was quickly salvage what forces he could before they lost everything. With the Tau now on the offensive, the withdrawal of the Tallarn regiments soon became a rout. With the threat of Tau and Kroot forces now breathing down their neck, whether imagined or real, the Imperial Guardsmen fell back pell-mell towards the landing zones. What had been an army was in danger of becoming a disorganized rabble. The desert became a dumping ground as Guardsmen abandoned their vehicles and equipment. Hundreds of Chimera and Lehman Russ hulls littered the deserts. Officers tried to impose order and keep their squads, platoons and companies together. Commissars warned that any man who had thrown away his weapon would be treated as a deserter and shot. Such rigid discipline helped, but still Guardsmen tossed away heavy weapons, mortar tubes, spared ammunition and grenades, anything that slowed them down. Long columns of marching men tramped south through the dry desert. There were very few vehicles still running now. Rations and water canteens were the only prized item. Men routed through the hulks of tanks and chimeras in search of forgotten water cans and looted canteens from the dead of previous battles, shaking out the last few drops in desperation. Tormented by thirst, the entire 10th Corps streamed south over ground it had fought to win. It was a broken army, no longer capable of making a stand. With their enemy in full retreat, the Tau could not extract the vengeance they so desired. The Imperial Guard were easy pickings, and barracudas and tiger sharks took off to further torment the retreating guardsmen. Orcas landed combat teams who mercilessly ambushed the retreating Tallarn guardsmen, slaughtering them and rounding up the survivors as prisoners. With the Tau now attacking and word of ambushes spreading, the retreat soon became a rout. After 4 days, it was a shambles. Some officers tried to organize rear guards to fight the Tau, to buy the escapees time. It was a hopeless gesture, and those ad hoc rearguard units were wiped out in futile firefights. In the wake of the evacuation order, the Tau simply mopped up, taking thousands of men prisoner and marching them away to captivity. For many, capture was better than death from thirst under the merciless sun. Some stragglers made it through, most did not. To all intents and purposes, 4 Tallarn regiments had ceased to exist. Of 10th Corps, only the 331st Regiment had managed to make their withdrawal in good order, and thousands of them would be evacuated over the following days. The 114th Cadian Regiment also fared well. With their chimeras piled high with men, they raced southwards as far as their fuel would carry them, before abandoning their vehicles and marching the rest of the way. Most of the regiment made it, if not many of their chimeras. The remaining Titans of Legio Ignatum also returned intact, and, on Tech Magus Volta's direct orders, were quickly whisked away to safety. A lucky few retreating units were quickly rescued. The surviving Valkyries of the 23rd Elysian Regiment were put to good use, ferrying units back to the landing zone. High-ranking officers, command units and stormtrooper squads were given preference, but after these had all been rescued, Tallarn infantry started to pile aboard the airborne carriers for a fast trip back to the landing zone. On arrival, they joined the growing queues awaiting a chance to board a landing craft for their trip into orbit. Eventually, though, stragglers on foot started to arrive at the landing zones. The evacuation had been ongoing for 11 days, and much of the most important equipment and personnel had already been moved into orbit. The end was in sight, but the Tau had one last concerted attack to make. The last battle. If the retreat had been a shambles, the evacuation was chaos. Disorder ruled the landing grounds as crowds of desperate men, fearful of being left to the mercy of the Tau, clamoured to get aboard transports. Commissars and stormtroopers fought a losing battle to keep order, threatening the crowds with loaded weapons and shooting those who broke through their cordon. High-ranking officers were the first aboard, along with important administratum officials. Much space was taken up by equipment, which would be harder to replace than manpower. In order to protect the landing zone, the Raptors had been called upon again. Captain Aurelius's Space Marines had been deployed back onto Taros and thrown a defensive perimeter around the landing grounds. In many places, he occupied the defences erected by the Tallarn regiments when they landed. On the day of the battle, dawn broke as a yellow molten orb over the mountains, forewarning of another blistering day. Soon the heat haze was shimmering across the desert as the Raptor's sentries looked out across the sand. With the yellow dawn came the distinctive, swept-winged shapes of Tau mantas, approaching low like great birds to hover in the dusty heat haze and disembark their hunter cadres. The Emperor's forces were beaten, but the Tau's thirst for vengeance was so great that Chasseur Raimar ordered one last attack directly against the landing grounds. Any who did not escape now would be stranded here forever. Standing between the Tau and the landing zone were the Space Marines. As the Tau ferried in their forces and mustered for the attack, the Space Marines reinforced their defences with what reserves Captain Aurelius and Cadius had, and braced themselves for one last battle. Their job was to buy time for the evacuating troops. If the Space Marines' defences broke, then the landing ground would soon be overrun as well. The longer the Raptors could hold, then the more men would escape Taros to fight another day. The first thrust came from the east, supported by long-range fire from mantas hovering on the distant horizon. Huge railgun rounds started to impact about the defensive positions, tossing rock and earth skywards. Following close behind, hammerheads and broadside battlesuits joined the fusillade, rounds slamming into the Space Marines' positions. Fire warriors and battlesuits, led by Chasseur Raimar himself, closed in, and the pressure grew. Space Marine heavy weapons and whirlwinds responded. The Tau closed to within 200 meters of the dug-in Space Marines, but there the attack faltered. Hammerheads and battlesuits were burning, and Tau corpses littered the sand as they retreated. A second assault came from the west, in greater force. Again, the railgun rounds slammed home. Again, the Raptors stood firm, fighting hard to hold back the tide. A Manta closed in, raking the entrenchments with volleys of missiles. Captain Cadius committed his last reserves. A sally of 6th Company land speeders swooped overhead, racing out to attack the Manta at close range. The little skimmers dodged and weaved as heavy bolters rattled and multi-melters roared. 3 were destroyed in the battle, but the Manta withdrew rather than risk further damage. As his losses built, Captain Cadius strode from dugout to dugout, directing counterfire and urging his hard-pressed battle brothers on, until a plasma blast, which immolated a Predator tank, also critically wounded him, peppering him in molten shrapnel. Cadius was dragged to safety, his upper torso and right arm horribly mutilated by the intense heat. The apothecary stabilized his valiant captain, whose superhuman physique barely kept him alive. He would not fight again, but upon returning to the chapter fortress, his valor would earn him the honor of being interned in an armored dreadnought suit. By mid-afternoon, the Tau forces were spent. They had battered the Space Marine positions but failed to break them. Meanwhile, the last landing crafts were being hurriedly loaded with cargoes. With the sound of the battle reverberating all around them, hordes of guardsmen crowded into the holds. Once full, the ramps were raised, and the great loading doors rolled shut. Anybody not on board now would be left behind on Taros for good. The liftoff of the last landing ship freed Captain Aurelius to order the evacuation of his own forces. They had stood as a shield between the Tau and the evacuation all day, at great cost. But as night fell, the Thunderhawks deployed to lift the Battle Brothers clear. The War Talon awaited their return. By the time the Raptors' evacuation operation was complete, the remaining transports and their escorts were already retreating out of the system. The Raptors' battle barge would be the last ship to leave, bringing up the rear as the fleet made the warp jump out of the Taros system. The Tau fleet did not pursue. New orders now stayed their hand. The prize was the Taus. They had won Taros and expanded the Empire. The campaign was over. Epilogue. The war on Taros had cost the Imperial Guard in excess of 5 complete regiments. The 3rd and 12th Tallarn armoured regiments had lost all their combat vehicles and much of their equipment. The survivors would be pulled together to reform an understrength 3rd regiment, which could then be rebuilt. The 17th and 89th Tallarn regiments had ceased to exist as coherent forces during the retreat. Most of their men were now Tau captives, condemned to labour in Taros' mines for the greater good. The remnants were given over to the 331st Regiment, which had survived the campaign remarkably well. Now the 331st had its first campaign honour and a new corps of veterans. It would go on to serve in other war zones. The 23rd Elysian Drop Troops had been all but annihilated during Operation Comet, although the regiment still retained over 100 aircraft. The regiment would be reformed with a new recruitment of men from their homeworld to rise and fight again. The 114th Cadian Regiment had lost only several hundred men, but over 90% of its vehicles. It could be quickly re-equipped with new chimeras mothballed as war reserves. It would soon be ready for redeployment to the Cadian Gate. Legio Ignitum lost one of its 4 Warhound Titans. For the Imperium, the death toll was large, and precise figures are not known. It was estimated at 10,000 killed in action and 15,000 wounded. As many as 20,000 may have been captured by the Tau. Approximately 350 tanks had been lost, over 700 Chimera and 200 artillery pieces. Aircraft losses totaled 68 out of 78. Fleet Admiral Koto's Taros invasion fleet had lost the cruiser Hammer of Thrace, the light cruiser Cerberus, and 8 escorts. The battle cruiser Righteous Power was damaged, as was the Black Duke. Both would require work at Cardunesh shipyards before returning to duty. It was estimated that Chasseur Reimar commanded a Tau coalition consisting of at least 100 hunter cadres, a grand total of between 8 and 9,000 fire warriors, and maybe as many as 5,000 Kroot allies. Added to this were in excess of 8,000 human traitors who fought in the Tau cause. Actual Tau numbers and losses remain unknown, but must have also numbered in the thousands. The Imperial fleet could confirm kills on 1 custodian-class carrier, the A-Row, and 8 escort vessels. Following their victory, the planet and its mineral resources were now firmly in Tau hands. Over the following years, the Tau would increase their grip on Tyros. Their young empire had been expanded, and ships from Tau and Dalith would soon be in orbit, loaded with alien colonists. Meanwhile, the Imperium were powerless to strike back. Another invasion would require a far greater force than that sent to Taros under Lord Commander Gustavus, and it was just not possible at this time. There would be no second invasion for the foreseeable future. With Tyros secure, the ethereal councillors on Tau shifted their gaze to the new borders of their empire and eyed the next world for conquest. And there we have it. A resounding Imperial defeat by the Blueberries. If you would like to support the channel like these brave chaps are here, who you can see their names scrolling up on the screen, you can follow the links below. And thank you to everybody who does support the channel. I really appreciate it. It really helps me, like, massively. Makes this viable, makes it, it allows me to do more. So thank you very, very much for all your support. And like I say, if you want to help me out, there's links in the description on different things you can do, or you can become a YouTube channel member by clicking the join button there. But yeah, I will see you next time. And yeah, I don't know. I have to think about what to do next. Yeah, I don't know. There's a few things to do. I've got some things picked out. It's just a case of what to do first. But stay tuned, it will come soon. All right, thanks all very much again. Thank you very much. See you later. Bye-bye.